Welcome on into the 2021 MLB Draft live show. Nate hit the foul pole here. Matt Pine, your co-host here, along with Zach Goodman. And Zach, welcome into the show.
I'm excited, Matt. Let's do this. It's going to be a long one like last year. I think last year's was like 3 hours, 56 minutes. So it's going to be another long one of like sitting here in my basement and you sitting there in yours. But well, we're gonna make it through and give analysis on every pick. It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Last year the Orioles had two picks. They had number 2 and number 39. Obviously Heston Kjerstad, Jordan Westburg. Tonight's obviously going to be a little bit different with only having one pick at number 5. So it's going to be a lot of other teams picking after number 5 that we're gonna have to cover here. But I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and as you can see, scrolling on the bottom of the screen now. We have the best available from Zach's list. Zach's actually made up a top 50 list for this year's draft. There are 36 picks tonight, so we shall get through most of those guys, and we will update that along the way. We also have a couple. Go ahead.
I would think we get through most of them, but I think there's going to be a few that I don't have on my list at all. And there's probably going to be a few that neither of us have any clue, who they are. Like Nick York last year, I don't think either of us were very well versed on Nick York, so that's bound to happen. But that's all right. We'll roll with it.
Yeah, Nick York, Chaim Bloom making some rash decisions there, and definitely some questionable ones. But they have their methods, so more power to them.
Yeah, I mean, they could, they're picking right now at number 4. I wouldn't be unbelievably surprised if they went under slot again. I wouldn't be unbelievably surprised if they went for a high school shortstop too, which obviously wouldn't be under slot. But, they could pick a guy like Matt McLain. I think Baseball America said today that Matt McLain could be an option for them at number 4, which I think would surprise me. I have Matt McLain at number 16. And I don't think he's personally a top 5 guy to go in this draft. But hey, I mean, the Red Sox do things a bit differently. Chaim Bloom had a ton of success when he was out in Tampa Bay. So, I think that the Red Sox know what they're doing. And we questioned Nick York last year, but he's hitting pretty well right now down in the minors.
Yeah, you have Jack Leiter number 3 in your best available. I could see him going number 2 overall to the Rangers. I could see him going to the Red Sox at number 4. So
yeah. To me, Jack Leiter's the big question mark right now. I think where Jack Leiter goes is going to change everything for this top 10. I think, Jack Leiter has been connected to so many teams. Obviously he could go to the Pirates at number 1. I don't think anybody's ruling that out. But also at number 2 to the Rangers. I think number 3, with the Tigers, I wouldn't count them out for Leiter either. And then the Red Sox, Kevin Goldstein with Fangraphs has talked pretty extensively about how the Red Sox like Leiter and Leiter likes the Red Sox. So that could happen too, or we could drop to 5 for the O's. I don't know. That's a big question mark for me.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if he does go to the Red Sox. I mean, his dad obviously pitched a lot of years with the Yankees, very familiar with the AL East, so I'm sure his dad will bestow some knowledge on him. But not fun to face him, 4 or 5 times a year, so that wouldn't be great.
No, I mean, whoever the Red Sox get, it's going to be annoying just because they were a terrible team last year. They're leading the division this year, and now they're adding another premium talent to their farm system. And their farm system isn't very good. I mean, they have Jeter Downs, they have a few guys that are pretty solid. But I'm not saying they're a top tier farm system or anything. But I mean, just based on the fact that they have a lot of young talent in their major league team already, they're pretty well set up for the future. So whoever they get, whether it's Henry Davis, who I think the Red Sox could slot in, pretty much immediately to their lineup in 2022 because his bat is that advanced, or even a guy like Jack Leiter who could easily be there in 2023, any of the high school shortstops who could debut pretty quickly. So, whoever the Red Sox get, it's going to be annoying as Orioles fans, but you got to respect what they did, kind of just tanking and now being the best team in the division.
I know. It was such a weird year last year with only the 60 games, like the draft order being determined by that. I mean, that's unfortunate for us as Orioles fans because, fifth overall pick, but...
Look, someone said it before, and I kind of echo this. Like, if there's any year to have the number 5 pick, it's this year because we don't know who's going to go number 1. We don't know who's going to go number 2. It's not like a year where Adley Rutschman is about to go number 1 overall, and there's this, can't miss talent going number 1. That's not this year. Marcelo Meyer is not – he's a good talent. Don't get me wrong. He's a great talent. He's number 1 on my board, but he's not a guy who personally, to me, is a can't-miss player like an Adley Rutschman would be. So if there's any year to be picking number 5, it might be this year. As you see Marcelo Meyer right now on MLB Network.
So let's go through a little bit before the draft gets underway. Some of the mock drafts that have been done. You just mentioned a couple of guys that might be there, in the first 5 picks. What are some of the recent mock drafts saying, Zach?
Yeah, so Mayo and Callis this morning with MLB Pipeline. We had Callis on the other day on our show, and they both think that Khalil Watson is the guy for the Orioles at number 5. I echo this. I think Khalil Watson is the guy if he's there, but I highly doubt he's going to be there because I think the Rangers are very interested in him at number 2. I think the Red Sox would take him if he was there at number 4. So for Watson to get through both of those picks to the Orioles at number 5, I would be kind of surprised. And I could even see Watson going number 1. I wouldn't be shocked. The latest as far as Baseball America has gone, they've flip-flopped a few times today. I believe they've had so far Watson is the most recent, and then Lawler was their pick this morning. And I think Jack Leiters also showed up for the Orioles at number 5 at some point in their mock drafts today. So Baseball America kind of flipping around, but as far as Pipeline and Baseball America goes, that's what I've got.
So, like, when you were going through and making your draft rankings, what did you do? Did you watch any, like, film? How did you rank these guys?
No, yeah, I watched film on all the guys. I've watched a lot of them just throughout the year, the past few months in college baseball. Unfortunately, with the high school guys, I mean, there's basically no way to watch them on TV, so it's basically just going on YouTube and trying to find as much data and video on them as you can. As far as guys like Watson and Meyer, obviously there's going to be more video of those guys, but you look down the board at a guy like a Joshua Baez or something. There's just not going to be much video on a guy like that. So you do what you can, but it's definitely hard to rank these guys because they're all so close. They're all such good talents. So definitely listen to MLB Pipeline over me, but that's just my opinion on these guys.
For now, yeah. It might be a wonderkind. Who knows?
I don't know.
Looks like the draft's going to get underway in just about 10 minutes or so here. But like Zach and I said at the beginning,
15 minutes of like promotional video and stuff like that.
Sure.
Maybe probably a little longer, but 7:00.
We will be with you for the entirety of the draft tonight, all 4 hours of it. And it really helps if you're listening in and during the picks, if you comment in on YouTube, live comment, we will show your comments live on the broadcast. It's just good, engagement for us and for the people listening in, and we'll reply as that occurs. A couple of guests we got coming on here. Paul Valley will be on immediately after the Orioles pick at number 5. We hope to have Eric Arditi of Barstool on as well, and possibly Ryan Blake later on in the show.
Yeah, Ryan Blake is confirmed. He'll be on later in the show. Right. He's actually still working tonight, so he'll be on later in the show, but that's probably going to be, closer to the end of the draft. We'll talk about more with Ryan Blake about who the Orioles might pick at number 41. We'll kind of take a look at the names available on the board. And I'm expecting there to be some really good names on the board at 41. I think this is a draft to me where it's pretty weak at the top, but as you go down, there's not a lot of separation, like especially on my board, MLB Pipeline, whatever it is. I don't think there's a ton of separation between a guy like, at 30 or 50. I think they're very close, and I think there's a lot of talent in the back end of this draft, or the back end of the first round going into the second round. So I'm pretty confident the Orioles can get someone, pretty solid in this draft at 41, and then 65 too, down the road.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of those comp rounds, like we got Ryan Mountcastle, I believe, in one of the comp rounds. Jordan Westberg last year was in the 30 range. Right. So anytime you're picking in the 30s and 40s, there's still really good players available. Yeah,
I know for sure. We got a question coming in here from Prospects Providence. What happens if Lawler's available at 5? Does he have talent that will make them not go under slot? I would think if Lawler's available, it just depends on who else is there. I don't know. I think Lawler will be available at number 5. I don't know how well the Orioles like Lawler. I would think, I think if Watson's there at number 5, he's the guy. I don't feel that same way about Lawler, but he could certainly be the pick. I mean, he's a very toolsy guy. He's not the most athletic guy in the world, but I mean, he's going to hit, has some good power, probably will stick at shortstop. So I think he's a great talent. I just don't know if the Orioles look at him as a guy they'll go with number 5. I think the Orioles really like Colton Cowser. I wouldn't say Sal Frelick is out of the discussion. Henry Davis is there too. So I wouldn't say he's the talent to not make them go under slot. I think that'd be Watson.
Interesting. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk. We talked with Jim Callis about this, about the Orioles possibly going under slot. I've heard differing opinions on that all over the board. So it will be interesting to see who they select and how that plays out in the signing process. But
no doubt. I mean, it's gonna be some interesting things to happen. What percentage do you give the Orioles taking Judd Fabian? If they take Judd Fabian, someone might burn the warehouse down. I'm not even. It will be absolute anarchy on Orioles Twitter. I hope
I have some comments on him, but I was saving those to when he actually gets picked.
For Judd Fabian. If Judd Fabian goes at number 5, it wouldn't be, based on the fact that the Orioles took Heston Kjerstad last year, like it wouldn't blow me away. Fabian's got a pretty similar, he's an SEC outfielder, a pretty similar kind of, I guess, profile, right, that Mike Elias seems to like. I mean, he's a good fielder. He's got a good arm. He's got big power potential, a lot of swing and miss, but Mike Elias apparently doesn't care about that. So I wouldn't rule it out for sure. How the recent news about college players getting paid to impact the signability of guys like Lawler, Bubba Chandler, Lonnie White, etc. I would think it would affect guys a little bit. I think Lawler, there's been some rumors of him being priced down the board almost because he's asking for so much. And if he knows he can get a good, sponsorship deal when he goes to college, that could certainly be something. And then Bubba Chandler, Lonnie White, I mean, certainly options for them too. If they don't get picked as high as they want, they could easily go to college and maybe get paid more in their college career and then get a pretty big contract in the first round at a college. So I would say it's not out of the question at all.
Yeah, this is another comment we got coming in from Prospect Providence. Fabian has a 40% strikeout rate. I saw that in his scouting report.
Ton of swing and miss.
Yeah, not what you want to see, especially if you can't hit the secondary stuff, especially in college. I mean, that's not really a good sign. So
that's why Fabian dropped. I mean, Fabian probably would have been a top 15 pick if he hadn't had that K rate. But I mean, he struck out a lot. He struggled at the beginning of the year. That was the big problem with Fabian, is that basically his entire first few months were pretty disappointing. I think he was hitting like 250 after April or something, which is just not what you want to see out of a college guy. You have a lot of guys who hit 390, 400 in college. So when you see a guy like batting like 250, it's a pretty big disappointment. We've got a troll comment coming in here from Justin Labor, who has made this very clear. This is not his opinion. So there's that.
We'll see.
That is not Justin's opinion. Henry Davis, if we already have a catcher, let's not talk about that. Teams draft for not for need, but for whoever can provide the best value to their organization. So Justin definitely wants Henry Davis. He's very into Henry Davis. So
a thing about Henry Davis too is he has an extremely strong throwing arm.
He does.
You can stick him in right field and he'll be just fine.
I mean, that's an option. I think third base would be a pretty good fit. He hasn't played there a lot yet. I think he had maybe taken a few reps there in college, but I wouldn't say he's like anywhere near comfortable there. But I think that's an option for him. I could see left field, right field, like you said. And I mean, I think his arm would be wasted, but first base is definitely an option for Henry Davis too. I think he could play anywhere. But I'm not someone who thinks Henry Davis immediately needs to move off of catcher. Personally, if I were the Orioles and if I drafted Henry Davis, I would throw him a catcher, in Aberdeen, maybe all the way through Bowie, and to see how well he plays there. I mean, I would just get a better evaluation on him and how he receives, how he throws, all of that kind of stuff. And I would expect he'd be slightly below average, but not bad enough to the point where, you couldn't make him a catcher at the major league level. The Orioles currently employ, Pedro Severino. So, I mean, it wouldn't be, he's definitely a better defender than Pedro is. So if we're just looking at it from that perspective, there's that.
We got a pessimistic fan here.
Oh,
I'll share this comment and we can react to it.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about cutting deals, which the Orioles are definitely not immune to. So that is very fair. I you know what, Colton Cowser, I could very much see them going him at number 5. It's not a bad pick though. I mean, where is he?
Yeah, I mean, it could certainly be Colton Cowser. He's a great athlete.
Number 8. Yeah,
really, really good hit tool. And I think he's going to be a plus defender at the major league level, not in center field, but maybe in left or right. So I think Colton Cowser is definitely the pick. That's what I've been saying the whole time. If Khalil Watson's not on the board, so get ready for it. And I don't think it's going to be drastically under slot either. It would probably be, just maybe $1 million under slot. It wouldn't be a crazy, deal that would be cut. And I also think Michael Elias just loves, Colton Cowser. I think that's one of the things about it here, but, I wouldn't think they're going to go under slot just to go under slot. I think they're going to have a real reason to do it, just like they did last year with Kjerstad. And I still, carry the idea that Michael Elias was definitely having Kjerstad at the top of his board last year. I think that was the case. Apparently, Kumar's wanting to go under slot. Hey, if he wants to, I'd take that for sure. No doubt about it.
Oh my God, yeah, yeah. There was some chatter about that today. We'll see how real that is. We got some more comments coming in here.
Ethan Wilson, Matthew Nelson. Yeah, Matthew Nelson, the catcher, wouldn't take either there. Yeah, I mean, they might not. I'm not sure they would. It's going to depend on who they draft in the first round, obviously, about where they go at 41. I think we'll have a better idea of that after they pick at 5. But yeah, Ethan Wilson, Matthew Nelson, definitely 2 good options there for sure.
Justin, this is very much recent history.
The Orioles are not immune to cutting deals. No, they're not immune to cutting deals, though. Like they're not. I mean, they
trolling again.
It's common. But they're doing it with, they did it with Kjerstad last year. They could certainly do it again. When is Paul Valley coming on? He'll be on right after the 5th pick in the draft. So he'll be on right after the Orioles make their selection. We'll get him on here. And then Eric Arditi and Ryan Blake to follow.
Yep. That is the game plan for now. Might have another guest or 2 trickle in throughout the evening, but that's the plan for right now.
We're about 7 o'clock here, so we got like 6 minutes until this thing kicks off.
Mm-hmm.
How you feeling, Matt? Are you still confident in Meyer going number 1?
I'm confident in Meyer going number 1. I feel like every year, no matter who the player is, there's still some chatter. I remember when the Orioles took Rutschman, it was so clear cut, and there was still chatter that they were thinking.
JJ Bleday, JJ Bleday was like a big consideration apparently. But even if it was Bobby Witt Jr., I wouldn't have been upset. If we take Kumar, we're on the rotation, but he'd be in the remainder of the rotation is Grayson Deal, John Means, Cobb Resch, Mike Bowman, and Kevin Smith. I would think Kumar is a 2 or 3. I don't think he's a number 1 ace level guy. I don't think he's quite to what Grayson Rodriguez is, but I think Kumar would easily be the number 2 in this rotation. I would say Kumar is probably not quite as good as DL Hall, but with DL Hall's injury risk, I just can't promise anything with him. He's been injured a lot in his career, hasn't thrown a ton of innings. Stan coming on too, but he doesn't follow the draft picks. No, Stan will not be on. Stan the Fan, Charles from Pressbox, he will not be on. But he will not be there.
By the way, if you are new to the show, you're just watching the live stream for the first time, we do put out podcasts weekly. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It would help us a bunch. When we do go live on video, Zach is the co-host of the Bat Around with Paul Valley with Pressbox, so you can catch him every Saturday mornings. All right, let's see here. So it is 7:03, so we got hopefully not too long till the first pick is made. The Pittsburgh Pirates are on the clock, though.
We do have like a bunch. I don't know if you're watching MLB Network, Matt, but we do have a bunch of different draft room pictures here. Be interesting to see what the Orioles draft room looks like. Apparently, they're doing it in Camden Yards, like right behind home plate, Michael Ice.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see. You've got the entire 8 prospects that were invited to the draft, which is just sad and
oh wow, okay,
pretty disappointing. A whole 8 guys, including Chase Petty. That'd be kind of fun.
So a programming note: I am like 15 to 20 seconds behind.
Okay.
I just saw the draft rooms now, so just FYI.
Got it. Yeah, I'm gonna spoil every pick for you, but that's what we expected. That's what happened last year. Please, for the love of God, Henry Davis. It would be certainly another cornerstone bat for them. That would be a very, very solid pick. Best hitter in college baseball. Obviously the positions are in question, but I think that if they think Davis is the number 1 guy there on the college board. And if maybe Leiter and Watson are gone, it could certainly be Davis, but I'm still inclined to think that it would be Kowser at number 5. Matt, what do you think the percentage is that Leiter would drop to number 5?
I'm maybe a little bit bearish on this. I would probably say like 5%.
5%, yeah. That would probably be. I've actually gotten more pessimistic as the day goes on about it. But I think what happens at number 1, maybe if Meyer was not to go number 1, you saw a guy like Davis go number 1, that could shake things up for sure.
Right.
But like you said, the Pirates are on the clock actually right now. Texas number 2. That's another interesting one. Like I would be inclined to think they would go with Cleo Watson. That would be what I would say. But I think Jordan Lawler's on the board there. Leiter's on the board there. Reminds me of when they passed on Buster Posey after drafting Matt Wieters. Yeah.
My buddy Jake commenting in here. Love a good bearish. Love a good bearish.
It's a solid vocabulary word.
Some stock talk for you. Stonks talk.
Oh yeah, we need to get like a Michael Elias Stonks gif going after the number 5 pick. Well, I mean, maybe the Stonks are going down if Michael Elias picks South Frelick or something. But I wouldn't rule
my friend Jake Luke. Who could say?
I don't know.
All right. Who are we taking number 5, Zach? What is your final prediction?
It's got to be If Khalil Watson's there, Watson. If he's not, Colton Cowser. That's still basically what I'm thinking. How about you?
My prediction right now.
Oh,
Jordan Lawler.
We have a appearance by Rob Manfred here. So,
all right.
Jordan Lawler is your prediction?
Yes. Is he picking anything yet?
I don't believe he is.
All right, I'm going to continue to show some comments here then.
Okay.
Matt Wise, the NFL draft guru. You're the GM. Take a college pitcher knowing you need to sign him at slot value or go way under slot to help sign later picks. What do you think, Zach?
So I'm watching what Manfred says here. But take a college pitcher knowing you need to sign him at slot value, go way under slot to help sign later picks. If you can get one of the college pitchers like lighter at slot value, I would take lighter at slot value any day. I'm not sure how far over slot I want to go for lighter, but if he's there at slot value, I would take lighter for sure. Matt, do you have the exact number of what the Orioles slot number is?
I could find that in just about a second.
That would probably be, I believe it's around like $5.5 million. It could be a little bit lower or higher. I'm not positive there.
Orioles draft pool 2021.
Looks like this is basically just an opening address from Rob Manfred here talking about the All-Star weekend, so I don't believe it's anything about the Pirates' first pick. But
Are you looking for just the slot value for the fifth pick?
Right, for the fifth pick. I mean, you can talk about all of them if you want. 41,
all
65.
Right. The bonus pool in total is $11.8 million.
Okay.
Number 5 slot value is $6.1 million.
6.1. Okay, got it. So yeah, I mean, if they were to go like $7 million for a guy like Leiter, I wouldn't be opposed to it. But if you were to go like $8 million, that might be a little much. If you go under slot, for a Colton Cowser, maybe you pay like $5 million, $4.5 million. That wouldn't be a horrible option. But we'll see what happens here. Looks like they're announcing right now the prospects that are at the actual event. I thought for a minute that Henry Davis got picked because I saw his name come up on the screen, but it looks like they're just announcing who's here. Matt Mikulski's here. Matt Mikulski's very interesting pitcher.
What's the version of the Goodell hug for Rob Manfred? Is that like a nice polite handshake?
We didn't see it last year because everything was virtual, but the Roger Goodell hug is always a bit awkward. Like they clearly don't want to touch him. Like the prospects don't want to come anywhere near him, and he just forces himself on them. Mm-hmm. Always a little awkward, but it's. I mean, that's why he gets booed every time he walks out.
Of course,
nobody likes him.
There's Chase Petty.
Let's not forget there's only 8 prospects. Yeah, it's pretty
Jersey boy.
We congratulate all of the prospects, he's saying. So I guess we're about to get this underway, but I don't know. This is going to be a long night of probably just waiting here as teams go on the clock and everything. But
we're going to keep our audience entertained. That's the number one goal.
Do the best we can. Manfred wishes he had the swag Raja. Yeah, I mean, Goodell just knows. He knows he's rich. He knows he's great.
Rob Manfred has negative swag.
I mean, yeah. I guess I would too if I knew everyone hated me so much. Like it wouldn't be hard to have a ton of swag.
News.
Eric Longenhang. Okay. All right, he's now putting them on the clock. So this is different than previous years, by the way. I don't remember this draft, like the actual podium here in the draft room they're doing this in looking this nice. Like it's way better. They usually the MLB Network studios. Am I wrong in saying that?
It is, yes. It's normally in New Jersey.
It's usually pretty bad. Like it's not anything very special. We're looking at the Pirates draft room right now, so maybe we're gonna get something here. They've got 3 minutes 50 seconds. If I see this pick on Twitter, Matt, do you want me to announce it to everyone?
Yes, please. I don't know if we should spoil it, actually.
Okay.
You can private chat to me, so I can be the first to know. But
okay.
I don't think we should be spoiling these picks here live. People can check Twitter. Jake,
all right,
another comment here.
If you check Twitter, the number 1 pick is out.
Okay. And you want to private chat me? I don't really. I have too many tabs open.
I'm private chatting.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I know. All
right, I'm gonna get it ready.
You better get it ready. You better get it
ready. This is
Twitter right now.
Crazy.
Yeah, this
actually. I'm not spoiling it. This is good news for the Orioles.
Is it? I don't think it is. I actually think it's
Why
bad
not?
news for the Orioles.
Yeah.
Well, I can't say it because I'm going to give away the pick, but check Twitter if you're interested. But we're about to announce this, and whenever Rob Manfred comes to the podium, we'll announce it. But we're not doing spoilers here. But I don't think it's great news for the Orioles. I wouldn't say it's great.
We won't say until it's actually shown.
Yeah, I mean, you can just check Twitter if you're interested. Because people
Justin
are going to be
did have it first.
People are going to be extremely pissed off at us if we actually give this away. So, not going to do that.
Yeah, we're gonna let the people find out in real time.
I don't know how these people on Twitter get this stuff so quick. I have no idea how they
Somebody in draft room leaks it or something.
All right, man. Well, this is
so. Justin is saying it's actually bad news. It's just Red Sox. I mean,
that doesn't give you a clue who this is,
right? All right, we will find out momentarily. Zach, feel free to announce it as it happens. I will be behind.
Got it. As soon as Manfred comes to the podium, because I think I'm probably a little bit behind too. I was last year, so as soon as he comes to the podium, I will announce it. I'll try to stay on Twitter here and see, Jim Callis, Jeff Passan, the different guys that announced these picks earlier. Jeff Passan. Is it Passan? I don't know. I think
it is. It is Passan. It's confirmed as Passan.
Is it actually? I'm pretty sure that's what I had originally, and then you told me I was wrong. Almost 90%. Jason Lockett for him.
He's just going rogue with these comments here.
Yeah. If you don't
Justin, we don't know until we announce the pick. We will get to your comment in just a bit.
Yeah, we don't know. It's I wouldn't say this pick, and again, I'm not giving it away here, but I wouldn't say this is completely unexpected. I wouldn't say that.
Not completely unexpected. No.
But I mean, it's basically the equivalent of the Marlins drafting Max Meyer at number 3 last year. But it's certainly not. It's not as certain as Spencer Torkelson going number 1 because I don't think there was any certainty. I don't think there was any top talent to me on this board. Right. I don't think there was any guy where I looked at him. I was like, oh, that's the guy who has to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Any of the guys, Meyer, Watson, Leiter, Lawler, any of them. I mean, I just don't think that any of them are the clear number 1 pick because there just wasn't that talent. I mean, Adley Rutschman would have been that guy if he was here, but even Spencer would have been that guy. It looks like we're back in the studio now on MLB Network. Looks like Manfred's coming to the podium here.
All right, you let me know, and I will show it as it comes up in real time.
Okay. Pirates draft room, they're showing it. Everyone's kind of standing around. They've got 100 IMAX. You seeing this?
No. I'm updating
I feel like
this.
You don't need this big of a room, but apparently it's way. So the pick is in officially, as it says.
Pick is in officially. All right.
I don't know how are these small time reporters? The guy I actually read it from is not a big reporter. I don't know how he's getting this information so early. So here comes Manfred to the podium. The pick is Henry Davis, catcher, Louisville, number 1 overall to the Pittsburgh Pirates. A shocker. Not the biggest shock in the world, but still a shocker. Everyone thought it was Meyer. Meyer's mocked over and over and over. Henry Davis goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates 1 overall, and he's getting up now. He's going to the stage. Pretty insane, actually.
All right, let's hear a scouting report on him.
Oh, yeah, Henry Davis. I mean, look, he's the best college bat in the draft. Got a really good arm. Like we said before, could move to third base. A guy could play right field. I think right field might be his best position just based on the fact that we've never seen him play infield before. Obviously he has done a little bit. He's taken some reps there in college, but it's nothing substantial, nothing enough to say, oh, he's definitely going to be a third baseman. But right field for a guy with, he has decent speed, not great speed, but decent enough to play right field, has a good arm. And I think he'd be a good enough fielder to play in right field. And then as far as the bat goes, I mean, he's got definite power. He's not the biggest, contact guy in the world, not the biggest swing and miss guy in the world. But I would say that, he's pretty well-rounded as a hitter, probably a 60 grade hit, maybe a 55 grade power in my book. So, Davis is just an all-around good guy. I think that, he definitely deserved going 1 overall and really came out of nowhere. I think ranked 35 by MLB Pipeline originally, now moved up to number 5, I believe, or 6 on their board. So now, I mean, look, the Rangers going 2. I think it's got to be I think it's got to be Marcelo Meyer, right? I mean, it has to be.
Yeah, we have that comment here from Prospect Providence.
Marcelo Meyer. But, Davis, again, back on him. He's the best hitter in college in this draft. It makes sense. I mean, Davis is a safe pick. Davis is not one where you're going to pick him and you're going to go, all right, I don't know if he's going to work out. This is the safest pick to me that anybody could have made in this draft. It makes a lot of sense that they went and did it.
Just a quick programming note. I don't know if this is Paul's end or your end, but
I announced it literally as he was at my podium, so maybe I'm ahead. I'm watching it on my TV, not on the actual website or on Twitter. But Katie Minton says I'm shocked and excited. Yeah, I mean, I guess
it was wind up.
Matt, what do you think this does for the rest of the? What do you think this does for the rest of the draft?
What are the ripple effects? That's the real question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, you got to think Texas goes Meyer here. I can't imagine they wouldn't take Meyer. I'm gonna mark him off here.
I mean, the thing is, if you look at previous mock drafts, they were probably going to get Khalil Watson here. So if they think that if they have on the board that Marcelo Meyer is a better player, they're probably going to go him over Khalil.
I guarantee you, Texas is shocked right now. Like everyone in Texas has got to be blown away that Henry Davis now just went number 1 overall, because now they have the chance to get maybe who they think is the best player in the draft, in Meyer.
Yep.
I think there's considerable reason to say the Orioles think Meyer is the best player in the draft.
That would be insane if he fell to 5. That would be nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but I think there's reasonable consideration that the Orioles think Meyer is the best there. But what for you, Matt, makes Henry Davis the number 1 overall pick? Is it like a deciding factor that you think the Pirates went with Henry Davis because of it?
I think he made a good point that he's maybe a little bit of a safer pick. And the Pirates are they've been struggling for so long.
Right. Like almost you can't swing and miss on this pick. Like you
can't swing and miss. You got the number 1 picker overall. You get an Adley Rutschman type guy. I mean, if this is your cornerstone of your organization and you think he's the guy, pull the trigger. I mean,
I don't know if Henry Davis is a cornerstone in like the fashion. Because of like he's not the best defender in the world. He's not the best hitter ever come out of college or anything. Mm-hmm. But I think as far as the Pirates farm system is not the best where it is right now. It's certainly not good enough to bring them back from where they are right now as an MLB organization.
I think he provides you a little bit of versatility, though. I don't think if he doesn't stick a catcher, I don't think it's the end of the world.
I mean, if he moves to third base, that's a pretty valuable player. Like if you have a third baseman who's hitting, I mean, he could probably hit 280, 30 home runs a year. And play, at least decent defense at third base, and he's a pretty solid player. But maybe like a 900 OPS. I mean, this is a guy who could definitely hit. I just don't look at him as an Adley Rutschman in the sense that he's a franchise cornerstone. I don't personally see that. But they're showing right now the different draft picks to go number 1 overall. Adley Rutschman and
Joe Mauer
as catchers. So even if Henry Davis isn't a catcher, I'd be interested to see what the Pirates' plans are for him. Like
that's the key too, because Bryce Harper was a catcher and he was drafted as an outfielder. So,
I mean, they could certainly move him immediately. Personally, I would just let him go. Like, see if he can actually play catcher. See if you can improve with him. Obviously, MLB development staffs are a lot better than the college development staff. So, maybe they can make him a good catcher. I don't know, but receiving is certainly something that's pretty hard to learn. Now the pick is in for Texas.
All right, pick is in for Texas. A little bit of a shock here at number 1 overall.
So I'm going to wait until Manfred actually announces this to actually announce it here on the podcast. But.
Okay, that works. I guess, are we thinking Meyer here for sure? What are we thinking?
I got to think it's Meyer. It could be lighter. Good athletes coming out of Louisville. Yes, Lamar Jackson, Henry Davis, definitely good athlete. It could be Lawler. It could be later here, but I would think it's got to be Meyer. This is probably the dream scenario for Texas. Like they probably sat down today and they were like, "Well, if Henry Davis goes number 1, we're getting the guy we think is the best player in the draft." That's what I would have to think. So they're probably very happy.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of hard to pass up too. Like obviously, high school shortstop, high risk, high reward.
Right.
Meyer just seems to be the most complete player. I was looking at his scouting grades. It's just like across the board, he doesn't really have a subpar grade.
Yeah.
You got a gut feeling lighter, number 2.
It could be. It's got to be either Meyer or lighter.
What this comment from Matt Wise?
Does the current strength, the O's farm system, impact their strategy at number 5? I don't think they really care. I think they're going to take whoever they think is the best guy, whoever's number 1 on their board, and we have the pick in. Jack Leiter goes number 2.
Wow.
Jack Leiter goes number 2. So Meyer stays on the board. Jack Leiter goes to Texas. Justin
Craziness.
That's a surprise. Again, I thought Meyer for sure had to be the guy here. Detroit. Okay, we're up next with Detroit. I'll give my scouting report real quick on Meyer here, but Detroit is rumored to like House and Job next up. So as far as Jack Leiter goes, This guy said he calls it. Definitely called it. Leiter is got to be the best pitcher in this draft, at least in my opinion. Leiter, just an electric fastball. The off-speed stuff is incredible when it's on. I think the control issues, it's sometimes prevalent, but this guy, to me, is just dominant. Like, he comes out there, the mound presence is insane. He's not the biggest guy in the world. That's the one biggest concern I have with Jack Leiter, is that he doesn't have the size. But I think, being as young as he is, like, he could easily grow a little bit and become a bigger guy, maybe put some more muscle on. But I mean, the fastball hitting 99 almost routinely, that's got to be the thing for me that sets him apart. And I think if the off-speed stuff is good enough, he can control it on a daily basis, I don't see a reason why this guy can't become an ace. I think he's got to be the best pitcher in this draft. And I do think that, there were some times in this year where I watched Jack Leiter that he threw a little bit too much fastballs. So, developing a better changeup, developing more consistent off-speed stuff is going to make for a real ace. I think Texas got a good one. I mean, again, they went with a safer pick. I think Leiter is considerably safer than a guy like Meyer. So that's where they went, and that's the first two picks of the draft here. Matt, thoughts?
Yeah, I just had, with his fastball, obviously he gets a lot of swings and misses in the zone. He does have a decent feel for his spin, 12-6 curveball. He could develop his curveball still. I mean, there's still room for development there. Obviously, he has the lineage of outlighter pitching, so he's always going to rely on that. And he's got a really good feel for pitching as well. So he's been on the biggest stage for years now. I think This is a perfect pick for Texas. It's maybe not the best upside pick. Maybe Meyer has a little bit more upside, but you can't really go wrong. Can't go wrong with Leiter.
I mean, I think with Leiter, you look at a guy who, the sky's the limit of what he can be if he puts together some more pitches. I think the biggest reason that Leiter didn't go number one is because he's a two-pitch pitcher. It's not because he didn't have success, because he was pretty great this year. He had a few starts where he gave up too many home runs, but I think that's the product of just throwing too many fastballs, as I mentioned earlier. You throw too many fastballs, guys eventually catch up to 98, 99, so you have to throw the breaking stuff. You have to mix it in a bit. But Leiter, like you said, I mean, he has the family connection with Al Leiter, and obviously, it probably is going to make him a very good pitcher. He's got the experience. He's grown up around a Major League Baseball pitcher, so Paul says it's working out very well. Yeah, that definitely helps out, no doubt. Because now, I mean, where would Watson go if?
Here's the thing, right? You have probably the next three best available are probably the top three shortstops, high school shortstops, right?
Yes. By the way, we get our ticker at the bottom here.
Yep, I'm working on that one.
Kumar Rocker over Colton Cowser, just like Austin Martin over Heston Kjerstad. I would definitely prefer them to take Rocker over Cowser. That would be preferable for sure. But I think the Orioles are probably pretty bad right now. I mean, I think they wanted Leiter if he had fell there, but I knew I think they knew it wasn't going to happen.
All right, so I'm updating the ticker now. On the clock, we have the Detroit Tigers, number 3 pick.
They've only got like 30 seconds left, so I would think House or Job here has to be it. But I wouldn't be surprised if this was Watson. But this got kind of played out the way I think Detroit wanted it to, because I think they do like House and Job both. So we'll see what happens here. I'm going to see if Twitter's got any updates for us here.
Okay,
I'm not going to say it though.
I'm a fan of the speed with which we're going here so far.
Faster than last year, I feel like it has to be.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
Maybe because of being in person, it's a little bit faster.
It could be.
This is definitely working out decently well for the Orioles, but I think Watson's got to go forward to Boston. I can't imagine he doesn't. I think Boston's two targets were Leiter and Davis. That would be my guess.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, this next pick might tell you where we're at. Mm-hmm. Meyer, Lawler, Watson available. Red Sox don't get Davis or Leiter. So far, so good from Paul. Yeah. I mean, the Orioles are going to really have the pick of the litter of the high school shortstops if that's the route that they want to go.
Right. By the way, though, on the Red Sox pick number 4, Matt McLain, option to watch out for. I don't know that that's going to be it. I have no idea, but I think Matt McLain could end up being the guy here.
I like Matt McLain a bunch. He is not in your best available shown on the bottom yet.
Number 16 for me.
Number 16, kid out of UCLA.
I don't see Matt McLain being like a game-changing hitter. I don't see the bat really being anything more than like a contact guy. I think he's going to get on base at a reasonable clip, but I think that you draft Matt McLain because he's a very safe guy. The defense is there. He's probably going to stick at shortstop. He could move to second if necessary, but Matt McLain, you're drafting him because he's a good defender and that he's safe, not because the bat is the best in the class, because it's certainly far from that. I mean, if you want bat, and you're looking for a college guy, you'd probably go Colton Cowser or Sal Frelick over a guy like Matt McLain.
Looks like Justin has spoiled the pick.
Oh, good.
I'm not going to show it. I'm not going to show it on the screen, but if you want to look in the comments section, it is there.
Okay.
So that's very interesting because then
So we're looking at maybe Lawler, Jobe, or House, right? I mean, that would be the three.
Right.
I would think it'd be House. That would be my guess here.
But the Orioles are going to be in very good position no matter what at number 5, it looks like.
But what if Watson goes 4? Then Colton Cowser is the guy, no doubt.
Right.
I look
at Justin said it was a guess. So, Justin,
not
cool, bro.
I'm still sticking with Lawler, Jobe, or House here. I know that's that's 3, so it's not the most specific thing in the world, but I think it's got to be one of the 3. But the pick is in for sure.
Pick is in. Tigers war room. They already got a nice bevy of prospects there. Riley Green
played the Futures game today. I think he had like 2 hits. He was good.
Yep.
Here comes Manfred to the podium.
Pick is in.
Jackson Jobe is the pick. Jackson, out of Heritage Hall High School from Oklahoma, is the pick at number 3, which is very interesting. Jackson Jobe is the guy. You look at Boston now being on the board, Orioles number 5. This is setting up extremely well for them. So Jackson Jobe, obviously, a lot of people think has the highest ceiling out of any pitcher in this draft. But for me, he's at number 9 on my list. The reason for that being Jobe is just not the most safe guy at all in this draft. I personally, especially for rebuilding teams like Detroit, I would rather take a guy that is going to work out. For me, high school pitchers, I've seen them fail so many times over and over again that it's just pretty risky. But I've seen the comparisons with Dylan Bundy. I think they're talking about that right now on MLB Network. The fastball is pretty good. The breaking stuff is really good. The control's there too. I mean, he's basically a complete pitcher if you can put it all together. Just go watch his slider. Like his slider is top tier. It's got to be maybe the best slider in this whole draft. I know Kumar Rocker is a fantastic slider too. But Jackson Jobe has a super high ceiling, but also a very low floor. This is a guy who there's a big chance that he might not work out, but everything's going for Jackson Jobe. And I think that was the guy that the Tigers really wanted at 3. I don't think the top 2 picks changed that at all.
Yeah, a couple notes on him. Like you just mentioned his slider. This might be a little bit of an analytics pick because his spin rate on the slider is 3,000 RPM, which is just fantastic, especially for a high school pitcher. He's upgraded his low 80s changeup, but obviously the four-seam fastball sitting, mid-90s, tops out at around 96. This guy just – it's risky always to draft high school pitchers, but obviously the Tigers saw something in him.
So I just realized this. The Orioles are going to have their pick between Meyer and Watson. One of them is going to be there, which is good, very good. Yes. I don't know if that's going to be the pick if they get to him, but I mean, you would have to assume, right?
I would assume one of those picks will be an Oriole. I would be less certain if Watson goes here. I would be a little bit less certain, but he's falling, 4 picks already. So
Justin's telling me I'm behind. I don't know. Maybe I'm behind. I don't know.
Which is a little bit better than being ahead, but that's
Matt's 15 seconds behind me, so I guess we're all behind. But if Meyer makes it, that would be ridiculous. That would be simply ridiculous. Number 1 on my board. Meyer is a complete package player. I also think Watson's almost a complete package player. So the Orioles could be getting either one of those. The Red Sox may take Kumar here. I wouldn't say it's out of the question the Red Sox take him. I would think the Orioles. I think this pick's going to be Meyer here. That'd be my prediction. And the Orioles get Watson at number 5.
Yeah, take him number 5. I don't care about the money. That's a good point.
I think this has got to be working out the way the Orioles wanted to, right? Like this has to be perfect for what they planned.
I would be shocked if it's not Watson or Meyer at number 5.
I mean, I'm just waiting to see what this Red Sox pick is here.
Red Sox are probably a little bit miffed too. I mean, they're going to get a really good option here, but I'm sure they want a Jack Leiter. But the boards, it really fell to them pretty well.
Yeah, no doubt.
I got Carlos Collazo talking to my screen at the moment. Probably already seen that, but
yeah, I'm a little bit in front of you, but apparently I'm behind everyone else. I don't know if that's the case, but 0.13 ERA for Jackson Jobe this year. Well, who at 5 would make you scream in a bad way? Now that being that Meyer and Watson are on the board, anybody but those two, right? Like that would be a shock if the Orioles were to go to anybody but Meyer or Watson. Why is Lawler falling so much? I don't think Lawler was really projected to go too much in the top 5, unless at 5 for the Orioles. I don't know if Lawler was the guy, but to go in the top 5, but I don't know. Don't hold your breath, guys. These cheapos will cut a deal with Frelick. I'm going to put that up. You never know. You never know. And the pick is in here. To the podium is Manfred. And the pick, Marcelo Meyer, is picked here.
Oh, boy.
Watson is available, which is, I think, the dream scenario for the Orioles, what I've been hoping for this whole time. But Meyer is off the board. The Red Sox just got the best player in the whole draft. Like, how disappointing is that?
Especially going to the Red Sox, of course. That's very disappointing.
That's very annoying. I'm not going to lie.
All right. I mean, he's probably has the least question marks of
I mean,
some high school guys.
Not the safest guy, but as far as the high school guys, yeah, I would say the best one for sure. Even as far as safety, I would say he's the best one. But Meyer, 5-tool player. I think the biggest concern for me on Meyer is just basically the fact he's not the most athletic shortstop. I think there's a chance that he might not play shortstop in the major leagues, but I think that he's very well set up to hit at basically every level he'll be at. The guy's a great swing. The guy can hit the ball well. Basically across the board, he hits everything. He played good competition. He's going to develop power, I think, as he grows into his body. I don't think he's going to be like a 40 home run guy or anything, but he could hit 25 a year pretty routinely. They're showing his swing on the screen right now on MLB Network. It's just an amazing swing. I don't think quite as good as Watson's, but this is a 5-tool guy. Like, this is a guy who can basically do everything for you. The dream scenario, like I said, for the Red Sox. Dream scenario.
What do you think the comp of Corey Seager for Meyer? What do you think about that?
Corey Seager, I would say they're good at different things, to be honest. I think Corey Seager has a lot more power than Meyer will, but I think Meyer might be a little bit of a better hit tool. The swing is just ridiculous with Meyer. It is out of this world good.
All right. Looks like we're going to be...
We didn't even say it, but the Orioles are on the clock here. They've got about 2 minutes left here. But this is nervous time, right? This is the time.
This is the getting down to the nitty gritty here. I'm updating the best available.
I'm 100% ready for Colton Cowser to come off the board here.
Deep breaths.
I'm taking him. I mean, this worked out the way I wanted. Watson's here. Let's speculate who this pick could be. I mean, Watson. I think it's either Colton Cowser or Watson here for me.
I would be floored if it's not Watson. I would be absolutely.
It could be
floored.
Lawler too. Orioles taking sweet time with this pick right now, by the way.
All right, we got to add the Angels in here.
Feeling like a bust here is a new comment we have in.
It's just like Oriole syndrome, though. That's kind of the.
Justin saying it's Cowser. I wouldn't even be half surprised. That's what I'm basically saying.
I think he's trolling. Justin, please.
No, I don't think he knows yet, but because the pick's not even in. But if it's Cowser, it's basically what I expected, so I won't be too disappointed. But the fact that they would pass on Watson here would be, to me, mind blowing. Mind blowing.
Got the Orioles next up here. Oh,
the fact that Marcelo Meyer just dropped to number 4 is ridiculous. That is just insane.
And he was number 1 on your board, number 1 on many boards.
I think almost every.
Many mock drafts.
Maybe Jack Leiter was number 1 on a few boards. But he's a complete package. I cannot believe that the Pirates passed on him number 1 and let him get to the Red Sox of all teams. And the Orioles are still taking their sweet time here.
So they're doing a player comp for Marcelo Meyer, bat Robinson Cano.
Yeah.
Defensively, Brandon Crawford.
Which is ridiculous. Like that's an all-star every year. 10 years.
Here we go.
Goldstein said it's Cowser. Well, if it's Cowser, then you spoiled it to everyone. Which
we'll see.
It's not surprising to me that would be the case.
No, I can't blame you.
No, it's got to be Cowser. I mean, it's essentially got to be Cowser.
Well, pick is not officially made yet, so we will find out momentarily.
If it is Cowser, like I said, cannot believe they pass on Watson. I cannot believe they pass on Watson. But Cowser isn't the worst case scenario. I still think Frelick's the worst case scenario here.
Frelick would not make a whole heck of a lot of sense here.
I mean, no. I don't think Cowser makes sense. I think you've got to go with Watson. But if they don't, which I expect, that's the way it is.
All right. Do we have
what Michael Elias is doing, right? Like you gotta.
Do we have a timer? How much time left on the clock?
Picks been in, but I don't know when they're talking to Marcelo Meyer right now. So we'll see what happens here. It's got to be Cowser.
All right, we'll find out here. I mean, so what do we think here? Like Heston Kjerstad, Colton Cowser back-to-back years, somewhat similar players. What do you think about comparing those?
No, I don't think they're very similar players. I think Cowser is a pure hit tool kind of guy, and I think
less power.
That Kjerstad's a pure power kind of guy. I think they're actually polar opposites as far as everything. I think Cowser is going to command the outfield. Like he's a fantastic outfielder. Maybe not good enough to play center, but I think that Cowser is a great athlete, great hit tool. He's going to hit probably like 290, 300 in the majors. He's going to get on base. Speed's there, but I think with Kjerstad, you're looking at more of like a 40 home run a year guy. And strike out like 170, 180 times. So I think they're actually very opposite players, but they're both outfielders that are polished outfielders from the college game. So it's not surprising that a lot of people probably make that comp.
Colton Cowser did have 16 home runs this spring,
which was doubled from 2020 and 2019. He actually doubled combined.
Did face lesser competition than Kjerstad.
Right. I mean,
playing in the SEC
State is not like the hotbed of competition, which is why I would take Watson here again. But Watson, though, if we're talking about Watson, he plays in North Carolina, which is again not a hotbed of competition. Watson plays in a league where he doesn't see many curveballs. Probably sees a lot of like 85 to 89 mile an hour fastballs. Rob Manfred at the podium here, and I'm expecting Colton Cowser to be the pick. But that's kind of what we expected all along here.
That was my prediction on the show, bat around on Saturday.
And Colton Cowser is the pick for the Orioles number 5.
All right.
So, that's what we expected all along. I can't say I'm not disappointed they just passed on Watson. I can't say I'm not disappointed in that. I'm not mad at it, but I'm a little disappointed. But, Michael Elias knows what he's doing. So you've got
immediate reaction here from Paul Valley.
Immediate reaction from Paul Valley.
Don't know how you pass on Khalil Watson.
I don't know.
Or Jordan Lawler.
Yeah,
I
agree.
How many outfielders do you need in your system? I get it. Great hit tool, great speed, good glove.
Yeah.
So I get it. It's not a bad pick. Like Zach said.
Not a bad pick. No.
Zach, this guy's going to hit, hopefully, 280 to 300 on a regular basis at the major league level. I just feel like, and there is something to be said about a guy being 5'9". They don't have a ton of success. You can count the guys on one hand with fingers left over that are that height that are successful. You look at Cedric Mullins, you look at Jose Altuve, and then really that's about it. So with Khalil Watson being 5'9", I guess you can look at it like that if you want to find silver linings.
Right.
I don't know, man. I just feel like this is a guy who maybe would have still been available at number 10.
Right.
Draft. And
I think so too.
And the Orioles went and took him. Look, solid player. No, I'm not thrilled with the pick. I think I'm still stinging over the fact that the Red Sox intentionally tanked their season last year, were rewarded with the 4th overall pick, and then got the best player in the draft because of it.
Yeah.
I think that's stinging me more than anything else.
I think we kind of knew this was going to happen. Like as soon as the Orioles this is the kind of way they operate. Like this is what the Orioles do. They pick guys that maybe not everyone thinks is like the best player in this draft. Not even close. I'm at number 8 personally, but like I can't be mad at this. I would much rather have had Watson. I think Watson has such a high ceiling. I think he could be so good for the team that picks him. But I mean, it's not a disappointment, but it's certainly not. I'm not over the moon about it, as Kitty Minton just said.
Yeah, it's a pick that you're fine with.
Right, it's fine.
But you're not excited about it.
I don't think Colton Cowser is a franchise cornerstone. I don't think he's even close to that. I look at Colton Cowser at his ceiling being a above average major league starter. I don't see him being like a superstar player because I don't think the power is going to be there enough. I think he's probably going to hit like 15, 20 home runs a year at his peak. So, maybe he's like a Nick Markakis, somewhere around there, which would be awesome. But I wouldn't exactly call Colton Cowser a franchise cornerstone by any means, which you kind of want when you're picking number 5.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're going to pick a guy top 5, and I was talking about this with somebody the other day, and I don't know how quickly Colton Cowser can move. I don't know how quickly he can reach the major league level. This seems to me like a player that while the hit tool's there, it still might take him 2 to 3 years to get here.
Right.
Saying to me that they wanted us to draft a high school shortstop that's a stud. And while I wanted Henry Davis. That was a guy I wanted.
Yeah.
I thought that was a middle of the order bat that you could have in your lineup as early as 2023 to pair along with Adley Rutschman. He goes 1-1 overall, which doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense.
Right. No, I don't think it makes sense either.
I mean, he's not. He doesn't come across to me like Joe Mauer, like Adley Rutschman, like Buster Posey. He's a guy who can hit. He's a guy who can throw. Not a great receiver. His defense is going to need some work. And the Pirates, but I mean, it's the Pirates. You know what I mean? They haven't done a lot right since 1970.
Right, they needed to make the safe pick almost. Like you feel like the Pirates had to take the safe guy because if they miss on another pick, it just sets the rebuild back even more for them. Because their system isn't even that good, really. It's average.
Yeah. And so the fact that Marcelo Meyer didn't go number 1, the fact that he lasted number 4, that the Red Sox did something that I just felt to be a little underhanded. I don't believe in tanking, and I get what the Orioles are doing. I don't think that the Orioles – I guess the Orioles technically are tanking. What Elias is doing, not putting the best product on the field to – ensure that they get better talent in the pipeline. It's tanking, but the Orioles have been bad for 4 years. The Red Sox were good in 2019. The Red Sox are good in 2021. They're in first place. They have one bad year. They get rewarded with the 4th overall pick. But that's not what this is about. This is about what the Orioles did. They got themselves a solid player who's going to hit for average. He's got a solid arm, solid defense. He's got solid speed. Like you said, the power's not there, although he did hit 16 home runs this spring. Homered in 5 straight games back in April. This is a guy who potentially could hit 2, maybe even 3 in your order, set the tone for the top of that order. I just feel like you need a game-changing talent with a top 5 pick, and I'm not sure that Colton Cowser is a game-changing talent.
I don't think he's a game-changing pick. I think Colton Cowser is pretty safe. Like I think Colton Cowser is going to hit. I think he's going to be a solid player for the Orioles. I don't ever envision him being a superstar though, and I feel like I'd want more of a superstar at number 5 than what the Orioles just took. That's just me. Matt, what are your thoughts on this? Because you haven't said much at all.
No. To Jake's just point, we've had a lot of negative reactions coming in.
Yeah.
To Jake's just point,
last year, right? Like.
To Jake's just pointing to the last 2 drafts were a little bit too galaxy brain for him. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have made either of those picks that Elias made, but I'm not running the team obviously. So more power to them. They're a little bit more analytically driven. They don't really care at all about position, so they're just drafting outfielders. They just see the best available value. So we'll see. You really don't know until a couple years down the line anyway.
Paul, MLB ETA if it's Cowser from Matt Wise, the question.
I honestly, I haven't seen much of Cowser of anything at all. Mm-hmm. So I can't sit here and give you a realistic timetable. I'd like to think if you're going number 5 overall and you're a college bat, that you should be able to be in the major leagues by 2023. I'd like to think that, but DJ Stewart had the most prolific batting eye in the history of college baseball at Florida State. He was a 25th overall pick in the first round in 2015, and he barely plays now, and he's not any good. So these college bats that you take in the first round in the outfield, to me, are kind of a dime a dozen. And I could see him being here in 2023. I could see him being here in 2025. You really just don't know. And then you look at this team and you look at what Austin Hayes did today, making that stellar throw in right field and hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the first inning to kind of catapult that team. They lost because that's what the Orioles do right now.
Yeah.
But just really kind of taking that game under his wing. And today, Cedric Mullins in center field. Then you have Santander to think about. Heston Kjerstad, if he ever plays at all, because this is a serious thing with his heart.
Yeah.
If he ever plays at all, and then you have guys in your system already like Johnny Reiser, who's already at Double-A. You have Zach Watson. And then you're talking about Ryan Mountcastle potentially playing in the outfield. Yusniel Diaz is there. And Zach, we've talked about this. I have no faith that Yusniel Diaz
Right.
is ever going to amount to anything. He's hitting 179 in Triple-A. How many outfielders can you have? How many are going to stick? An outfielder is not really somebody that you can move from the outfield to the infield. So you're drafting from a position where you already have an abundance there.
Yeah.
But somebody's got to stick. Maybe this is one of those guys that sticks. Maybe they take him because they're like, this guy is going to stick. But it's a little hard to swallow after going underslot with Kjerstad last year. And then this is basically, in my opinion, unless they just wanted the best college bat available, which is what Colton Cowser is right now. And
Yes.
we know this regime loves college bats. They just do.
Yeah.
And that's unless it's either underslot and they really like somebody they want to convince not to go to college in the second round, or it's the best college bat available. I'm not thrilled with the pick, but I don't hate it.
This comment right here from Thomas Munson, Cowser is a high floor, low ceiling. That's kind of what I think. I think what he is what he is for Colton Cowser. Now the pick is coming in for Arizona right here. Paul, you might already know this pick, but is coming in. Jordan Lawler is going to the Diamondbacks at number 6. And again, like Paul said before, I mean, it's just hard to believe to me that, after they kind of alienated their fan base a little bit last year with the Heston Kjerstad pick, now you go and you pass on Cleo Watson and Jordan Lawler. It could be generational talents at shortstop. So it's a little bit like mixed feelings, I think, for all of us. But I think that, it's a safe pick and a guy that, it's probably going to work out. But Paul, you mentioned too, the Orioles have so many outfielders right now. They have an abundance of them. Austin Hayes might stick. Cedric Mullins is an all-star and, almost MVP level player this year. And then you have Heston Kjerstad. And if he comes back and plays like he did in college, then he's a star too. So where does Colton Cowser fit into this whole equation? It's a little bit confusing, to be honest. I don't know. It's a little bit confusing why this pick was made.
I mean, we don't know what Mike Elias and what Sigma Dell, what all those guys are thinking.
Right.
Maybe this was one of their top 2 or 3 players on their board. Maybe they really did value these guys that much higher than the rest of the guys that were available. You also have to think about the fact that, and I'm not sure that you can really think like this. I think you have to do best player available.
Yeah.
But you look at a franchise that in their minor league system, they have Jordan Westberg, Gunnar Henderson, Anthony Servideo, Darrell Hernandez, Joey Ortiz. They have 5 shortstops who they think can all play shortstop at the major league level. So maybe they're thinking, we've had a lot of injuries and a lot of underperformance in the outfield. Heston Kjerstad, we don't know if he'll ever play for this team. Let's go get an outfielder that we think will be at the major league level sooner than later and will stick. And maybe that's what they're thinking.
Is this almost a replacement pick for Heston Kjerstad? Is that how you feel? Is this a replacement for him not being there anymore?
I don't think Mike Elias has a job here if that's his mindset. You can't pick one player to replace another. And Kjerstad, Kjerstad is still very much in their plans, but you really have to acknowledge the fact that Heston Kjerstad may never play in the inning of Major League Baseball. He may never play professional baseball because this is a serious heart issue. He's just practicing and getting extended looks at spring training, and he's having a flare up again in his heart muscles. This is a serious issue.
Right. It could linger. We don't know. We're not doctors or anything, but this certainly doesn't look good. This is not something that's going to go away anytime soon. It seems clear. And
he's signed. So it's not like you can get relief from the number 2 overall pick never playing for you. So it's a waste. It could be. And look, Heston Kjerstad's health is more important than anything else, by far and away. But
yes.
From a business standpoint, there's a real chance that you wasted the number 2 overall pick last year. I mean, you look at the Futures game today, and you see Austin Martin playing in the Futures game, and Heston Kjerstad hasn't set foot on a baseball field professionally since being drafted, and he was number 2 overall pick. And then you go out and you make this pick for Colton Cowser. I wouldn't call it a replacement pick, but I would say it's a safe pick. It's a safe pick because you believe that this is a major league player that will be in your organization for probably about a decade and be a solid player for you. Right. I just don't know that he's a superstar. And I can't get my mind around the fact that you wouldn't draft a superstar in the top 5.
It feels like Colton Cowser to me is like a 10 to 15 kind of pick guy. Like a guy that, teams take when the top guys are off the board because he's not going to be a superstar, but he could be, a solid player, like you said, for like a decade plus in an organization. I think that's what Cowser is to me. I think Kjerstad, at number 2 last year has more of like a superstar potential to me than what Cowser brings. If he hits 40 home runs a year, he's a superstar. That's legitimate stuff. Where Colton Cowser, he might hit 290, 300 a year. He has the hit tool. He has the batting eye. He's super selective. But look, I mean, it just from what his college production was and from what he did in the college season this year, I can't get like really excited about this pick. It just doesn't, especially after passing on Watson to me. It's just still a bit disappointing. And I think I'm not trying to carry the Orioles water. None of us are. Like we are just trying to be realistic about what this pick is.
I think you look at this pick and it's like I said. It's a safe pick. It's a dull pick. It's a pick where it's like, you know what? This guy's going to play in the majors, and this guy's probably going to be successful, but not going to be the reason. He's going to be a role player on a team that goes out and potentially wins a World Series. He's not going to be the guy that gets them over the hump. And to me, that's a pick that you make when you're already there. When you're already in contention, when you're already a competitive baseball team.
Yes.
I just don't think that – I think that's a pick that you make when you're picking in the teens or the 20s. I don't think it's a pick you make in the top 5.
Yeah, I would agree. Matt, any more you have to say on this pick?
Not on the pick. I mean, Jordan Lawler just went. He was actually number 1 overall prospect from Baseball America going into the draft. He was your number 1 available, Zach. I mean, Cleo Watson's fallen a little bit. This is just a little bit surprising to me, seeing some of these guys fall.
Yeah, especially Watson. I can't believe Watson still hasn't been taken. It's unbelievable, really.
You have to wonder if it's his size. If being 5'9", 175 pounds is swaying people. You watch that swing. You watch the contact to damage ratio for this guy, and it's off the charts.
Yeah,
it's one of the prettiest swings I saw of all the draft videos that I watched. But he's 5'9". He's a small guy, and for the most part, that those guys don't have the best big league careers, and a lot of guys are superstars in high school. There are a ton of guys that are superstars in high school, and then when you get to that next level, and you're also looking at the potential that Khalil Watson. Who was he commit to? Was he commit to Vanderbilt?
No, Lawler was committed to Vanderbilt. I'm not positive where Watson was committed to. I believe it might have been NC State. I could be wrong.
But the further that Watson falls, he may go to college. He may go to college and try to end up the number 1 overall pick.
I wouldn't even be shocked at that. Yes.
Really to prove it, too, because just the competition level that he's facing. That's why Mike Trout fell as far as he did, because facing New Jersey competition, you don't really know how good he actually was. And
Watson, by the way, was committed to NC State. So it would have been a nice college baseball program. They were in the World Series this year. Royals pick is in, and the pick is for the Royals at number 7. Frank Mazzucato goes number 7 overall. The left-handed pitcher out of got to come up with my state here. I forget exactly what state he was at. But Frank Mazzucato comes off the board extremely early. This has got to be a shocker right now. Frank Mazzucato. It might have been New Jersey, but I've got to check on this for us.
You think this is an underslot play?
This could be an underslot play. Definitely could be. Threw 4 no-hitters in a row, by the way. So Frank Mazzucato is Connecticut is the actual state he's from. So from that northeast area where the competition is not great. It's definitely not a hotbed of competition there either. But he threw 4 no-hitters in a row. Good lefty for sure. He's a guy that I think, he's kind of bounced around. I think the hype almost gets a little bit too high for Mazzucato. And, now he just went 7 overall, which is a bit shocking to me. But the stuff is obviously very good if you're able to throw 4 no-hitters in a row. I think it's definitely high risk here. He's a bit skinnier, could grow into his body a little bit. And he add more velocity. He's only like 91, 93 right now, which is a little bit low, but definitely a shocker here. I would say this is, to me, the biggest shock of the
was he even in your top 50, Zach?
Yes, Mazzucato was at 23 for me.
Okay, that's actually fairly high.
So 23 for Mazzucato. Paul, your thoughts on this pick?
I'd heard of the guy that threw 4 straight no-hitters. I didn't know his name was Frank Mazzucato. I don't have an opinion on this. He's a high school pitcher that you just said throws in the low 90s. I think it's an under-slot move for sure.
Yeah, it's got to be. Good
for Mazzucato. I think that he'll develop more velocity once he gets to professional coaching.
Yeah.
If the Royals feel comfortable taking that guy, I heard that they really like Brady House. I'm surprised he wasn't the pick there.
Yeah.
If they like this guy and they take him and he ends up being something good for them, I just don't know enough about him to have a serious opinion about him.
I'm shocked he went before Kumar, to be honest.
Yeah, it's shocking Mazzucato went here. And I think before the 4 no-hitters, I don't think many people had Mazzucato inside their top 50. I think Pipeline boosted him up pretty high. I boosted him way higher. But Mazzucato is a great curveball, too. That's something to definitely look at. He can kind of attack the outside half of that curveball. It's pretty nasty. Guys chase it every time. And that's kind of how he threw the no-hitter, the 4 no-hitters in a row, because guys in Connecticut, again, it's not the best competition up there. Being able to hit a curveball that good is definitely going to be tough for them.
Did you say where he was committed to?
He was committed. I'm not positive where he's committed to. I don't have all of those colleges, but East Catholic High School is where he went to high school in Connecticut.
Yeah, maybe UConn up in Connecticut. Who knows?
It could be UConn. Yeah, I don't know exactly where it is. I'll get that for us right now, though.
Could be an underslot play.
I won't try and steal any of your thunder or anything like that, so I'll get out of here in just a couple minutes. I do want to stay on through the Rockies pick because I have to imagine that the Rockies are going to take Kumar Rocker. That team is so depleted for pitching. I have to imagine
that would make sense.
Rocker. And then I'm very interested to see where Khalil Watson falls now, because the further I have to imagine this is a kid who says, I'm going to college. You're dropping. There was talk that he could be the number 1 overall pick, and now you might not even be a top 10 pick. I could totally see this guy going to college and coming back and trying to be 1-1 in a couple of years.
Get himself a sponsorship deal there. Like, that would make total sense. I would almost feel like that makes more sense than anything to go back to college for Watson. Because he's not going number 8, you would have to assume. Like you said, like Kumar Rocker makes so much sense here, especially in a place that's so hard to pitch. They need all they can get.
And if Rocker doesn't go 8 to the Rockies, he's going 9 to the Angels, because that's a team that desperately
never has any pitching.
Right. I mean, I think, now that Lawler's off the board, you look at Brady House as a possibility for one of these 2 picks. It's got to be coming up here. Even to the Mets at number 10, Brady House would make sense. But apparently the Mets have looked at college outfielders, so it could be Sal Frelick to the Mets at number 10. That wouldn't be shocking either at all.
Quick note here. I was just say, quick note, the top 10 is still intact of Zach's best available because Mazzucato was number 23. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, perfect. Yep. But, Paul, what were you about to say?
Sal Frelick. I could be wrong. But I look at a guy who had trouble hitting up until this year. That really came on. I look at a guy who's had the knee issues, and is a little undersized in my opinion. I don't see a great career. He could have a good career.
Yeah.
But Sal Frelick, that was a guy who I was so nervous the Orioles were going to take under slot. I'd have been screaming, and you may have had to edit or censor me if they had taken Sal Frelick. That's a guy that I don't have a lot of confidence in.
Cowser to me is just a much better and more advanced version of Sal Frelick. That's what I look at.
But I saw that the Orioles could go under slot, and it could have been Cowser or Frelick. Cowser was the guy I wanted.
So how much under slot do you think they went here? Is this like $1 or $2 million, or is this even greater than that?
I don't know how underslot it is because they got Cowser at 5, and on some boards he was ranked 7th overall.
Yeah,
I think they save money, maybe $1 million. I don't know how much money you're going to save by picking a guy 2 picks ahead of where he was supposed to go, and it's enough that you're going to be able to convince somebody else to forego, because you're going to have to give somebody good money to forego their commitment to college in the second or third round. I'm not sure that they saved enough by going with Cowser, which really, again, it makes me think that this regime and their love for college bats in the draft that this was a guy who was towards the top of their board.
Right, and don't forget, Sigma Dale has all these models that clearly loves Colton Cowser. They clearly thought Colton Cowser was just a stud. I think, like I said, I keep saying with Kerstad last year, I'm pretty sure he was their top player on the board outside of Torkelson, and I think I think Colton Cowser was probably their top player on the board at number 5 as well. So that would be my guess, especially with who went in the top 4. I think if Leiter was there, they probably would have taken him. But it looks like the Rockies pick is coming up here. Paul, how ahead are you? Have you seen Manfred of the
I've actually turned. I paused MLB.
Okay, got it.
They picked the Orioles because I want to hear what they had to say, but I wanted to just jump on immediately with you guys.
So the Rockies are picking now, and they select Benny Montgomery at number 8.
Wow,
that is the shocker.
Benny Montgomery. I like Benny Montgomery, but the more I read about him, the more I saw of him, the more I liked him. Now, and he really only popped into my peripherals in the last week or so.
Yeah,
but big kid coming out of high school. Zach, you don't like his size as far as he's a skinny guy.
Very skinny, yeah.
He's 6'5", 205, but he's gonna grow into that frame. He's got great speed, great arm, a good glove, good bat speed, solid power. High school guy. He was a Pennsylvania Gatorade Player of the Year.
Yep, up in Math Country.
Yeah, and I like Benny Montgomery. I don't like him. Well, it's so funny because I was watching Taglia hit that home run in the first game, and they were talking to him. I was joking to my fiance, and I said to her, they were asking him. He's like, "Oh, well, I was saying what I thought that he would be saying because I had him on mute to talk to her, and I was saying, oh, yeah, get drafted by the Colorado Rockies and then hit a bunch of home runs, go someplace, get traded or move to someplace else and become half the player because there's no altitude there. I think that any offensive player going to the Rockies is going to be great for their career until they inevitably get traded away or leave in free agency and then they become a fraction of the player that they were. And you're seeing it right now with Nolan Arenado in St. Louis. Guy who would hit 330 with 40 home runs every year and lead the league in RBIs every year, and he's hitting 270 in St. Louis, and he's a good offensive bat, but he's nowhere near what he was in Colorado. Offensive players are always a solid pick for the Rockies because of what they can do in that high altitude, but I don't know. That team needs pitching. I don't know how you don't address it with Kumar Rocker.
They're just going to pound people into submission, really. That's the whole goal.
Yeah, including themselves.
This was a shocker to me. I had Benny Montgomery actually at number 39 on my list, so he was pretty low down there. But massive power potential. That's the biggest thing. But I worry a little bit about where the contact will be with someone who hits for that much power, like a Joshua Baez. There are guys in this draft that you've got to worry about where the contact will be for them. And like you mentioned, Paul, for me, I just think the guy's a little bit too skinny for me. He needs to grow in his body more to get that power and tap into that because I think the raw power is there. But I could see this guy striking out like 180, 190 times a year just because of the power that he has. And I worry about that. But a great outfielder, definitely going to play center field. Like this is a for sure center fielder with a great arm. I personally just like contact guys more than power guys, which should make me like Colton Cowser a lot. But being the fact that they went with this is a little bit surprising to me. Like you said, they could have used pitcher for sure with Kumar Rocker. They could have used it.
What you have to remember here, Zach, when we're talking about a guy's size, is a high school player. He's 18 years old. So he's going to grow. He's going to mature. He's going to pack on muscle. He's going to get a professional athlete nutrition regimen, workout regimen, that kind of coaching. You look at how skinny Manny Machado was when he came up to the Orioles in 2012. Yeah, and that's a beast of a man now.
He grew up. Yeah, he really grew up.
I have no doubts of Benny Montgomery, especially being 6'5". Playing in the major league outfield for 162 games a year, he's going to put on muscle because he has to. You can't be that skinny and last in any professional sport. He will put on pounds, and I think he's going to be a really solid player for them. I just think that you absolutely have to address pitching, and maybe they will in the second round. And I'm sure they will in these 20 rounds of the draft this year. But with a guy like Kumar Rocker that's still there, I don't know how you don't take him. And if the Angels don't take him, then I don't know who does.
Yeah, Angels got to take him. Or maybe the Mets after that. But we should have Eric Arditi coming on here any minute. I don't know, Paul. You can stick around whenever you want. But
I'll take off, guys. Like I said, I don't want to stay on too long and take any time away from you guys. So I just wanted to chat.
No worries.
Who the Rockies took. So Thanks for having me on. It was a ton of fun.
No worries.
I just want to tell the viewers, I'm not upset at the Cowser pick. I'm just not thrilled with it. I would have liked a superstar, and I don't think that's what they got there.
Yeah, I'm definitely with that too. I think they got, basically it wasn't unlike what I expected, but it's definitely not the most exciting pick for me. It's just a little bit of a letdown. But
yeah. All right, guys.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it, man.
Enjoy the rest of your coverage. See you.
That was Paul Valley from the Bat Around every Saturday from 8 to 10 or from 10 to 12, excuse me, on PressBox Online. I'm on that show as the host of that show. So Paul was gracious enough to join us today, give us his reaction to the pick. Here comes the Angels pick, by the way, at number 9. Sam Bachman goes number 9 to the Angels. Wow. Okay. So Sam Bachman, number 10 for me on my list. Sam Bachman, extremely good slider, extremely good fastball. I think he's got about a 70 grade fastball. He can blow up by basically anyone, but he has an injury history. He's been, quite frail in the past. But a guy that when he's healthy, he's electric. Nobody can touch him. I think the control issues are there. And if we're talking, reliever risk, I think Sam Bachman's probably about at the high point of that. He's totally a guy who could become a reliever just based on how hard he throws. But for me, I had him at number 10, super high on this guy. Went to Miami, Ohio. So this is a guy to me that, is going to blow people away if he can stay healthy. He's disgustingly good. Like this guy is just disgustingly good, but the reliever risk is there. So I think that's why, he fell as far as he would. But Matt, thoughts on this pick? And by the way,
something I have.
Eric Cardi would be on 8-10.
8-10. All right, perfect. 3 minutes. Sam Bachman, like you just said, electric stuff. Pitches, well against lefties and righties alike. Does not really favor one. He's a deceptive heavy changeup, so he does have some good secondary stuff. Angels need pitching desperately, so I don't really think you can go wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone Kumar personally over Bachman. As good as Bachman is, I just think the injury risk makes him a little less appealing than Kumar. And I had Kumar at number 6 on my list just because of how dominant Kumar is. I love the size. Sam Bachman's got size too, don't get me wrong. The delivery is one of the other concerns about Sam Bachman. It's a little bit jerky. It's not the smoothest at all. I do like the delivery of Kumar Rocker a lot more. It's another reason Kumar was higher on my list. And even Jackson Jobe I did have above Sam Bachman. Still number 10 for me was pretty high. And you got to think the Mets here, I got to think the Mets would go with a college bat. I think Sal Frelick is the guy for the Mets coming up.
I'm just updating your best available here. Number 1 is still Kumar Rocker.
This is going, I think, pretty much the way we expected. But I think Benny Montgomery is a bit of a shock as high as he went. Benny Montgomery, I did not expect to go at number 8. That's to me a shocker. Almost as much of a shocker as Max Meyer at number 3 last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Make sure I got this right.
Now you got to wonder, the Orioles are probably going to go under slot here for Cowser. I assume he'd be under slot, but you got to wonder who they're going to pick up at number 39 now. Like it has to be a guy that would be legit. You would have to think it's, a top 30, top 40 prospect.
Yeah, I would think so. I think we'll have a little bit better idea when we get into the early 20s who that will be. It's just unreal that Khalil Watson and Kumar Rocker are still on the board here at pick number 9. So yeah. It's going to be interesting the next 10 picks to see how that all shakes out.
Yeah, I mean, Rocker has to be unbelievably upset, right? Like Rocker has to be. If he doesn't get taken here by the Mets, which I wouldn't expect it, but here we go. Here's Manfred at the podium. But the Nationals just drafted 2 pitchers in a row with Rutledge and Cavalli in the first round. So I'm going to go back to back to back. Kumar Rocker goes to the Mets. Okay, so there he goes. Off the board at number 10. That's probably like the dream scenario for the Mets, right? Like that has to be what they wanted all along, I have to assume. Rocker is the guy at number 10. There's like 3 people on his couch. Nobody showed up for the Kumar Rocker draft party, apparently.
That's all right. Maybe they knew something. That was a telltale sign right there.
Maybe. I don't know. Poor Kumar. Nobody showed up. Not even Jack.
What about Kumar Rocker? Let's hear a mini scout.
Okay, yeah. So Kumar Rocker, kind of similar to Jack Leiter, where the breaking stuff is disgusting. The fastball, you can blow up by pretty much anyone, but the velocity dip that he had with the fastball, he went from about 90, basically sitting 95, 96, touching 97, to, down to really 91 for a good bit of time. There's this coach, by the way, on Tim Corbin from Vandy on the screen right now. But, that velocity dip really concerned everyone, I think. And I think that's what really made Kumar drop here is just the inconsistency of him. But the windup is fantastic. It's definitely one of the better ones in this draft. The fastball, like I said, is electric. The biggest thing for him is just keeping the consistency as far as control goes. And I don't know if Kumar has a good enough third pitch right now for me to say that he'd be a 3-pitch pitcher even. So I think the comps with him and Leiter are pretty comparable.
Eric Arditi is now joining the show. Eric, initial thoughts on the Orioles' first pick?
I mean, the whole draft in general has just been crazy. And I think it started off crazy, right off the bat with Davis going 1. And it just doesn't seem like anything has really gone to – nothing really seemed like it was going to go like we thought it would. Even Leiter going 2. I think everyone and their mother had him going to Boston. Which, thank God, we don't have to deal with that anymore.
True.
Even Kumar dropping to 10. I tweeted like at the beginning of the college baseball season. I think everyone thought it's Kumar Rocker 1-1, and then there's everybody else. So it's been a crazy draft. You called the Cowser pick what? 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, June 25th, I tweeted that.
You should be printing out that tweet and putting it on a shirt and wearing it around.
I'll have to eat the tweets like you always do.
Yeah, there you go. You find
a
way to do that.
Yeah, I put out a tweet this morning. I said if Cleo Watson's there, he's the guy, but if not, Cowser. They were both there, and they went with Cowser. So I guess I should be eating that tweet apparently. But
yeah. Well, again, print that out and frame it.
We'll have to do it.
But it's been exciting. I don't know. I'm fine with the pick. I'm not like jumping for joy. I'm not pounding my table like you should be being like, we got the guy.
Right.
But I'm not like I'm not throwing my remote, being like, we just rebuild the underslot. Like
fire Michael Elias. Yeah, right.
Yeah, like the other half of Orioles Twitter is, and it's like I tweeted like, just breathe. Everyone needs to breathe. Everyone like calm down. Do the Aaron Rodgers like relax. It'll be fine. Like we're hoping this guy is good. I don't know why people will automatically. Again, most of the people trashing this pick didn't know who this guy was at 7-12. It's 8-12 right now.
Not at all. Yeah.
A lot of those guys didn't know who he was. Like, guys, let's calm down. Like, I'm looking right now. I just got tweeted. Fangraphs had him as their number 6 prospect. MLB.com had him as their number 10 prospect. So, like, again, he's a good player. Like, it's not like he was a borderline first-round pick, and they picked him way underslotted 5. Like, I'm all right with it. I'm perfectly okay with it.
I think we're going to come to peace with it, like especially when we see what he does in the minors. I think that's going to be, what's really important is to see him. I hope he gets into Delmarva this year. I'd be extremely excited to see if he gets there. I don't know if he will because it seems like the Orioles kind of like to slow play their guys after they draft him. They've had a long season, so I'm not sure Michael Elias is going to throw him right out, but we'll see. I'd love to go down to Delmarva and see Colton Cowser for sure, but. I would. It's not for me. It's not like a super high ceiling pick. It's not anyone who's going to blow up and be a superstar. But Michael Elias, by the way, is making some comments on him right now. Said he's a center fielder for sure, in his opinion. Says that he was. Let's see. I believe that he said he was a top 5 talent, which I would hope so. He said he was.
Yeah, definitely hope so.
Yeah, he said he was an elite contact hitter. He has a chance to hit for power. Elias said. Joe Trezza, by the way, from MLB.com, said that he reminds him of Brandon Nimmo and Bradley Zimmer, which to me is not that exciting. Honestly.
All right.
Those aren't 2 names that really,
No.
Just dropped Bradley Zimmer from a fantasy team, so.
Right. Yeah, Bradley Zimmer.
In an American League only.
I can't hit. Like, Bradley Zimmer can't hit.
He's like a 233 career hitter.
Yeah. Brandon Nimmo has been on and off for his whole career hitting-wise, so I'm not really excited by that comp at all. I don't really have a personal comp for him. I don't know who would be – maybe like a more athletic Michael Brantley of some kind would be cool. Colton Cowser.
Give me that. I mean, he's a hell of a contact hitter, and I know I saw that Elias said that he's like a very good contact hitter.
Yeah, right.
This quote too. He said this is from Dan Connolly. He said the Orioles are quote poised to be as aggressive as possible for the rest of the draft. That should be what gets everyone excited. Like that should be what fires them up because again, the underslot thing. When people hear underslot, I feel like they automatically think cheap. It's not being cheap. It's
right, you're still spending your
pocketing the money. Elias isn't putting in,
right,
in his
right.
pocket.
It doesn't go away.
He's not going to Florida next week. Like, this is about maximizing the talent they can get later. Like, people need to get that. So.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're going to spend all the money. It's not like they're going to just throw it away or something and say, we didn't want to use it. Of course, they're going to spend it all. They're just going to allot it differently. That's kind of how the bonus pool works. I mean, they could look at 41. Like, maybe if a guy like Chase Petty falls to 41, you just pay the bank for Chase Petty. You pay him way over slot, like they did with a lot of the guys last year, Kobe Mayo, Carter Baldwin. They got paid because they ended up being there in the 4th and 5th round. So, like you said, I mean, it's going to make for a better end of the draft, no doubt. And I think Colton Cowser, for me at least, is not a complete deal breaker to go under slot. It's still exciting to see for me. It's not too, it still makes me excited to see what they do with the rest of the draft. I'm not completely torn down by this pick.
I mean, if you look at the first 5 picks in terms of slot value, everybody has 6 million plus. Pirates have 8 million. Rangers and Tigers have 7 million. This has been a weird draft so far. I see a lot of these teams going under slot.
Eric, what do you think the ETA is for Colton Cowser?
I mean, you'd have to think that it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Obviously with the lost season last year, but he's a college bat, and again, I mean, he performed really well this year. You saw his numbers; his power numbers are way up. You have to think. I don't know. Again, like you mentioned, they don't like to rush the guys along, especially the college guys who have played a longer season, and kind of want to get them off their feet again, especially not playing at all last year, or barely playing last year. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? 2024, maybe 2024, 2025?
2023 could even be possible.
Second half of the year or something.
Good enough 2022. It's possible. Like maybe a September call up in 23 starts the year as your starting outfielder in one of the positions in 2024. Maybe. I mean, I would even think that his timeline's probably ahead of Kjerstad at this point, right? I mean, he's going to be playing at an affiliate before Kjerstad, I would assume.
I think I would put my house on that. I mean, again, I don't think Kjerstad's not going to play at all this year.
Right, exactly.
So I don't think there's anything to like. I think we definitely see him in a minor league uniform before we see. Sorry, we're getting joined here before we get before we see Kjerstad in one. I don't know. I mean, I definitely think that we get him. Sorry, I definitely.
Do you want to give your 2 cents, Eric?
Yeah. What do you think about Colton Cowser? You say good pick. Okay, there we go.
There it is.
No, I mean, and people. He's saying people were talking about like, well, why do we draft him if we had Kjerstad last year? We got the lefty power bat last year, and it's like we don't know what we're getting in him. We may not see Kjerstad. I mean, there's a legitimate question mark on Kjerstad and the heart condition. And again, I mean, we heard that he got assigned to one of the rosters, and then he went down there, and it's like don't expect anything from him the rest of the year. So it's I'm almost considering him kind of out of the picture for right now. He's almost like going to be another free agent signing in a couple of years if they can get anything for him. So hopefully some of the other guys from that draft will be able to produce and kind of offset, what we didn't get from Kjerstad.
We have a question for JoJo here.
I was just going to say that. We have a question for JoJo. Upside versus guaranteed production.
I don't know what her take is on that. She was talking about it earlier. They had a Sesame Street episode on guaranteed production. So, but we'll have to rewatch that one. So I'll get her thoughts on it tomorrow.
Got it. What would be Eric Arditi's take on upside versus guaranteed production?
It's hard. I mean, guaranteed production is such a to me in the baseball and the MLB draft, there is no real guaranteed production just because we've seen studs in college turn into absolute no ones. I mean, one of the biggest ones I remember is a guy like Matt Laporta out of Florida, who I mean that he was going to be a Hall of Famer coming out of Florida. He got to Cleveland and he was trash. Mm-hmm. So I mean, and the upside is the sexy thing. And that's why I get why people wanted these high school shortstops. You see the perfect game, tapes, and you see these swings, and you see them on these dirt fields in Texas hitting 450-foot bombs, and you're like, sign me up for that. It's just, again, I mean, and as Orioles fans, we should know never bank on upside because I mean, you can count, you can name 15 people right off the top of your head on upside that just never panned out. So it's tough. And again, that's why the baseball draft is such a crapshoot. and it's tough to put a grade on it. I can understand putting a grade on an NFL draft a year in or an NBA draft a year in. Putting it a grade or and I don't know, just rating these drafts 10, 15, 20 minutes, even a year after the draft is so hard. It's just so tough.
It is. I mean, if you look up and down the Orioles roster right now, and you try to think of who is taken to college, who is taken to high school, to me, I think the Orioles recently, if you look across the minor leagues too, have had more success in high school. It almost looks like with DL Hall, Grayson Rodriguez, Ryan Mountcastle's on the major league roster. All of those guys are high school guys. But obviously you have Adley Rutschman down there too as a college guy. You have a bunch of other guys that have been drafted high up, Jordan Westberg, but Gunnar Henderson, another high school guy. So it almost seems like to me, the better guys in the Orioles system right now, the guys who are higher ranked, were the high school guys because the Orioles went for upside instead of safe projection. With Cowser obviously and Kjerstad last year as well, the Orioles went with safe projection for both. So I guess they just weigh that and try to say, all right, what are we looking to do here? Are we definitely trying to get the safest thing or the most risky thing? I don't know. So you got to be a little bit excited that it's probable that that Cowser is going to be a Major League Baseball player. Like it's probable.
Yeah,
I say I don't really know.
Yeah, I'm with, and Watson hasn't been taken yet, right?
Yeah, right, correct. He's still on the board. And the Nats pick is in, by the way, but they're taking forever because they are interviewing Jack Leiter.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see they're interviewing Leiter, so they're probably going to give him shine. And
we got a very important question here for you,
Which season of The Wire would you compare to Elias's tenure to this point?
Half of Twitter would probably say season 2.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's the worst. It's so bad. I can't even finish it. And then it's like, you can tell the people who understand The Wire and know The Wire know what season 2 is and what it means to the show. And again, it's a building block. This is a perfect question. It's like a building block in this show.
Yeah.
It's different than season 1 because it's not the gang banging, drug dealing, gangsters. It shifts over to the docks. And then again, it kind of, in the end, it all comes together and you feel really good about it. And you're like, wow, you know what? Season 2, you rewatch it a second time, a third time.
Ages
like,
well, right?
Yeah. And yeah, you have your Ziggy moments and stuff like that. And he's arguably, him or Johnny or Naaman's mom are probably the worst character in the show. Or what's that? Colicchio, the white cop. But yeah, I think season 2 of The Wire is perfect for him. Half people hate it, and if you really understand what they're trying to do long term, big picture, you get what they were going for, and in the end, you take a step back and you go, you know what? That works. And there you go, Brady House to
yeah, I was just about to say Brady House to the Washington Nationals, but it looks like Jake Luke over at Baltimore Beatdown agrees with you for sure. His thoughts
my guy Jake
to The Wire. But Brady House, number 11 to the Nationals, I think that's probably farther than anyone projected Brady House to go. That's got to be a drop for sure. But the contact questions are so prevalent with House. You just don't know if he's going to be able to harness the power because if he can actually hit the ball at all, because he swings and misses so much of the what he swings at, almost like a high school version of Judd Fabian, swing wise. But that's an interesting pick. The Nationals, they for sure needed to supplement their system. It's basically last place right now.
I was going to say they need someone in that farm
right.
system because they have who they have Cade, and that's about it.
Right, Cade Jackson Rutledge is basically it.
Yeah,
they do have Altoona too. If name Altoona, I could be wrong on that. They have a pretty solid shortstop prospect. Blanking on his name, it's like Altoona or something. But they're definitely not at the forefront of MLB systems right now. So Brady House, pretty solid. I would think for Brady House, he's going to move to third base, but the power potential is there. Lots of swing and miss in this game. He's got a little bit of speed, but I think he's gonna grow and he's actually gonna become a third baseman. So definitely a surprise to me. Winter Barrow High School in Georgia, as Matt put up on the screen there. So definitely an interesting one there for sure.
Yeah. Again, I like the pick though. I think it's a solid pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't have really minded. I wouldn't have minded if House was number 5 to the Orioles. I wouldn't have been excited about it per se, but I wouldn't have minded that for sure. And his comp looks like from Dan O'Dowd, Matt Chapman. Which I don't really agree with. I don't think his fielding is anywhere close to Matt Chapman. Chapman's like an elite defender.
Yeah, he's like a platinum glove.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a little bit dramatic of a comp to me, but
so we still have Khalil Watson here on the board. Do you think he is just going to go to college at this point?
Yeah.
Where is he committed to? Where was Watson committed to?
NC State.
Decent team to go to.
Right,
I think they're going to go.
Coming out of the College World Series, he could easily put himself into that like number 1 projection. But then again, if everyone finds out that he can't hit a curveball because he never saw him in high school, and he goes to NC State, he sucks, then he might not, might drop down 5 rounds or so and might regret it. So I don't know.
All right, looks like we're up to pick number 12 here with the Seattle Mariners.
Yes.
Clear Watson still on the board. Harry Ford, Ty Madden, Sal Frelick, guys like that.
Brady House at 549 in high school, apparently, which is ridiculous.
It's not bad.
Sheesh.
That's it's pretty good. So House swings and misses like Hurstad did. I mean, yeah, they're both high power guys, low contact, strikes out a lot, kind of the same kind of thing. But I would say that the swing is much nicer than Hurstad has. House's swing is definitely not the best, not at all. But Eric, who do you think is going to go number 12 here to Seattle?
I don't know. I mean, I was keeping an eye on your guy McLean from UCLA. I saw you throw his name out there too. Again, this draft has been so weird. I don't know. I mean, you would. Again, Seattle's farm system is pretty loaded too.
Right.
I know they're obviously going to lose some of their top guys, coming up. But I don't know. It could be anyone. Again, the way this draft has gone, like I'm still shocked at Job going 3 to Detroit.
Yeah, that's definitely shocking. I know they liked House too. It was like Job or House for Detroit, but I think if Leiter was there, they would have drafted Leiter too. I can't imagine Leiter would have made it past 3 at Detroit if he was there. But at Texas, taking Leiter is surprising me. I thought Watson might be the guy there, or Lawler. And now that, or even Meyer, the fact that they passed on Meyer is kind of shocking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, him falling to Boston was like the perfect storm for them.
So how annoyed are you by that? Because Marcelo Meyer is going to tear the Orioles up for 10 years.
Yeah, like I was looking forward to not getting carved up by Jack Leiter for 10 years, and then it's like, oh, great, now we got to deal with this guy too. Like, awesome, right? Gonna be fantastic.
And out of all the high school guys, I mean, Meyer is the most. I would say the most confident I am in anyone to work out. I mean, he looks like a beast.
He's going to absolutely. I mean, he's going to have his pick of women in the Boston area too. Like, that guy is going to crush chicks in Boston. Like the second I saw him on the pregame show, I was like, "That's Vinny Chase." Like that is, perfect.
He doesn't look like Adley Rutschman or Bobby Witt Jr., but yeah, he's still. You're probably right. Yeah, he would have fit well in Baltimore too. Wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I was like, when he was dropping, I was like, oh, I'm gonna start tweeting out, like tagging a bunch of bars, like, because I was like, this guy is gonna absolutely tear up Fed Hill. Like,
bring him to Jimmy's.
I've literally already slid in I've already slid in his DMs too, trying to get crab cakes hooked up. So
you want to plug the event at Jimmy's tomorrow night?
Yeah, Kowser, I've already slid in. Nice. Tomorrow we are going to do the watch party at Jimmy's for the Home Run Derby. Yes. Trivia starts at 7. Orioles trivia going on. You needed reservations for that. There was a little bit of miscommunication. People were confused. You don't need reservations to come to the watch party. It's at the top bar. It's the newly redesigned top bar at Jimmy's. Again, the Derby starts at 8. I'm getting there like 6:30. I'm getting a table. I'm getting set up, and I'm going to watch. I would say get there as early as you can. Again, you don't have to do trivia. TVs are going to be on, stuff like that. But again, we're going to watch. We're going to hopefully see Trey, put on a show. I would love to see him, finals appearance. Obviously, win the whole thing. I think it's going to be something that will. I think people are legitimately excited about it. So it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a great time. Matt and
8 o'clock. Come whenever. Come later. Come earlier if you can. We'll watch Trey hit some bombs.
Matt and I will most likely be making an appearance there tomorrow, so we'll see you there for sure, Eric. Eric, very much appreciate you coming on. And if you want to, anytime you want to come back, if you have any more thoughts, or just let me know. If you have any more thoughts on this draft, it's getting kind of crazy because number 12, Harry Ford, to Seattle.
Ford was the guy with that viral video hitting that home run like deep into the trees, wasn't he?
I'm not sure. I didn't see that. I don't think.
Was that like the 600-foot bomb allegedly?
Really?
So.
Wow.
Like left center. It's like a perfect camera angle behind home plate, and you see it's like a picture perfect. It looks like a scene out of a movie. It's pretty fire. I'll try.
He's pretty good. He's got great bat speed. Guy could play second, center field. He can move around the diamond. But that's an interesting pick too. I mean, it's been nonstop interesting picks here throughout. The top 12. Phillies are on the clock now, but.
Just updating the best available as Trey Sweeney moves into the number 10 spot.
Him and Blake Lively from the Towel will make a great couple. Marcelo Meyer, we're talking about?
Hell of a reference there, Jake. Hell of a reference.
Red Sox now have Jeter Downs, Marcelo Meyer. Yeah, it's kind of depressing to think about. But the rest of their farm system kind of I wouldn't say it's great. So lettuce for days. Also referring to Marcelo Meyer.
Yep.
Hurry up and take the Cookout sponsorship. That would be an incredible sponsorship to have. Cookout sponsorship for Khalil Watson. I mean, he's got to be going back to school at this point. There's no way.
Yeah, if I'm him, I'm turning my phone off and I'm turning like Warzone on or something, and like, all right,
yeah,
I'll talk to everyone later.
I'll see you guys later. Didn't go number 1 overall, so I'm out.
Yeah, now he has to go back to school shopping.
Yeah,
he's like,
back to school shop. Yeah, I mean he's got to be crushed right now. Like this guy was in number 1 conversations, and now it's pick 13. He hasn't been off the board. So
yeah, I mean I had
a ridiculous amount of money.
I had tweets set up like already drafted out for about 5 or 6 guys. Earlier
really?
in the day.
Yeah.
And Watson was the first one I did, being like,
yeah,
maybe he drops, maybe they get him, And again, I'm reading about him, and they're like, oh, maybe he's the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
So yeah, it sucks for him.
I think a few minutes ago, or not a few minutes ago, but a few hours ago, Kevin Goldstein said that Watson was a possibility for number 1 overall. I think there were others too. Joe Doyle was another one of those. If you guys follow him, so yeah, I mean maybe he's just asking for like $8 million. No team wants to pay him. But hey, maybe the Orioles can draft him at 41 and convince him to sign.
Yeah,
I wouldn't hate it. Someone suggested that before. I want to say it was Katie Mitten said that. Yeah, Watson falls to us at 41.
Yeah, I'll take that. Give me that.
I mean, remember what happened with Matt Allen in 2019? He dropped to the Mets at the 3rd round. He said he wasn't going to sign for anyone in the 1st or 2nd. Drops to the Mets at 3rd, and they sign him. So you never know. I mean, maybe the Orioles get a situation like that with Chase Petty or something. I don't know. Would be nice.
That'd be sick.
That would be sick.
All right, Eric. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming, man.
Yep. Awesome as always, guys. This is great. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Eric. Thanks.
Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. All right, Eric Arditi from Barstool. Always a great guest when he comes on the show for sure. Pick is in for the Phillies, so see where they go. I thought for a minute I was totally zoning out. I thought they had actually drafted Harry Ford, but it was actually the Mariners. But like I said on Harry Ford, just a quick scouting report on him. Great bat speed. I think behind Khalil Watson, maybe the best bat speed in this draft. Not the biggest guy in the world. His catching skills are kind of marginal. I don't think he's going to stick there. Probably fits better at second base or center field, but he's an athlete, a guy who can run a lot. If he does stick catcher, he'll be the fastest catcher in Major League history probably. He's like a 60, 65 runner. So a guy that can definitely move. And a guy who I think is definitely going to hit in the majors. But I don't see an unbelievably high ceiling for Ford. I think he kind of is what he is, but if he moves positions, he could certainly be a force in this league. Personally, I'm glad the Orioles didn't take Ford at number 5. I think that was probably a consideration you would have to think.
Yeah, I would think so. A guy who I actually really, really like coming into this draft, Ty Madden, the pitcher out of Texas, is still available. Do you see the Phillies maybe pulling trigger on him here? They got a couple options at their disposal.
I don't want to say no because I don't want to be wrong, but no. I don't think Ty Madden goes yet. I think Sal Frelick.
Number 2 on your best available.
No, yeah, number 2 on my best available. I don't think it's gonna be Watson because I don't think Watson's getting drafted at all. Maybe Sal Frelick here could be the guy. You might be right. It might be Ty Madden. It might be Andrew Painter. Maybe Matt McLain. I'm gonna go with Matt McLain. I think the Phillies take Matt McLain here. I could be wrong.
Matt McLain, the shortstop out of UCLA.
Yeah, shortstop of UCLA. That would be my guess, but you could be right on Ty Madden. But Sal Frelick makes sense too. Maybe Gunnar Hoglund could make sense here too. I'm not sure. I didn't read a lot of Phillies draft stuff at all. I'm not sure if what kind of profile they're looking for. They could be looking for, based on where they are in their system. I think a college bat or a college arm would make a lot more sense than a high school guy at this junction for them.
Yeah, I believe they just had Spencer Howard just graduated from their prospect list, right?
Spencer Howard. Yeah.
So they might be looking for pitching, might be looking for hitting. I mean, This draft has been insane anyway. So who could say at this point?
The pick is in for the Phillies, as I said before. So I mean, they're kind of a wild card here. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to go with, but I'm gonna guess Matt McLain.
Oh, we're on pick number 13 here, just about an hour and a half through the draft so far.
Andrew Painter.
Time.
Andrew Painter has been drafted. So one of the guys I did mention, not terribly who I expected there, but Andrew Painter off the board. Big kid. He has kind of like a Gray Rod-esque delivery. Not exactly the same, but it's definitely a little bit close. He kind of reminds me of Gray Rod a little bit coming out of high school with the just as big as he was. Calvary Christian High School, that's in Florida. And I love the competition in Florida. That's a great place to come out of. But a big kid for sure. He has 4 pitches. The fastball is the best. The problem is with Painter, the control could use some work, but that's not uncommon for high school pitchers. I see the bust level on Painter to be a little lower than a few of the other high school pitchers in this draft, specifically because of his size and the really nice delivery, and also the fact that he has 4 pitches to work with. So I do like this pick, actually, number 13 for the Phillies.
Zach doing his best Mel Kiper impression here.
I wish I could be Mel Kiper.
Quick evaluation.
Mel Kiper lives like 15 minutes away from me, by the way. Fun fact. Mel Kiper is a native of Jacksonville, Maryland. Somewhere in that area. So he lives around here. I've seen him in my local grocery store a few times. He's just walking around. The guy loves whipped cream, by the way. He loves pumpkin pie and whipped cream. I've seen him buy whipped cream there before. Just saying. Fun facts.
We got Ryan Cusick entering the top 10, who's one of the more intriguing pitching prospects in this draft out of, I believe, Wake Forest, right?
Yes. Now, let me see. Wake Forest for Ryan Cusick. I got to see
insane velocity.
Khalil Watson's still at number 1. We might as well take him off because he's not getting drafted. So Ty Madden, I guess, has to be the top guy right now. I'm kind of shocked Sal Frelick's not off the board, I'll be honest. I thought Frelick was going to go 7 or 8, maybe 9. Parkville guy. Okay. I didn't know it. Parkville, but he lives around me now somewhere. Loves growls. Cool. 14, San Francisco Giants. They're on the clock right now. Maybe Ryan Cusick could be the guy here. I wouldn't be entirely surprised with that. Maybe Jordan Wicks makes sense here.
We got San Francisco up here, so.
Right, yeah.
Possibly.
Again, not one of the teams I've read a lot about what they might do. But based on where they are, again, they're winning right now. Their system's already pretty good. They might want to go for someone who could supplement the major league team quicker. It's maybe a college arm. Watch out for Will Bednar here, by the way. Will Bednar. Will Bednar, if I can say it correctly, makes a lot of sense here.
Question, I don't see him going right here. Do you see a guy like Joshua Baez? Do you see him falling at all? I know he's a huge power guy. He kind of reminded me of the way, Blaze Jordan was talked up last year.
I would think he might drop because of the fact, again, high schoolers, they're just so unpredictable where they go off the board. But Josh Baez, the power is ridiculous. But I think based on the fact that a team is willing to go Brady House at number 11, another guy who's kind of similar to Baez, where he's going to have a lot of swing and miss in this game, but the power is massive. Could be a 30, 40 home run a year guy like Brady House. Baez could drop a bit. Just based on the fact that he's going to have a lot of swing and miss in his game, and nothing's for sure with Baez at all. But Baez is not that great of an athlete either. The arm is very good, as is usual for guys with a lot of power. They're usually very strong. But yeah, I would think Baez maybe drops into the mid-20s, maybe even out of the first round.
Yeah, I could see that as well.
Brady House now being interviewed, by the way, by Carlos Collazo. Nationals hat looking pretty good on him there.
That's Nationals are quietly picking up some real nice products here in the last couple of drafts.
Yeah,
I love Rutledge especially.
You saw Cade Cavalli. Disgusting stuff in the futures game today. I love him. Brady House is a lot of fun. So, they'll be excited to watch in a few years. Brady House, look, this is a guy who was projected to go number 1 overall in fall of 2020. So
I call it like 10 months ago.
He had a very bad time in a Wood Bat League, and he kind of dropped his name down a little bit. Or not Wood Bat League. I'm not entirely sure what the league was, but it was a league outside of his regular. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but outside of his regular high school schedule. So, but Brady House, another guy who faced a ton of good competition, so that could easily shoot him up your board a little bit. Brady House is from Georgia, which is a pretty good state for seeing some good pitching. So, Pick is in for the Giants at number 14. We're about 2 hours into this, by the way, somehow. I don't know. It's not pretty cool.
Time flies when you're having fun. That's what they say.
That's for sure. I wasn't having fun when Colton Cowser was picked, but hey.
Colton Cowser, man. I'm glad I'm not on Orioles Twitter right now. I just don't want to see all the negativity, but it's got to play out.
I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. I'm actually reading it just a few texts I've gotten, but I'm not reading Orioles Twitter because I know it's something's bad's going down there. I mean, people are probably badly past on Kumar Rocker. If you were, just a fan in February and you watched one game of Vanderbilt and where Kumar Rocker was the number one prospect in baseball in this draft, then you would have said, "Oh, the Orioles should have drafted Kumar Rocker." But look, I mean, the difference between what Kumar Rocker might have been for this team and what Colton Cowser would have been for this team is not that drastic. Twitter was a tough scene. Yeah, I don't doubt it.
All right, so got the San Francisco Giants on the clock here, number 14 overall. Oh man, they're probably looking to go for the win now mode. I would assume. I'm gonna go with Cusick or Madden would make the most sense here. Right, Ty Madden is more of a polished pitcher too. Yeah, I could see that.
All right, he is at the podium here.
All right. Gigantes.
Twitter's a tough scene. Just logged on. Terrible, terrible tough scene. Yeah, I'm putting that down for now. That's not something I want to look at right now. Negativity.
It's the Q score. They didn't know his name. That's why they were so pissed.
Right. I mean, it's probably the fact that people didn't. If you haven't seen Colton Cowser play a single game, you might not know who Colton Cowser is. So,
yeah, same Houston State, small school.
Right, which worries me. I mean, it's not a great competition. I mean, I think so much of this draft is about who they play. It's really important, which is maybe why Khalil Watson has dropped so much. But I also think it's because of why I think it's probably the demands money wise for Khalil Watson.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he wanted a load of money.
Apparently, he's been on the board for 14 picks now. I can't really hear what's going on, but everybody's clapping. So
they're honoring a guy.
It's a touching story.
I didn't catch exactly, but it's apparently a good story. I don't know exactly what's going on. I have my TV on mute.
Somebody on the YouTube comments wants to chip in or chime in. Rather, feel free.
Don't go on Twitter. Yeah.
Good old Rick Linklater. It is very much for me alone. Shout out Dazed and Confused. 4 Trilogy, School of Rock, also Richard Linklater.
This isn't a dig of you guys, but like the fans aren't scouts and neither are we. That's why we not to give blind support to Elias and Co. But I hope they know more than most.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean they do.
That's a fair assessment.
None of us are saying we're scouts.
It's the immediate blowback, really, that people are a little bit too reactionary. Yeah.
Will Bednar is off the board to the Giants, number 14.
There we got a pick in.
I love that pick. I love Will Bednar. He was unbelievable at Mississippi State. Unbelievable. Especially in the College World Series or the college playoffs. He really, really was good. So the Brewers are now on the clock. But Will Bednar seriously improved his stock, like I said, in the college playoffs. He was unbelievable. Struck out, I believe, 14 in a game at one point. The fastball is really good. Smooth and easy delivery. The fastball is really good. He's kind of dominant. Like Kumar Rocker has that big mound presence where he's just that big guy, kind of gives off a little bit of intimidation factor. But the delivery really for me is the best part of him. But the fastball and being able to kind of locate that in any spot he wants. The slider, just like Rocker's, is devastating when he throws it in the right spot. So I'm a big fan of Will Bednar. And I would say, just based on his performance in the later part of the college season this year, really did that for him. I don't think he would have gone here without his performances late in the year.
Will Bednar, let me just do a double check here. Yeah, he is actually outside of the top 29 from MLB Pipeline, but you had him actually currently at your sixth best available. So
yeah, I had Bednar at let's see, at number 17. So
right,
I was pretty close to where he actually went at number 14 there. I think that makes sense for the Giants. Like I think the Giants, being a team that's already in contention and kind of turning a corner right now, them being able to now add an arm in maybe 2 years or maybe even less, he could be in the bullpen this year, just like Garrett Crochet was.
Garrett Crochet,
the White Sox, like
this of Brandon Finnegan.
With these college pitchers, you can just throw them out there like pretty early because they're so advanced, they're so good. Will Bednar looks like a guy who's very polished to me, so I wouldn't be shocked if he's up in early 2022. Like I said, similar to what Garrett Crochet is doing right now for the White Sox. So I like that pick. I don't think that's a reach at all.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco Giants, I could see them. The draft's late, so that kind of affects things. You know, it's a month later. I don't really know if he's going to be able to make the postseason roster, but he's a guy definitely immediate impact type of guy.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that's a perfect way to put it. I think, similar to Ty Madden or Ryan Cusick or any of those guys, they're kind of immediate impact sort of guys. But I'm surprised there's some guys that haven't been picked yet here. I mean, Ty Madden, as I just mentioned, I'm shocked almost that he's still here. I'm a bit surprised that Sal Frelick is still on the board. I'm a bit surprised that Matt McLain is still on the board as well. I thought McLain had a top 10 chance.
Get the Milwaukee Brewers here on the clock, number 15 overall. They seem to draft fairly well. I remember I was a gigantic Keston Hiura fan a few years back when they drafted him. They're always kind of like in the thick of things too.
For sure, no doubt about that. Baseball America just put up their best available players. Looks like Khalil Watson, Sal Frelick are their top two. And then Matt McLain, Ty Madden, Jordan Wicks, Michael McGreevy, Gunnar Hoglund, and Bubba Chandler after that. So still some plenty of good talent available right now for the Brewers at number 15. The Brewers, I kind of look at the Giants, but I kind of look at them like the Giants, maybe trying to take a more polished player for this pick.
Man,
maybe Matt McLain here. They took UCLA.
I could see Matt McLain. He makes a lot of sense.
He took a UCLA guy last year with, if I can remember his name. He's having a great year, by the way, in the minors. But he's an outfielder. I'm just blanking on his name currently, but also a UCLA guy who went last year at number 26, I believe it was.
Okay. We'll find that for you in a second.
Yeah, it's just escaping my mind right now, but
Garrett Mitchell.
That's it. Yeah, Garrett Mitchell is having a great year.
I was a big fan of his coming out last year. I remember doing the write-up on him.
Yeah, he's definitely like a contact-focused guy, a lot of speed, good outfielder. The power's even there for him. He's going to be a stud, I think. Garrett Mitchell is – look at the year he's having. I think he's in AA or high A. He's killing it, so good for him.
Some of these what about some of these names? I like to look at some of these draft names.
Gage Jump, that's a good one.
Gage Jump, that's a phenomenal name. We got a Max Muncy. We already have a Max Muncy.
Yeah. Frank Mazzucato is an incredible name. Like Frank Mazzucato is a guy who could be like in a gangster movie or something. Like
easily, it's like film noir right there.
He'd fit right in.
Right. Joe Mack. I like Joe Mack. Just straight to the point.
Joe Mack is like a 1950s Yankees,
like 1800s type name.
I mean, he could be like anywhere in that era for the Yankees or something.
His baseball card is worth like $100,000, like easily.
Joe Mack. It sounds like it. Bubba Chandler, another great name. Gunnar Hoglund's kind of a great name.
Love a Gunnar. Good.
I'd never heard of a Gunnar until Gunnar Henderson, and now Gunnar Hoglund.
And then the stream of Gunnars.
I've never met a Gunnar in my life. Never.
I don't think there's any north of the Mason-Dixon line. So
yeah, you're probably not wrong. I'm south of the Mason-Dixon line, to be fair, but
that's true.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some other great names like Maddox Bruns. Maddox Bruns is an incredible name. I'm
looking at your list here. I was looking at a guy by the name of Jordan Wicks, the left-handed pitcher.
Jordan Wicks.
He is number 24 on your original top 50.
Yes.
Kansas State. Do you think a comp to a John Means is accurate? I know they say his changeup. He has the best changeup in the draft. Similar velocity.
Yeah.
Left-handed pitcher. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, the changeup is like a 65 grade changeup. He can kind of throw that whenever he wants and get a strike out of it. He has kind of ridiculous tail in that changeup too. The fastball, I think, is a lot more average than the John Means fastball. I think that's what kind of separates those two. I think John Means is a better pitcher.
But at the time, though, I mean,
at the time, sure.
But velocity.
I don't see the ability from Jordan Wicks to be able to rotate between that fastball and the changeup as well as John Means does. But obviously, he's a prospect, and he's going to get a lot better. He might become a 2 or 3 in this league. So Jordan Wicks, I mean, the changeup is ridiculous. He's one of those guys who can just pull the string whenever he wants. He can throw it. You can get anyone basically to swing at that. And I would say he's pretty polished. Kansas State's not bad competition either. Great draft names are Heston Kjerstad and Colton Cowser. Yeah, it's true. Colton Cowser's not bad. Mitchell did fall because type 1 diabetes. Yeah, he also had some injury history as well that made him fall. Couldn't remember his name for the life of me. Couldn't remember his name.
They all blend together after a while. It's all right.
It's true. I couldn't tell you who went number 20 2 years ago. Like wouldn't have
no. Oh my god, no.
Wouldn't have a clue at this point.
No idea. I mean, this is literally, where did Kumar Rocker went 10th overall?
Kumar Rocker went to the Angels?
Mets.
Oh, the Mets. Yeah, so 10th overall. Yeah.
Yeah, so he went 10th overall. That's basically two drafts.
That's a good fit.
That's it's a good fit, I'm saying, but that's both of his drafts he's fell. When he was coming out of high school, he could have been a top 15 pick. Ended up going, to college, obviously, but definitely not what he was hoping for. He was kind of the consensus 1-1 after last year.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
I think Frelick could be the guy here. I think Ty Madden could be the guy here. Maybe Jordan Wicks, as you said before.
Yeah, we got Milwaukee here on the clock.
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, I don't think. Oh yeah, here comes Rob Manfred.
Okay.
We need some of that good music. We're kind of missing right now at this point.
I wonder if ESPN has
NFL draft music.
Yeah,
it's unmatched. They're interviewing Will Bednar currently. That's a really good fit for the Giants too. That's nasty good pick.
Yeah, for sure.
But they got at number 15 here for the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
Frelick or Madden. Maybe you see Cusick, Gunnar Hoglund. I think they're all in play here. I think they're going to go with the college guy.
Makes a lot of sense. A lot of these playoff teams too.
Maybe even a Matt McLain. You can replace Brandon Crawford in the long run. I think Matt McLain is one of those guys in this draft that could be in the majors very quickly.
Milwaukee, though. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Milwaukee. I'm still thinking of San Francisco.
Yeah.
But yeah, Milwaukee doesn't. I mean, you have the shortstop they got from Tampa Bay,
Adames
and Willie Adames, but they don't have a really great option right now at short. So it could be Matt McLain. You can move him up pretty quick. Sal Frelick is the pick from Boston College. So Sal Frelick finally off the board. He waited a while, but he's off the board. Frelick, very good contact hitter. I think along with Colton Cowser, two of the best contact hitters in this draft. Great eye, but the power is really what worries me here for Frelick. He has basically none of it. I don't think Frelick is going to be any more than like a 10 home run guy in the majors. I would also I made the comp with Michael Brantley to Colton Cowser, but I also don't think that's a bad comp for Sal Frelick. I do like the swing a lot. It's a pretty smooth swing, but I think he just doesn't. The power potential for me is just not there enough to get too excited about this pick. But the hands are quick. Being from Boston College is not the best. Hotbed of competition there either.
Those old school scouts don't like the cold weather schools.
Yeah, I'm not against guys from cold weather schools, but you look at them as. They just don't play against the best competition. I like SEC players personally. So Sal Frelick here immediately gets a knock for that. But I mean, he's fast. He can play good outfield, quick hands, good swing. I didn't like him at 5, but I like him at 15. I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's a bad pick at all. I had him at 13, so I think that's a pretty good spot for Sal Frelick. Him and Garrett, good. Really good.
You're for sure crushing it on these pick selections, like on your board versus actually where they get drafted.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Guy mentioned
maybe Matt McLain Actually, no. I think a high school guy here for the Marlins.
Ryan McKenna better than Frelick. That's actually who I had in mind when I was thinking of cold weather guys.
That is a bold take right there. I don't agree with that, but that's a
okay. It might have been said in jest. It's hard to convey tone.
Quite a bit of a good contact hitter. But hey, Ryan McKenna's getting some playing time right now, so you never know.
Yeah,
might turn out to be a better player than we think. But looks like Sal Frelick plays some football too, which I was not aware of. But yeah, I mean he's fast. The guy's going to play center field. I don't think that's a bad pick at all. I like it for sure. Now 16th, the Marlins here. I'm going to project. I think they're going to go with Chase Petty here. That would be my projection.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, they've been going a lot of hitters recently with their first overall picks. JJ Bleday.
All right, maybe. I'm thinking maybe possibly they could go with a guy like Colson Montgomery right here. That would be a possibility.
Third baseman. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's going to play either shortstop or third, probably third. If he grows into his body a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I would be inclined to think they'd go with a high school guy here, just based on the fact that they have a lot of talent at the top levels of their organization in Miami. I would think they'd probably go high school guy. Could be wrong though.
We shall see. In terms of high school guys, Chase Petty, obviously. Josh Baez still there.
Maybe Max Muncy could be even an option.
Max Muncy. Mm-hmm. Apparently redeclared.
Maybe Trey Sweeney here.
Trey Sweeney.
I'm not too confident in that, but maybe I know he's a college guy, obviously from East Carolina, but Gavin Williams is very good.
I'm going to step out for a minute just to keep the folks entertained here.
No worries. I would have to think Chase Petty is around this spot. Has an MLB player ever come out of Sam Houston State prior to Colton Cowser? Yes, there has been. There's been a few that I believe have even been first round picks, but I don't have those names for you. I can get that. For you whenever you want. But yes, Colton Cowser has been a guy, and Baltimore Beatdown says Glenn Wilson was a guy who came out of Sam Houston State. That's probably there's probably others. But yes, there has been guys that have come out of Sam Houston State. It's not the smallest school in the world, but it's certainly not like a major producer of MLB talent, which I think is one of the reasons that everyone's a little bit concerned about the pick of Colton Cowser. But we just got to trust what Elias did, not be a blind follower, but trust what he did. Pick is in, by the way, for Miami. So I don't have any idea what they're going to go with here, but I would think it's got to be a high school guy. Chase Petty makes sense. Josh Baez makes sense. Maybe even a Colson Montgomery could show up here, so we'll see. I think that personally the Marlins could use they could definitely use help on the bat side of things. I think their pitching is actually not too bad in the minors. So if they are looking to draft for help at one certain position, I think infield could be the way they go. They have some solid outfielders in the top level of their organization. They have some solid, catching prospects, some solid pitching prospects. So maybe infield would make a lot of sense for them, especially with a lot of young talent they have at the major league level already. I think infield would make a lot of sense here. So maybe I'm not sure who this would be, but here we go with the pick. Khalil Watson goes to the Miami Marlins. So I was just saying high school infielder, and Khalil Watson is off the board of the Marlins.
Oh, my God.
Maybe he is going to sign, apparently. Maybe he is going to sign.
You're not picking him at number 16 if he's not going to sign.
Right. I mean, you have to think they worked out a deal here. But, wow, that is a shocking pick right there. Khalil Watson. But
hey, you were correct on the high school player. I did not take Khalil off the best available list for this reason, just in case.
Okay, cool. I think that makes a lot of sense there. Khalil Watson, like I said, infield they need help there, so I think Khalil Watson makes a lot of sense at number 16 there. That's a good pick. Like you can compare him with Jazz Chisholm a little bit. He's already in that system. That's a really, really good pick.
That's a lethal up the middle combo.
I'm quite jealous of the Marlins right now. I'm not going to lie. That's an amazing pick to get at number 16. They might even be able to go under slot with that.
Jeez, can you imagine that? It's crazy. All right, let's add him to the take him off best available. He's been in the top 2 since the beginning of the draft. So Number 16 overall. That's a phenomenal value.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Got more. Some little conversation here going.
A 30-plus-year-old outfield that plays tons of games, 1,000 games in the minors, didn't show anything. I agree with that completely. I'm not too pressed about the Orioles losing Mike Yastrzemski. He didn't really show anything here, so good for him that he made it in San Francisco. But I'm not upset about that.
So we got number 1 off the board here. Best available new number 1 is going to be Ty Madden.
Ty Madden is the new number 1, which I'm shocked he hasn't been taken. Nick Lodolo was taken, I believe, last year by the Reds. So for them to go back-to-back college pitchers would be a bit. Or I'm not sure if Lodolo was out of college or not. I can't remember that far.
He was TCU.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, to go back-to-back college pitchers might be a little bit surprising, but the Reds do need help on the pitching side of things. So will Khalil Watson be better than Victor Mesa? I would hope he would be better than Victor Mesa. He's been pretty horrible.
But I don't know if he's going to live up to the hype of Victor Mesa.
No, I don't think anybody can live up to the hype of Victor Mesa. But Watson's a really, really good player. I'm jealous of that for sure.
Probably your favorite player in the draft, not necessarily your best player. He was number 2, but
yeah, he's a lot. I mean, the swing is incredible. Like, you watch that swing. The thing you have to keep worrying about though is the lack of competition he played. Basically the fact that he didn't see a lot of curveballs in high school. I think that's certainly a thing to think about. But Watson, I mean, he's got 30 home run power. He can easily put up 30, 40 home runs in the major leagues. Great athlete, a guy who can run, a guy whose hit tool is not the best, but I would say his hit tools, probably 50, 55, but the power is probably 60, 65. The arm's pretty good. I think he's going to stick at shortstop, but if not, he'll move over to second base. I think this is a projection pick. You take Khalil Watson knowing that he's going to get a lot better than what he is right now. I like the pick a lot. I'm not upset with that at all at number 16. I would have totally gone with him at number 5 still, like I said before. But that's just the way it went.
I mean, yes, like his size is for sure a concern, but there's time and time an example of players his size working out in the major leagues. You got Mookie Betts, Cedric Mullins. I mean, it's not like some of these guys can't really break through.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting draft in the way some of these things have worked. Matt, what would be your projection number 17 here?
I got the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah.
Their bullpen has been awful. Like, their pitching has been awful this year. They're probably going to win. That's a small ballpark. I'm just going to go chalk and say Ty Madden here.
Okay. I don't think they're going to pick 2 college pitchers in a row. So Now with Sal Frelick off the board, you could be right. It could be Ty Madden.
There we go. Okay. Nothing. Continue on.
We got a new comment coming in here. Yes, Heston Kjerstad is 22 years old, maybe never make it to the majors. Yaz at 30 is a steal. It's a steal for them now that they're competing. I mean, good for that. They found a good talent that they wanted. I'm not upset about it, like I said before, but it's clearly they figured out something in his swing or what he does, how he prepares, whatever, that the Orioles couldn't figure out. But the Orioles exactly were not a great place for development of any prospects back in before Mike Elias came here. So I think, everyone who says that Mike Elias is doing a bad job, I think you also got to look about how he's developed a lot of these prospects. I mean, look at the numbers of Adley Rutschman, look at the numbers of Grayson Rodriguez. You can kind of see the development has gotten a lot better than what it was before, especially since the last regime ruined a guy like Dylan Bundy. So just to put that out there.
Sure.
A 5'9" middle infielder is more the exception than the rule. I'm not exactly sure what that's in reference to, other than it being about Khalil Watson.
That's what he's talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the 5'9" stuff, he's going to get bigger. You would have to assume. I don't know if he's still 5'9". I don't know when that measurement was taken. I almost feel like he's probably gotten bigger since then. But I'm not really so worried about the height. I know, Paul mentioned that a lot of the 5'9" guys don't work out, and that's totally true. But I think it's more about what the swing is, what the what his numbers looked like in high school. That's what I take more into account. I'm not so worried about the size, but it's definitely a factor, no doubt.
We've now reached a consensus here with MLB Pipeline and your personal rankings, meeting with Ty Madden being number 1 available.
Okay.
Their second guy is Matt McLean. and he's your number 3rd. So some
consensus
here.
I've Chase Petty in front of Matt McLain.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why. It's probably not a very reliable thing, but I just love Chase Petty. I love Chase Petty.
And this is a good point by Justin too. Taking like listings of high school players is not always completely accurate. It's not also accurate in college either. So
5'7" would be. I don't think he's 5'7". I haven't watched a single video on him where I go, wow, he's really ridiculously short. Like you would with Jose Altuve or something. So Elias and his staff has also done an excellent job in developing and acquiring under the radar talent. Absolutely, 100%. So even if they don't hit on some of these draft picks, like if for whatever reason Colton Cowser was to be a complete bust, or Heston Kjerstad never plays a major league game, Mike Elias seems to find ways to get value in the later parts of the draft, and then also acquire talent through trades, waiver claims, etc. So I would agree with that for sure. Now I believe the pick is in for the Reds here, correct?
Looks that way. You are ahead of me, but it looks like it is.
Yeah, pick is in. Elias has made great trades minus the Diaz trade, but as far as player development, that has yet to be seen since Norfolk Snakes. I mean, a lot of the Norfolk guys are carryovers from the previous regime, though.
Right.
A lot of those guys are not Elias selections or Elias trades, so I'll make that point. Most of them, I mean, you have guys like Ryan Ripken playing in AAA, so I don't know how much stock you can put into that.
It depends. A lot of AAA rosters are made up of like fringe guys or like were in the major, like older prospects, so it depends like organization to organization.
The Reds select Matt McLain. So there goes Matt McLain off the board. I like that pick for them. I think they could use some infield talent for sure. They don't have a lot there at the major league level right now. And I'm not well versed on their minor league level infielders, but I don't generally think they have a ton there. So a guy like Matt McLain, where I think Matt McLain to me is maybe the safest pick in this draft. I think McLain is a guy that's going to get on base at a pretty reasonable clip. He's a bit of a smaller guy, just like Khalil Watson. He's 5'11", only 180 pounds, but I think he's going to be able to hit pretty well. I think he's going to be maybe like a 260, 270 hitter. But where you're drafting Matt McLain, the reason you're drafting Matt McLain is because he's a really excellent defender, and he's got a great arm. He's got a 60, I think even 65 grade arm. He can get it anywhere across the diamond. He's great on little dribblers that come in. He can pick it up and make the throw because of his athleticism. I think you're drafting Matt McLain because he's kind of a sure thing at the defensive side, and he might be able to hit a little bit too. I don't think he's ever going to be a guy who produces a lot of power numbers, but I think Matt McLain's just a safe pick with some good bat speed and some good ability to make any play across the diamond.
All right, I'm just updating the best available list here. See if I have anything on McLain that you didn't mention.
Why is Ripken playing first base at Norfolk over Tyler Nevin? Nevin mainly plays most days. I think Nevin's in the lineup most of the time, but I definitely would like to see Nevin more in the major leagues because in his small sample size, his cup of coffee there. I think he went 1 for 3 or something, so hit a double. I'd like to see more of Tyler Nevin. If Trey Mancini's traded, then Tyler Nevin's definitely the guy who comes up to replace him. You'd have to assume. I want to see Ripken called up just to see the reaction. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool. Not going to lie. It'd be pretty cool. That would be a lot of fun, actually. St. Louis Cardinals are now on the clock to be followed by the Jays and then to be followed by the New York Yankees. The Yankees, I think I know where the Yankees are going to go. I think if Ty Madden's on the board, 100% the Yankees are taking Ty Madden.
That would kind of break my heart, not going to lie.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised the Yankees go Ryan Cusick either if he's there. I think they're 100% taking a college arm. As far as St. Louis goes, it could be Ty Madden here for St. Louis as well.
Hey, they develop arms pretty well, so I wouldn't be shocked. Chase Petty's an option. What about Gavin Williams? We haven't mentioned him too much.
At this point, I think Chase Petty might drop because a few of the spots I thought he might go, he hasn't.
Yeah, we initially talked about him maybe dropping. We actually talked with Jim Callis about him dropping out in the first round.
He's just there's so much risk for a reliever there, but he's so good. He's so ridiculously good, but obviously there's so much risk that he could be not a starter because of maybe number one injury risk, and then the fact that he has pretty poor control at this point. But his stuff is incredible. Some of the best stuff I think in this draft.
Oh man, looking like they're giving a Nick Madrigal comp to Matt McLain.
I think that's a bit generous. I think McLean's a better defender in every way possible, but I think that Madrigal is going to get on base a lot more than McLean will. Madrigal hits everything. The guy, he didn't he hit like almost 400 in the minors in the 1 year he spent in the full.
He had the record for like on base, I believe, or not striking out. I think that's what it was.
Yeah. Justin says nothing wrong with getting a higher leverage reliever if he doesn't work out as a starter. Yeah, I don't disagree with that with Chase Petty, but I don't really think teams want relievers in the first round. I mean, that's a little bit of something that probably turns them off from a guy like Chase Petty. But yeah, I mean, Chase Petty could easily be a closer. Mancini to the White Sox for the younger Cespedes, Yoelqui Cespedes. He just played in the Futures game today. That would be a great trade. Or to the Giants for Heliot Ramos. Man, if they got Heliot Ramos, that would be ridiculous. Cespedes, obviously one of the top international prospects. I believe the top international prospect of the last class on January 2nd. So that would make a lot of sense. And a Heliot Ramos is certainly a force too. I'd take either of those things, but I don't think you'll get either. I don't think you're going to get a whole heck of a lot for Trey Mancini just based on the fact that the numbers haven't been incredible for him this year. And then secondly, he just, as a first baseman, a lot of teams have guys who are first basemen who can hit similar to Trey Mancini. So I'm not sure that he's going to bring back a ton. Maybe as a package with a guy like Tanner Scott or a Paul Fry would make a lot more sense there. And you could get a guy maybe like Heliot Ramos in that deal.
Sure. Yeah, it's possible.
The pick is in now for St. Louis. And the same guy here just mentioned Brandon Belt. And Brandon Belt's hurt, so that would make sense that he could be a Giant, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Mancini might for sure be a Giant in a few weeks. So the pick is in. The Cardinals, this is definitely a one that I'm not sure here. They develop pitching really well. They're almost like the Rays in developing pitching.
Yeah, like the Rays of the NL.
Right. Like they always come out with good pitchers. And the pick is in here, and Manfred's at the podium. Michael McGreevy. So they do go pitcher. Michael McGreevy is a high school arm who is definitely a guy that not high school arm, excuse me, UC Santa Barbara. So I almost look at Michael McGreevy as a high school arm because I think he's very unpolished. And I keep getting that mixed up. UC Santa Barbara for Michael McGreevy. He's a very unique delivery and release. I don't love either of them. He's got it kind of like a low release if you've seen video on him, Matt. But he's really good control, and this stuff is a bit above average. But that's not a bad pick, just based on the fact that the control is so good that they develop pitching so well. So I think a high school, or not a high school arm, but a college arm there makes a lot of sense. I'm basically convinced myself that Michael McGreevy is a high school guy. I don't know why, but
yeah, I'm looking at the write up here.
He really looks like a high school pitcher if you watch him.
He mixes in two distinct breaking pitches, sliders a little bit better than the curveball.
But he can land them all. That's the thing. He can land them all.
Yeah, big kid, 6'4", 96 consistently. I mean, at this point in the draft, you're kind of you're hoping. Like the Orioles, when they drafted Grayson Rodriguez, they had no idea he was going to turn into the pitcher that he is now. Exactly. If you're saying a guy like Michael McGreevy still has a lot of development left, who knows?
Yeah, I mean,
what they do best.
I don't think his stuff is premier. I don't think it's top of the class, but I think his control is up there. So I think that's why they would go for him. And that's the one thing that makes him not like a high school arm, because his control is so excellent. You don't find a lot of high school guys that have excellent control, to be honest. They're all, so unpolished and trying to throw as hard as they can at that point. But 96 with good control, that'll play in the majors. So Michael McGreevy came in at number 33 for me on my list, just because I don't love his windup, don't love his release point. So that's where Michael McGreevy comes in for me.
Fair enough. And we got the Toronto Blue Jays here on the clock. Always intrigued to see what they do because they seem to always have a pretty decent farm system, to say the least.
Yeah, they know how to draft. I don't like it, but they know how to draft. This is a team that routinely picks good players. I mean, right now, you look at Austin Martin, he's got a 400 on base percentage. So they know how to pick them for sure.
All right.
So I think I like a high school guy here, but I'm not positive of who the Jays could pick. Chase Petty wouldn't be surprising here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see Chase Petty.
Chase Petty feels like a Toronto Blue Jays kind of pick.
Right.
And then Ty Madden at 20 to the Yankees. I'm almost certain. Probably will be very wrong.
That would be a tough back-to-back pick. Orioles fan.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any really high school guys that stand out for the most part.
No, I mean, maybe a guy like Josh Baez, but probably not. Colson Montgomery could be an option. They do love their shortstops there and up there in Toronto.
They have so many shortstops at that point.
They do. I mean, they could draft another one that would be probably maybe their best in the system now that Bo Bichette's out of there.
Right.
I mean, I feel like Matt McLean was not a good option for them. I just think they like more toolsy guys. More insane potential guys is what I see from Toronto. They don't really pick safe players. Austin Martin, I guess, was decently safe, but certainly not as safe as a guy like Torkelson.
They like their athletes a lot.
They love athletes, yeah. And I think Chase Petty's an athlete for sure. I don't really see Ty Madden being the guy here. So when I'm wrong,
I was looking through the college guys like a Jordan Wicks, Gunnar Hoglund. I don't know if any of those guys really make sense.
I don't really see a high school or a college pitcher as a fit here in any of those guys, in Hoglund and Ty Madden, and any of those guys. Blue Jays draft like the Ravens. In what way? More that you can kind of
saying like the athletes.
The Ravens, you can always 100% predict what the Ravens are going to draft. Like, I mean, we've predicted Patrick Queen, now Rashad Bateman. Even Jason Owe was a pretty, or Adafe, I should say, was a pretty.
Hollywood was always kind of linked to them.
Hollywood was an easy one to project. Nobody predicted Lamar Jackson, but who could have? But I mean, I would say that they really like their athletes for sure in Toronto. They like these kind of raw, unpolished guys, which is why I don't think they're going to take a guy like Ty Madden here. Usually nab great players to fall into their lap. That's true. That's what they did with Austin Martin. So that does make sense. Ravens can't draft wide receivers. Let's hope
we've gotten to this part of the draft.
We're talking about the Ravens and their failure in drafting wide receivers. I think we did this last year, by the way. I'm almost 100% positive we talked about this exact thing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Let me look at the pipeline best available real fast here. I don't know if there's any differentiation. Ty Madden number 1. Then you got guys like Jordan Wicks, Anthony Solometo. I don't see him on your top 10 available.
I do not have Solometo in my top 50.
Yeah.
I hate everything about his windup, everything about his release. It's just so ugly, and it doesn't make my top 50.
Jake's still sticking with us. Appreciate that, Jake.
It is. It's not sad because Tylan Wallace is about to be the next Pro Bowl Hall of Fame wide receiver, so it's coming at you. I promise.
Do you have you do have Will Taylor on your top?
Yes, number like 32 maybe. Yeah, 32.
South Carolina product.
South Carolina
high school.
Yeah, Will Taylor. I don't see the hype that MLB Pipeline has around him. Baseball America, they have a little bit too much around him. I think. I look at it as kind of a similar guy to Benny Montgomery.
Okay.
I think they're decently similar, but Benny has a lot more power. I think Benny has a higher ceiling by far than Will Taylor, but I think Taylor would be a more sure thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was saying Will Taylor, 15 homer threat.
Yeah. He has kind of loud tools, Will Taylor.
Yeah.
Like, he has very loud tools. He stands out in a lot of ways like that. The pick is now in for the Toronto Blue Jays.
All right, we'll cue that one up.
I gotta hate this. I mean, anyone the Blue Jays pick is gonna make you mad, unless they go out and pick like someone similar to Nick York or something last year.
Nick York,
or they go with like Peter Hubeck here. I don't know. Maybe they go with Peter Hubeck. I don't know.
Who could say?
Wouldn't hate it. Any way that the Toronto Blue Jays can screw this up, I'll be happy about that.
Yeah, I have a question. I was going to ask this actually when Paul was on, and I forgot to ask.
We do a Manfred podium, so I'm just going to stop you real quick. Sorry, I started to cut you off. We have Manfred right here. Gunnar Hoglund. Okay, so we're wrong. But you can go ahead and ask your question now, Matt.
Do you think the Orioles would have selected Cowser if they had the option to trade the pick?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they were really enamored with Cowser.
Okay.
I just got the feeling that they really thought Cowser was a special talent.
I think I answered my own question when Cleo Watson didn't go, in the top 10. But
yeah. Cowser. I mean, I'm excited to see what he brings. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm not.
Very important question from Jake here.
What approach should I take to rebuilding the Orioles and franchising my show and the show? I would say try not to trade Adley Rutschman. That guy's pretty good.
Allegedly,
he's pretty good. Try to get some prospects for the vets. Don't trade John Means though. Probably trade Trey Mancini away. Try to get something for Freddie Galvis maybe. Elias seems to like college outfielders a lot, 100%.
You can say that again.
You can say that a million times. So Gunnar Hoglund, quick scouting report on him here. He's a guy with Tommy John surgery, so there's some interesting, interesting thing with him because he probably would have gone top 15 if he hadn't had Tommy John, just like Jaden Hill. Jaden Hill's another guy in the back end of this draft who probably would have gone top 15 without the Tommy John surgery. I think he has pretty good control. He's pretty polished. The stuff is good, not amazing. And the fastball bottoms out at 89, which is my biggest concern with Gunnar Hoglund. I think that helps with his control is because the fastball just doesn't have a ton of velo on it. But, I think that's a pretty solid pick for the Jays. Not where I expected. I thought they'd pick someone more of a project. I don't think Gunnar Hoglund's much of a project. I think he's a very sure thing. Even after Tommy John surgery, I think he's going to be a very good pitcher. And I think a lot of people are going to call this a steal because of the fact that he would have gone top 15 without Tommy John.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember a guy who got picked by the Dodgers a few years back, JT Ginn.
JT Ginn. Yeah.
I thought he had Tommy John surgery. Also went to Ole Miss.
Yes, I believe he did. I don't remember what year that was, but I do
like 2019.
I remember that happening.
Yeah,
I remember wanting JT Ginn.
I just connected the two in my brain. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, for sure.
Both Ole Miss products.
Stowers and Watson. Kerstad asking. I think Aaron Zavala at number 41 is my projection. The Orioles draft Aaron Zavala from Oregon at number 41. He's number 40 on my list, so it's just where I think the Orioles are going to go.
The New York Yankees coming up.
I like the New York Yankees. That's a good one.
Yeah,
pretty solid thing to call. Getting into the back end of my rankings here, it's kind of got to flip through my pages here and see what we have still available. But I think for the Yankees here, it's got to be Ty Madden.
Yeah, we've been calling that for a few picks now would be the Yankees.
I'm clicking it. You're clicking at the same time.
We're both clicking.
Both clicking.
I want to click.
Matt messaged me like 20 minutes ago or a little longer ago. Was like, "Hey, stop clicking the banners."
Yeah, man. I like pushing buttons.
My bad.
We got another comment here about the overslot guys here.
Good options for overslot. Yeah, I don't think Aaron Zavala is going to be overslot. So that's a good point. You say that they're probably going to go overslot at this pick, or they could wait to round 3, 4, 5 to go overslot. I don't know. Maybe a guy like Chase Petty if he drops. I would think Chase Petty would be the number one option because teams are so worried about him being a reliever. So that could be the option. But other ones, you might look at maybe a Colson Montgomery if he's able to drop. I don't think he will, but maybe if he does. A Boa Chandler could absolutely be a guy they rolled the dice on at 41. He's a two-way player. Chase Petty would be a dream there. I agree. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to get picked in the early second, or in the maybe in earlier than what the Orioles pick at in the second round, or in the competitive bounce round here tonight. We'll see. Watch out for Judd Fabian too. Mike Elias loves his SEC outfielders.
He's probably one of my least favorite guys that are in the top 30.
Strikes out a ton. We talked about that before, but
Judd, I just don't see that translating well.
I would rather not draft Judd Fabian there, but I mean at 41, it's a decent value.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. Just gamble. I mean, a guy who can't hit the curveball, it's not a good sign.
No,
heading into Pro Bowl.
I agree with that. Maybe a Tommy Mace makes sense at 41. I really like Tommy Mace, number 42 on my list. So that could be an option. I think Tommy Mace would probably go slightly over slot, maybe at slot value, somewhere around there. We have
Tommy Mace sounds like one of the guys in Goodfellas who just like you walk by and you're like, it's Tommy Mace over here.
Him and Frank Mazzucato in that movie together.
Tommy two times.
Trey Sweeney goes number 20. Oh, that makes me mad because that's my number 20 ranked prospect, by the way. Trey Sweeney goes at the exact spot I had him ranked. Really, really good projection pick there by the Yankees. Not what I expected. Thought it'd be Ty Madden. But Trey Sweeney off the board from Eastern Illinois. I would say for me, Trey Sweeney had one of the better hit tools in this draft. I really like his hit tool a ton. He's got a big and sweep swing, but I think the leg kick needs some work. The hands, his positioning of that needs some work. I think he's going to have some issues staying at short. I think he's probably a third baseman long term. And he has very good peripherals and advanced numbers. The exit velocity game of Trey Sweeney off the charts. Jimmy 2 times, and Tommy Mays hanging on weekends. There you go.
Got to get the papers. Get the papers.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, Trey Sweeney was number 5 on your best available, by the way.
No, yeah, he was at number 20 for me. I love Trey Sweeney. I really love Trey Sweeney. Where was he on the MLB pipeline? I think number 55. I could be wrong.
Trey Sweeney, I don't even know if there was a write-up on him, which means he was not in the top 29. So, yeah, he could have been way down there. Yeah, he's not on here, so a little further down on the list.
Yeah, that's a really good pick. His swing is awesome. I really, really like that pick. Again, Eastern Illinois, I mean, it's not the best college to come out of there, but I really, really think Trey Sweeney is going to be a good player.
Yankees strike again, Evo Umpire.
They know what they're doing. They draft generally decently well. Anywhere from 20 to 30, in that range in the first round, it's really tough to draft because so many of these guys are fringe, maybe top 10 guys or something around that. So the Yankees always are drafting that position. They always do a good job at that. Man, that floored me how good pick that was, honestly.
We got the Chicago Cubs on the clock here. They are actually going to be it looks like they're going to be in sell now mode coming up here at the deadline. So it'll be fascinating to say the least who they select here.
High school,
whether high school guy, yeah, exactly.
They're probably going to go into rebuild mode at some point here soon.
Chris Bryant on the block.
If they're trading off Chris Bryant, you can't compete next year.
Rizzo was mentioned as well. And Trey Sweeney was actually at the draft, so good for him. One of
that's
the
awesome.
8.
I didn't know he was going to be there, but that's awesome. I'm telling you, the hit tool for him is going to be so good. I think he's such a good projection pick. We have a comment here. Gage Jump if he falls. Absolutely going to take Gage Jump if he falls. I have him at number 35. So Gage Jump would be such a good pick at that level. And we have Ryan Blake hopping in right now, by the way. Known as Orioles Fan Problems on Twitter.
There he is.
How you doing, Ryan?
We can't hear you, Ryan.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
He's supposed to talk now.
False alarm.
No worries. I hadn't said anything yet, I don't think.
Okay.
How are we feeling?
You were just scouting something, right?
I was what?
You were scouting something for work, right? That's why you couldn't make it for us earlier.
Yeah. So I had I don't get scheduled in the office very often because a lot of what we've been doing has been remote. But I had we do MLB games live, and nice. I had one of the 410 games today, and the Angels starting pitcher, I don't even remember his name, was the slowest worker I think I've ever seen on the mound. A good 25, 30 seconds between pitches. And then the last 3 innings just kind of dragged out. I didn't get out of the office till 8:30. So I unfortunately missed a good portion of the beginning.
Appreciate you hopping in for sure. Now, Orioles draft Colton Cowser. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's not a sexy pick. Neither was Heston Kjerstad last year. But, the thing is, I want to try not to harp on Orioles fans too much, but so many people don't seem to understand how this draft process works. Yeah. People are throwing around words like cheap, and that's simply not the case. The purpose of what the Orioles are doing, first of all, they didn't settle for Colton Cowser.
Right.
He's a guy they had highly ranked on their draft board.
Yeah.
And if you listen to Mike Elias's quotes from his Zoom meeting after the pick, that's very apparent. They love his bat. I like his bat a lot. He's a very polished hitter, and the kind of guy who, there's three different types of hitters entering the draft. There's those that are power first, those that are hit first, and those that are pretty solid at both. It's hard to come across a guy who's solid at both. You look at a guy like Henry Davis, who went first overall. He's a guy who has both. Adley Rutschman, a guy who had both. The success rate with players who are naturally hit first, growing into more power, is a lot more common than guys who have a good power tool and not a good hit tool, growing into a good hit tool. It's so much harder to learn plate discipline and barrel control when you don't have it in the first place. If you have a good hit tool, and Colton Cowser is a perfect example of this. We saw his power numbers increase this past season at Sam Houston State. The power is going to come. He's got really solid gap-to-gap power now. He had a stretch people have been talking about. He had 5 straight games with a homer in April. Reminds me of Caleb Joseph a few years back with the Orioles. That was a lot of fun. But, you know, I like the pick. I'm confident in these guys. I think Cowser is a good selection. My biggest gripe right now with how this draft is going is I think the rest of the AL East is killing it, and that pisses me off.
Yeah, Trey Sweeney, I love that pick. I love that pick at number 20. By the way, number 21, Jordan Wicks just goes off the board to the Cubs. By the way, Ryan, I know you do a top 100. So where was Colton Cowser in your top 100?
I had Cowser at 9.
Number 9. Okay.
Number 9, I had him behind the 3 prep shortstops in Mayer, Lawler, and Watson. I actually had him one spot behind Brady House as well. Okay. I had Leiter, Rocker, and Jackson Jobe ahead of him, and Henry Davis. Those are the only guys.
I had him at number 8, so we were thinking along the same lines there for sure.
Yeah, and like I said, I love those guys who and he walks more than he strikes out, and that's a rare thing to find with a young player.
That's a great.
That's something that I'm certainly excited about, and he's a guy who knows how to play. And you can talk about, he didn't face the best competition at Sam Houston State, and that may be the case, but a good hitter is a good hitter, no matter who you're up against. And it's going to be a challenge for him to go pro and start to have to dissect professional pitchers. It's obviously going to be a learning curve for him, but I think he's a guy who can handle it for sure.
Now, do you think we see him in the minors at all this year, anywhere? I know Mike Elias is he's not the happiest with throwing guys out there immediately after a long college season. I'm not sure we'll see him, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't really know. I think there's a chance we see him down in the Gulf Coast League with the likes of Kobe Mayo. Maybe Delmarva, but I don't expect to see a whole lot from him this year. Coming off of a pretty healthy college season, I think they're going to want him to get some rest and be ready to come out at camp next season.
Yeah.
But a college hitter I think fits our timeline a little bit better than a prep shortstop might.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely some room for growth. I think it'll take him 2 to 3 years to get up, but there's definitely some potential with this pick. And I understand the fans who want to say that it's a low ball pick, it's cheap, whatever. But it's really not. And I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday that, and I said this when I hopped on the show, that they didn't settle for him. He's a guy they had ranked very highly on their draft board.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And every team has a different draft board. Just because he might be ranked, I think he was like 10 on Pipeline, I think 9 on Baseball America, maybe 11. He was in that range, right around where we had him as well. But every team's draft board is different, and the Orioles obviously valued a guy like Colton Cowser, and they're going to be able to get him at underslot value. And I mentioned Kobe Mayo. The Orioles wouldn't have been able to get Kobe Mayo last year if they didn't go underslot with Heston Kjerstad. It's not a cheap move. It's a reallocation of resources so that later on in the draft, they can get these better talents who might have signability question marks attached to their names. And that's something that, it helps you build depth. And there wasn't a clear cut, there wasn't the guy this year.
Right.
A few years ago, there was Rutschman, Vaughn, and Witt, and then those were like the big top 3. This year, there was a lot of back and forth with, is it Meyer, is it Lawler, is it Khalil Watson, is it Jack Leiter, is it Davis, is it, any of these guys. And, the Orioles obviously value what Cowser brings to the table, and it's a pick that, like I said, it's not sexy, but it's something that's, I think, worth getting excited about, to be honest. You can never have too many up-the-middle outfielders.
Is there a guy that you're looking at pick number 41 that you think the Orioles could possibly go after?
There are a few. Let me pull up my spreadsheet here.
Aaron Zavala was the guy for me. I think it makes so much sense.
I like Zavala a lot. I liked Trey Sweeney, but of course he goes to the Yankees, which is a little bitter taste in my mouth. I was a big Gunnar Hoagland. I knew Gunnar Hoagland wasn't going to drop out of the first round, but I'm a little bitter that he's going to our division rivals in Toronto. I think that was a great pick for them.
Yeah.
I actually had him ranked number 10, one spot behind Cowser.
Wow, okay.
But yeah, there are certainly some names that can be thrown around, and I don't know what, I don't know if the Orioles are going to try to make up for the slot value in the second round, or if they're going to try to do it like they did last year in the 4th and 5th. Because last year they go underslot with Kierstad, and then they did it again with Jordan Westberg at pick 30. Now, obviously, the Orioles don't draft again until 41. I really like Doug Nikhazy, left-handed pitcher. I think he brings a lot to the table. Let's see.
I mean, what do you think about a Tommy Mace? Is Tommy Mace going to be around? It might be an overslot option if you do get Tommy Mace at 41.
Yeah, well, he was the guy who was thrown into first-round consideration last year, and the only reason that he didn't sign was he ended up honoring his commitment to Florida, and he pitched very well there this year. So he's certainly a guy who could fit in. I like Gage Jump as well.
Yeah,
If we want to go for
as well, Gage Jump actually, yeah, he could be an option for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different ways they could go. Isaac Pacheco I really like, although I'm not sure the Orioles want to go with maybe a fringe corner infielder this early in the draft.
What do you think about Ben Kudra? Kudrna? I have no idea how to say that, but Kudrna, I don't know. But it's or something around there. But he's from Blue Valley, Southwest in Kansas. What is your take on him? I have him ranked at number 31. I think he's a stud.
I don't have him ranked quite that high. I will admit I haven't had a chance to do quite as much research as I would have liked. I kind of thought coming into this new job I was going to be doing a lot more college stuff.
Yeah.
And I kind of worked my way into doing a lot of KBO and NPB, and I'm not sure quite how that happened, but I think it's because I was doing well with my job.
Gotcha.
But my point being, I really wish I had more time to prepare for this. I'm scrolling down my list. Remind me the name you brought up.
I can't say his last name. I have no idea how to say it, but Ben Kudrna or something along those lines. No idea how to say it. I think if I had a pick at number 41 and I had to go over slot, I think that would be the guy I would go with.
Blue Valley. Yeah.
Blue Valley, Southwest. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's something to be said about him. I mean, he's got a decent delivery, pretty fluid. Not too many concerns with the delivery there. He doesn't really have any significant type of hitch or anything that is a concern with a lot of prep arms. Decent secondary offerings. He's got a slider that works a little bit more like a cutter. It's got a little bit of a tighter break to it. Solid changeup, good command. So, there's a lot of potential there. A guy who's certainly going to grow into some more velocity with his fastball. I think he sits low 90s right now. But yes, definitely someone that the Orioles I think could consider. And I mean, there are so many different ways they could go. I said this coming in today. I had absolutely no clue how the first round was going to shake out. And we saw that with everyone was saying, all the mocks are ruined with the Pirates taking Ford first overall, and it kind of not Ford, Davis. Ford's the other catcher, but I mean, so many different ways they could go, and certainly some names in the back end. I'm surprised Chase Petty's still on the board. I don't expect him to make it down to the Orioles, but he's a name that if he's there, I think you have to jump. Ty Madden's another name that's falling inexplicably.
There was a rumor today. I don't know if you guys heard this, but a rumor today that Chase Petty is but he's getting contacted by some American League teams about possibly trying to buy him down to the second round. So, basically tell teams in the first round that he's not going to sign with them. So he goes down to the second round. They give him a massive sum of money, which would obviously be a case that maybe the Orioles could play because they are going to go under slot with Colton Cowser. So maybe Chase Petty does fall down if that is the truth. That was put out by Prospects Live.
Yeah, I could see him falling out of the first round, but I don't. There are so many teams that I think could go the same route that pick above us, whether it's in the competitive balance round or you look at the Pirates, Tigers ahead of us.
I'm just hoping here, really, honestly. Like it's more of a hope thing than a realistic thing. But yeah, I agree. I don't think Chase Petty's going to make it there.
But is there that you see Ryan as being the best value pick so far?
Best value pick in the draft. So far, I think it's got to be Khalil Watson at 16.
Yeah, I was going to say
Marlins.
The guy.
I mean, he's a guy that was heavily linked to the Orioles. I thought they were going to go that route when he was still on the board. I didn't expect the Orioles to take Kumar Rocker, although I do think the Mets got good value with him at 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's a great fit for the Marlins. I think he and Jazz Chisholm could be a force up the middle for quite some time with them. It's going to bode well for him going into an organization run by Derek Jeter as a shortstop. whether or not you think Jeter's a good defensive shortstop, just the experience that he has, obviously a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think that'll bode well for him. But I think that's a good landing spot for Watson, and a guy who was projected by many to go in the top 5. For the Marlins to get him at 16, I think that's an enormous value pick.
So Colson Montgomery just went off the board to the White Sox at 22. I had him at number 25 on my list, but where did you have Colson Montgomery?
Montgomery, I had 37. Mm-hmm. Not quite as high on him. I like Benny Montgomery out of the Montgomery.
Montgomery's, yeah. I actually like
3 different Montgomerys
personally. But Colson, I mean, he's got that really nice left-handed swing. He's massive. I think he's gonna when he gets to the majors, I think he's gonna have more power than what he has now. I don't think he's tapped into it at all because he is such a big kid. I think he's gonna use he has huge legs. So I think he can tap into his power a little bit more than he has already. But I like that pick a lot for the White Sox. I would say he's pretty average in the field. He might move to third base. There's a possibility with that. I think he's already kind of a third baseman for me, but very, very solid pick there for the White Sox. Pipeline also had him ranked at number 25. A commitment to Indiana that he'll forgo. Mm-hmm. Royals probably have a lot of money left over. Remind me of who the Royals picked again, because I'm not positive.
They took Frank.
Correct. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I did not have him. He was in my 4th tier of pitchers.
Really? Okay. I thought the hype on him was a little bit high. I am at 23 personally, but I thought the hype was a little bit high because the 4 no-hitters in a row against Connecticut talent is just not the most impressive thing in the world when you think about it. It probably happens more than you even know because guys in Connecticut are just not. It's a cold weather state that they're not the best. So. It's legs from Jake Luke.
Yeah, not a lot of good competition up there.
No, for sure.
But yeah, another name who I shouldn't say I'm surprised to see him fall, but a guy who really raised his draft stock in the College World Series or the college playoffs, Gavin Williams, ECU.
Yes.
Pitched very well in a duel with Kumar Rocker. Showed a hard fastball, great secondaries, and he's a guy who I kind of expected to sneak into the back of this first round.
Yeah,
and it's still yet to be determined whether or not he will. But if he's on the board later on, I think he's someone to consider as well.
Yeah, I had him at 19. He is an incredible fastball. That's one of the best pitches in the draft. I think is Gavin Williams' fastball. So we could definitely see him go at the end of this first round for sure.
I have him at 16. Personally,
I think Cleveland might make sense, honestly, for a guy like Gavin Williams. That would be not a bad. They're so good at developing pitching. That would make a lot of sense.
Cleveland and Tampa Bay, 2 spots you want to go if you're a young pitcher.
Mm-hmm. Right, for sure. And St. Louis as well, where they just took a pitcher. I'm trying to remember who it was. Wasn't Andrew Painter, but it was who was it, Matt? Do you remember?
I don't think it was Gunnar Hoglund. Let me look it up.
No, that was the Blue Jays. They took
Draft Tracker.
Oh, Michael McGreedy was to St. Louis a few minutes ago. So, I mean, those are 3 of the best, in my opinion, pitching development spots. So, I think number 23 here, you got to think Cleveland's going to go with a pitcher. Could even be Ty Madden. I mean,
Ty Madden's been just been.
I think Ty Madden's a great fit here for Cleveland.
I would think so too. I mean, he's such a refined guy. Like Ty Madden is one of those guys who's not going to take a long time to get to the majors, just based on the fact that he's been, he's such a refined pitcher. The control is pretty good. I would definitely lean that way. They could pick Chase Petty here too. Like go a little bit riskier with that.
Ryan Cusick's still on the board as well.
Ryan Cusick is still on the board. Yeah, it's true. Maybe a guy like Bubba Chandler if they want to take him as a pitcher, not a shortstop. We could see, we'll see, but I don't know.
Anthony Solometo is another guy I think the Orioles could overslot there at pick 41.
That's possible. I don't like his delivery at all. I don't know about you. I don't have him in my top 50 personally. I don't like the delivery at all, but
it's definitely a funky delivery, and I can't see the Orioles going with a high school pitcher at 41. But it's an interesting name for me. I have him in my 20s, low 20s.
Okay.
But he's got a great fastball and a great slider, and kind of similar to Kumar Rocker in the sense that he's got a decent enough changeup. He just didn't really have to use it.
Right.
He hasn't had to use it much because the competition doesn't warrant that. And that's honestly another reason why I shouldn't say I was high on Kumar Rocker because I wasn't that high, but I think he would have been a good pick at 5 personally. You can make the argument that he's really just a name, but at the same time, he's been a dominant college pitcher for 3 years, and the biggest knock on him this year has been the fluctuation in velocity, which I'm not super concerned. It's not like it just flat out dropped throughout the course of the year. It went up and down, which could be a mechanical thing, but
or just straight fatigue could be.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, he's a workhorse, and he's been overworked, and he's a guy who I think if the Orioles brought on, they'd certainly rest him a little bit throughout the rest of the year. But Rocker's a guy who just started throwing a cutter this year, and it's a dirty pitch when he throws it.
It is good. It's really good.
And he's got a decent changeup, but he threw it like 4% of the time this year because he doesn't have to. He's dominant enough without it. But we don't have to get into a whole Kumar Rocker discussion.
Gavin Williams is off the board at number 23 to the Indians. So there's that. We were just talking about Ryan called it. Gavin Williams to the Indians at number 23. I had him ranked at 19. Ryan had him ranked at 16. Good stuff. His fastball is ridiculous. Just as we're watching this on MLB Network right now, it's the arm side run is insane on his fastball. Yeah. It's so good. That's the reason I really liked Gavin Williams. Just that fastball is a 70, maybe 75 grade pitch.
I think it's the best. You said it's the best pitch in the draft, and I agree.
It might be, yeah. I really like Kumar Rocker's slider when it's on. I think is easily one of the better pitches in this draft, but Gavin Williams' fastball has to be up there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just watching some of these highlights, his ability to locate it in the top of the zone.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah,
and you're talking about Cleveland, developing guys, developing pitchers.
It's a perfect fit. It's
perfect fit.
Yeah. His delivery is not like the best thing in the world. I think there's some work to be done there, but I think Cleveland's the best spot to put him if you want to, or them or the Rays are the best spots to put him if you want to fix that. But he's massive too, 6'6". He's a perfect spot for that.
That's a great landing spot for him. And my girlfriend's she went to ECU, so
really?
I was telling her all about Gavin Williams, and I had him on. I was working, of course, when he faced Kumar Rocker, but I had it on in the background, and it was a fun game to watch.
He's so good. There was another guy that's supposed to go, Connor Norby from East Carolina, as well. Is another guy that could go off the board maybe tonight. Probably tomorrow night. But that's another guy that could easily be going soon.
Pretty solid infielder.
Which guy would you all hate to be picked before 41? I'm going to be disappointed if Chase Petty goes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's the dream to me that Chase Petty lands at 41.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying the Orioles would even take him. Maybe they pass. I don't know. But based on the fact that they could give him so much money and he's so good, Chase Petty would be disappointing to me. But he's probably going to go off the board.
Yeah, it's Petty for me as well. I mean, he's another guy kind of like Rocker who's got the benefit of having a name that everybody knows.
Yeah.
And for that reason, I kind of have expected him to have gone off the board earlier than he has.
Yeah.
But I mean, if he drops, that's a dream. Although we said the same things last year with Dax Fulton and who was the other?
Nick Bitsko.
Nick Bitsko.
Yeah.
Those were two guys who we were really hoping that would drop to the Orioles, and I think Bitsko was the guy the Orioles wanted.
I think so too.
But things shake up in different ways, and like I said earlier, we have no idea what's going to happen. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see how Elias uses these resources that he saved a little bit with the Colton Cowser pick, and he could go a lot of different directions. I don't know if he's going to continue loading up on bats, if he's going to try to grab a couple value arms a little later. But yeah, if Petty falls to 41 and the Orioles don't take him, just for selfish reasons, I'd be a little upset. But I trust those guys to do, what they do. I think they do very well. So I'll leave it at that.
The slide continues though for Ty Madden. I'm still shocked he's not off the board. I can't imagine.
He could have been a top 10 guy easily.
Maybe he drops to 41. Maybe there's something we don't know about Ty Madden that other teams do. That maybe there's some injury risk with him. I don't know. But it's very odd to me that a guy so highly ranked and a guy who's such good control, such a polished guy, is not off the board yet. There probably is more to that than we know. But you have to think he's off the board soon if it's if there's no injury risk or anything. But
imagine him going to Tampa Bay though. That would be nuts.
Yeah, that would be terrible. At 28, yeah, that would be terrible.
Little worried about that.
I think Tampa Bay needs to draft some bats though, because they continually don't produce that many great bats. I mean, the lineup right now they have is still they're still a World Series contender, but it's just not that incredible. So maybe drafting a bat would help them out a little bit. But
how would you guys feel about Jaden Hill at 41?
Love it. Would love it.
Somebody just commented that actually.
But yeah, someone just commented. I mean, before he got hurt, he was a top 10 pick in this draft. So yeah. I think the control needs a ton of work. He walks so many guys, but the stuff is so good that I would totally take a flyer on him. Yeah,
and I agree for sure. All right, I got to roll because I'm heading home tomorrow and I got to do some packing.
No worries.
I very much appreciate you guys having me on. I wish I had been a little more prepared to really throw out some good names that I think we could go for at 41. But like I said, work's been kicking my butt, and I haven't gotten a chance to prepare like I would have wanted to.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on, man.
Oh, no problem. Yeah.
Thanks for having me. And I'm going to make a prediction real quick, and this is going to annoy me, but Chase Petty to the Padres at 27.
Ooh.
Just a prediction.
Just a prediction. I heard it here first, folks. That would be a perfect landing spot for Chase Petty.
It would. I think he'd look good in that system for sure.
I think so.
But who knows what'll happen? Ty Madden, like you said, Matt, I can't believe he's fallen this far.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go soon.
But
all right, man.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me. Take care.
All right. Yeah,
you too.
There you have it. Big prediction, Blake. Chase Petty.
Ryan Blake is just about one of the better scouting eyes that I've ever met. So it's always good to have him on the show for sure. He knows his stuff. And he basically works as a scout now. So he's definitely good to have on. He knows a lot.
Definitely one of the better baseball minds among our peers.
I think he sold himself short. He knows a lot about these guys for sure. He built up all the top 100 and everything. So Ryan Blake, good stuff there. But as you know, now we're at number 24. We're kind of winding down. There's only about 11 or 12 more picks tonight. I honestly have no idea where the Orioles are going to go at number 41. I don't think we have any idea right now. I think we kind of correctly predicted Jordan Westburg last year, didn't we, Matt? I think we
did. Yeah,
were close on that. I think I personally was not that big of a fan just because of the strikeout numbers that he had. They were so high, and it's actually come down a bit in the minors. It's been much better. Mm-hmm. Even though he's not hitting that well at Aberdeen right now, but Jordan Westburg was the pick at number 39. Yeah. So maybe they go that route. They pick another college bat at 39. I wouldn't even be or at 41, excuse me. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all.
Must be something in the water there over in Aberdeen because Gunnar started off pretty slowly there as well.
Gunnar hit he's hit 3 home runs in his past 2 games though. So
he's come on as of late for sure.
Pick is in for Atlanta. I'm feeling Ty Madden. And here we go. It
makes a lot of sense.
Cusick is off the board to Atlanta. So another college guy. That makes sense. Wake Forest. Fastball touches 102. I think this is kind of like a Garrett Crochet comp a little bit. Do you agree with that at all?
I could see that. I mean, similar size. Coming out of college, he's got pretty good stuff. I mean, he's touching 102, right? I only look at his information.
Yeah, high spin rate numbers. Gets a lot of swing and miss. Obviously, 102. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. I don't love his delivery. I think it's a little bit quirky. I think that's why he drops a little bit, but it's smooth. I mean, he makes it work. But I think a team might try to work that out a little bit.
I'll tell you what, if he has a really good sinking changeup at that arm angle and that delivery, that's going to be really hard to hit, especially if he has a plus fastball.
You go 102 with a fastball up and in, and then throw a changeup down and away, and it sinks like that. I mean, you're basically unhittable.
That's just a really good pick,
but not at that velocity. So I love that pick, Ryan Cusick. I had him at number 21 on my board. He goes number 24 to Atlanta. So good stuff there.
Do you think he has potential to move to the pen, or do you think he is a starter?
He's not one of the hard throwers that I'm super concerned about reliever wise, but I think anybody who tops out at 102 always has that option. I don't want to say he's for sure a starter. I just sometimes these guys just try to overthrow. And just lose their control completely. But I don't think Ryan Cusick's that guy. From the tape I've seen on him, I think he's, the control is good enough where I think he's going to be able to stay as a starter.
Ryan Cusick was your number 4 available there, so he's going to come off here.
Nice. Loving it.
You're doing pretty well. Besides Ty Madden, really, that's the only guy who's really
Ty Madden, I feel like everyone missed on Ty Madden, so I'm not kicking myself too much on that. And also Joshua Baez is still on the board. I had it number 18. That is not going off. I love power hitters sometimes. So
I'm feeling Blaze Jordan syndrome right there.
Yeah, it's almost the same kind of thing, but he's a much more athletic guy than Blaze Jordan is. But,
right. Blaze went where, like in the 30s?
Blaze went later than that. I think Blaze went in the 50s or 60s. He went to the Boston Red Sox. He's actually hitting like 200 something. It's not very good. He's actually
get on base
a bit. By the way, I was reading up on Aaron Sabato today. Do you remember Aaron Sabato being taken by the Twins last year?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
By the way, batting 194 right now.
Yikes!
Well, so some of the draft picks last year are not playing too well so far, but that's obviously true. He's not that guy, pal. You might have to send another message for me to understand what that means. I'm not sure what the context is.
Clarify, Jake.
Again, Ethan Wilson. Oh, hold on one sec. Ethan Wilson or Matthew Nelson. Yeah, for sure. Either of those two. My problem with Wilson is I don't think he's a very good athlete. I don't think he's going to stick in the outfield either. I think he's a first baseman long term. But Matthew Nelson is a catcher. That would be great catching depth. The Orioles would love that. I don't have Nelson in my top 50, but it's not a guy I wouldn't mind at 41. And Matt, I'm going to grab some water, so I'll be back.
Okay. I'll entertain the troops. We got Justin coming in here. Zach loves power hitters the way Elias loves middle infielders. This is true. I'm also partial to them. I love Zach Veen coming out. Zach's not hip, apparently. Neither am I. Sorry to say there, Jake. Oh, let's see here. We got the Oakland A's here on the clock, number 25. Oakland A's always kind of a wild card. But do they get on base? Little Moneyball reference for you. Oakland A's, that's a problem with them too. Not high dollar spenders, so they really have to develop really well in order to compete. I'm not going to keep saying Ty Madden, so I think it'll be a lot of fun to see them develop Josh Baez, harness that power, and see if they can get him to be more of an on-base type guy. That would be a lot of fun for them. Judd Fabian, same thing, another power hitter, 8th available on Zach's big board here. Guy can only hit the fastball, though, so that's a problem. They got to really, really help him along. But yeah, we are nearing the end of the first round here. Pick number 25. So there are 29 picks because the Astros banged trash cans, not 30 picks this draft.
I see I'm getting dragged in the chat by Jake Luke. So that's unfortunate.
It happens occasionally.
It's a viral video. Come on, Zach. What was it?
Play it on the stream.
He's not that guy, pal. I haven't seen this.
What if we get lifted, Jake?
Yeah, I would probably not play that on the stream.
I'm gonna watch it.
We've been shut down before, to be perfectly honest. Max Muncy to the Oakland
Not the
A's.
Dodgers.
Their name out.
Number
26.
Okay.
Number 26. So there we go again. Or
they
number
once had a Max Muncy.
He goes to number 25. I had him at number 26. Max Muncy, Thousand Oaks High School in California. I think he's kind of similar to Cleo Watson in a lot of ways to me. Kind of a smaller build. I look at him as kind of like a Watson light. I don't think he has the tools of Watson. I don't think he's quite as good as Watson, but he has a pretty good hit tool. I think he can use all fields. I think he'll stay at shortstop, but I'm not 100% positive for that. I don't think he's the power of Watson. I think his power ceiling's a bit low, but so that Max Muncy off the board there. Great name too.
And then the Oakland A's once had a Max Muncy, so there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Oakland A's back.
So I think this is going pretty how we expected through the teens and the 20s. I think so far hasn't been as big of a shock as the first round was.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit more or less chalk at this point. You're going to really see some interesting things once we get into the 30s. Some of these guys that might go over slot. We've talked about some of the guys already. Minnesota Twins on the board here, on the clock here,
yep.
Number 26. So, I mean, let's see who we got. Will Taylor just came into your best available at number 10. I know MLB Pipeline's really high on him.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was just responding to something. What did you say?
Will Taylor.
Will Taylor, yeah. I think they
has entered your top 10.
I have him at number 32. Taylor's not a guy I'd be very excited about picking if I'm in an organization. I just think the tools are so loud that you almost can't avoid taking him pretty high.
I'm just going to pat myself on the back. I spelled Cincinnati, the word Cincinnati, for the first time correctly tonight.
No idea how to spell Cincinnati.
Yeah.
No idea.
Bunch of N's and C's in there.
Yeah.
And only one T.
Well, you got Cincy and then N-N-A-T-T-I, maybe?
There's not two T's,
Not
it's
two
just
T's?
one
Oh.
T. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Check my text. Oh, man, I'm scared.
That's not good. He's going to want you to play this video. I don't know what the video is. I've never seen this before. Have you seen this video, Matt?
I have not.
Oh, all right.
You're not that guy. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay? You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Has like a sick beat to it. Like, you're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. I can say it.
I've never heard of that before, never seen that before, but hey, there we go.
It's for the kids.
I just realized I got tagged in a tweet from Jake Luke. I've forgotten more about baseball prospects than you or I could ever hope to know. Yeah.
He's not wrong.
That's fair. I'm being tagged in a lot of tweets right now. I'm kind of combing through these, so
Oh, okay. I mean, Mr. Popular over here.
I get like very little engagement on my tweets, so don't worry.
Cincinnati Reds. Oh, let's see here.
I mean, Orioles group shout in. People are buying rookie cards of Colton Cowser already. Wow. All right.
Wow, I mean, his legend is growing already.
Colton Cowser does not look like a nice guy. Like, if you just look at him on the picture the Orioles tweeted out, he looks so angry. If you can pull up the picture the Orioles tweeted out, Matt.
I got you, bro.
Look how mad he looks. Like, he's like, I don't want to be here.
I remember
Our friend Chris Recitar. He thinks that Cowser could start at Aberdeen. So, hey, there's that.
Okay. That's something. Okay. He looks happy in that picture.
Does he?
Not this one, though. Oh my god.
He's like, I don't want to be an Oriole. Like,
I got you.
This is so upsetting.
Hold up.
Is there any good? Remember when the Orioles released that like edited video last year? I can't remember what it was, but they did something pretty funny. Seems like they've done none of that this year, but pretty cool.
That face
here. Well, I mean, he looks mad. Like he clearly doesn't want to be here.
Whoop. There we go.
Oh well. I gotta check out his Twitter, see what he's doing. See if he's like, oh, thank God I'm an Oriole. I don't know.
Hashtag blessed. If that's not in there, I'll be
hashtag God bless. He only has 1,400 Twitter followers. That's kind of sad, actually, for a guy who just went number 5 overall in the draft. And he said nothing tonight. He's been quiet.
We got to fix that Q score a little bit.
He's clearly not happy to be here. Oh well. He looks like Timothy Chalamet on hard drugs. I could actually kind of see that a little bit.
Oh my God! What a pull, Jake! What a pull!
Timothy Chalamet picture here.
What a pull!
Jake Luke knows his movies.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Matt, when are we getting a return of the bingo pod? I think
it's TBD. We're working on getting Zack Snyder and Quentin Tarantino, so we will.
Wow, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, little plug there.
So just a reference thing from last year. Orioles took Heston Kjerstad at 67% of slot value. So they basically went under slot with about 33% of the value. So that you could see that same thing with Cowser. You go 67% of slot value, somewhere around there. That could be the same.
Okay, that's a good.
They signed him for $5.2 million last year with Heston Kjerstad. I didn't remember that, but there's that.
All right, so let's take Will Taylor out. We're going to put number 10 is going to be Chase Burns. Number 10
now selects Chase Petty is a Minnesota Twin. All right,
heartbreaker.
Did you just hear that? I just dropped the microphone right off.
I did hear that. Yes, I did.
My bad, guys. Chase Petty is a Minnesota Twin. I was just so mad I just dropped the microphone. Yeah, New Jersey product. He's the next Mike Trout as a pitcher. No, I'm just kidding. But I would argue
Jacob deGrom. It's fine.
He's basically a high school version of Sam Bachman. This stuff is ridiculous, but again, the reliever risk is ridiculously high with Chase Petty. So I'm not sure where Chase Petty slots in eventually in his major league career, but I think based on the fact that the slider and the fastball are so good, they're so electric, he easily tops 100 day in day out. I think this is a great pick, and I think Pipeline had him ranked at number 27. I had him ranked at 20. I had him ranked at 14, so definitely dropped a little bit farther than I thought. But that reliever risk is obviously why he fell down the board. But 70 grade stuff for sure. Not the best delivery. It's a little bit too jerky for me. But I think that stuff alone, it's incredible. So Chase Petty off the board of the Twins at number 26.
How's Justin coping with this right now?
He's sending some stuff in the chat, so you can pull it up here. He just said Petty, exclamation point. So there's that. There you go.
He could be talking about Richard Petty. He could be talking about Chase Petty.
Tom Petty.
Who knows? Or Tom Petty.
Tom Petty.
There are endless options.
You still know how it feels. But Chase Petty, number 26. You didn't even get the reference, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
No, I got it.
You got it. All right. It was just that bad. Got it. Mainland Regional High School. I think that was like Justin Labor in this right now. I think that was like his rival high school. He went,
Sure.
He's a New Jersey guy. So
Dirty Jers.
Chase Petty, by the way, trained at the same place that D.L. Hall did, Matt Harvey did, the Baseball Performance Center. I know a few guys there. They do it
down in St. Louis or something?
No, it's in Jersey. It's
in Jersey. Oh, okay.
It's in Jersey, right around that same area. So, that is a very – and they produce a lot of good prospects.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought for a minute they had fixed Matt Harvey, but hey, no one fixed Matt Harvey. No one could.
Sounds like an impossible task, my friend.
No, it's not possible anymore. It's over for him. So hopefully Chase Petty's better than Matt Harvey, but hey, not taking health into account. Who do you think is the better player between Cowser and Kjerstad? That's really tough, actually.
Gut reaction, I would say Cowser, but it's you could make the argument.
I would probably go Cowser, just based on the fact that the hit tool is so can't miss with Cowser, and the fact that he could even hit 20 home runs in a year. That I think 2025, if I can say that correctly, is a possibility for Cowser. So Kjerstad is not the advanced on base guy that Colton Cowser is, and I think he's a much better outfielder than Kjerstad is. So I would take Cowser by the thinnest of margins there.
All right,
New Jersey, it's true. Chase Petty
sounds like a Sopranos reference.
Chase Petty, it does. Chase Petty definitely looks like he's from New Jersey. I hope nobody takes that the wrong way, but he just looks like he's
Gabagool. It's all right. Well, we got the Padres here. So the Chase Petty pick was a pick too soon here.
I bet you they were looking at Chase Petty. But honestly, Minnesota was not the place I thought Chase Petty would land. I wasn't.
That's pretty random.
I wasn't thinking of that. What do you think the chance of Ty Madden falls to 41? Low. I would say low.
It's different if he was a high school guy. He's not a high school guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
his talent.
I don't think there's a lot of risk with Ty Madden. So I think being the fact that the control is good and I don't think there's a ton of risk, I think he'll go anywhere from right now at 27 to maybe 40. I mean, I don't think he makes it to 41.
I don't even think he makes it to 35, really.
That's fair. I mean, that's the same thing we did with Nick Bitsko last year when he went at 24.
Because the Rays are at 34. I could see them snagging. They're at 28. If they don't want him here, they can get him at 34.
Oh, the Rays could easily take Ty Madden at 28. That would actually make a lot of sense for them.
Or the Dodgers, even. The Dodgers, I mean, they have endless amount of pitching, so why not?
I got to update my my scouting reports over here with the last guys that have gone. Chase Petty off the board now. So there are only two guys on my original sheet of paper here that are still available, and that's Baez and Ty Madden. I have 1 to 19 on the sheet of paper. There are only 2 available, so that's kind of we're getting into the weeds here a little bit. But
color me impressed.
He is giving a scouting report on Chase Petty apparently. So there's that.
Got 99 strikeouts in 48 innings.
Pretty good.
Hey.
The arms again, another guy with a crazy arm side run, just like Ben Kudra. However you say that, I'm still never gonna say it right, but they have similar arm side run. I
didn't know if that was spelled correctly. Is that how it's shown on the screen? Number 7,
Kudrna.
Okay,
I have no idea how to say that, but Kudrna, who knows? Who can say?
That sounds like there's some silent vowels in there somewhere.
Maybe it's just Erdna. Like there's no K. I don't know.
Maybe.
Who knows? I probably should have figured that out before I came on here tonight, but whatever.
Probably.
Probably. I'm starting to think that Tommy Mace could be available at 41, which would be definitely a good pick.
Tommy Mace, what a guy. You have let me look at your board real fast here. You have a guy named Joe Mack. He's not in your top 50.
No, he is. He's at 46, I think.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 46. He's there.
Pipeline has him at actually fairly high.
There's a good chance he'll get picked.
He was in the teens somewhere.
The fact is with high school catchers, they just generally don't stick at catcher, and I think that's what's happening here with Joe Mack again. That people don't think he's actually going to stick at catcher, and that's why he's fallen so far. The hit tool's okay, the power tool's a little bit better, but Joe Mack for me, I really wouldn't. I would not use a first round pick on him.
Just looking through your list here. Any names of note? What about Lonnie White Jr.?
Wow. The Maryland native Jackson Merrill is off the board at number 27 in San Diego. Unbelievable.
That's a shocker.
The Severna Park guy is off the board. So, I mean, Jackson Merrill,
he's 12 years old.
I'm going to give you the best scouting report I have off the top of my head because I don't know a ton about Jackson Merrill, but I don't love his hit tool. The power tool could be a little bit better. The swing is pretty nice. I don't think he's going to move off short. I think he's set there. He's definitely a good athlete. That's
a little kid.
He's going cross country. I know he does look like a little kid. That picture must be like 8 years old. 27th pick to the Padres. I didn't think I thought he would for sure be there at 65 when the Orioles picked. I did not think Jackson Merrill would be taken this high. That's crazy. But he did play a showcase in Camden Yards a few weeks ago and had a massive tank on Eusel Street. So there is that. But Jackson Merrill off the board.
TJ, thanks for listening, man. Appreciate you sticking with us.
Appreciate everyone listening right now. It's definitely it's getting we're 3.5 hours in now.
I know.
How many picks do we have tonight?
50 minutes.
We have 36 picks tonight?
36 picks, yep. Okay. I'd say another 45 to 50 minutes at least.
Oh, yeah. Last year was actually shorter. We're going to go quite over 4 hours here. Yeah. I don't really love that pick for the Padres. Even though he's a local guy, I just don't really think that pick is – I don't think Jackson Merrill's a first-round guy.
I don't know. I don't know where his commitment was, but that smells like an underslot to me.
I don't know. It might have been University of Maryland. I don't know. Orioles only take guys with cool names. That probably eliminates a lot of players at 41. Yeah, there you go.
Gage Jump still out there. Two.
I'm looking up where Jackson Merrill's commitment was for everyone real quick. I don't know where Pipeline even had him ranked, so I'm trying to find here. Pipeline is just my go-to for commitments. Let's see. They have all that information right there. Where is he? Jackson Merrill. Oh, 79. Okay. Kentucky was his commitment, so not University of Maryland. Don't remember I said that, but that's where he's going.
Okay. Very interesting.
If there's any easy sign in this whole draft, it's Jackson Merrill. That will be the easiest sign of all time. Jackson Merrill got first-round money, and I bet he never expected he would.
It looks like the Padres got big eyes when they saw his name, and they said, that makes a lot of sense there.
That's wild to me. That's to me the biggest surprise in this whole draft is that Jackson Merrill just went there.
Does he receive the Nick York Award this year?
I don't think it was as out there as Nick York.
Okay.
But Nick York, apparently they loved the bat. Like the Red Sox were so high on Nick York. So, hey, I mean, good for them, I guess. But Jackson Merrill, that's a bit of a reach for me. If I had ranked him, I probably would have had him in my 60s, maybe my 70s, maybe my 80s. I'm not sure. I didn't do a ranking that high. So, but I just saw of him basically what he did because he was a Baltimore guy.
Pretty cool to see, these local guys, especially if he had a showcase at Camden Yards.
Yeah, I think unless Sean Burke goes later tonight, the University of Maryland product, which I don't expect, that would be the only guy from Maryland going tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. So unless Sean Burke goes tonight.
We are whittling down the MLB pipeline list for sure.
Yes, definitely. still have a bunch of guys available in my late 30s, late 20s. Definitely a lot of guys in the 40s. Yeah, basically every one of my 40s is available except – no, everyone available in my 40s. So still a bunch of good options.
Josh Baez still hanging out there.
I do have a slightly updated list from what I posted on Twitter. I don't know if you saw what I posted on the Twitter map, my top 50. Mm-hmm. There were a few guys that actually, after I wrote that list up, they actually pulled their name out of the draft. So I had to make some adjustments. Aaron Zavala entered my list at number 40, mm-hmm. and then Doug Nikhazy entered my list at number 50. So there were two, and I shifted a couple of guys around too, just like last minute, just trying to figure out where I wanted to do.
The answer is yes to that, Justin.
Still on the board. Which doesn't surprise me because it's such a mess of a delivery that I don't know if anyone wants to take a chance on. I think MLB just played an A-Rod commercial on draft night. That's not a good look. Like I really think that's a great look. Did you see A-Rod at the blender? Like he was making a smoothie or something.
That guy's going through some sort of a crisis.
Not a good move.
J-Lo left him in shambles.
Yeah.
There it is. I just saw the commercial. It just popped up.
Not a good look.
He's the face of the All-Star game, apparently.
Apparently, but first overall pick, so it fits in for tonight, I guess. But
all right, we got the Rays here on the clock.
I was gonna say, picks in. You can see the draft room right now. You got to think Ty Madden.
We've been saying that for like
I know
almost
we've been saying that forever.
5 of the last 6 picks.
It's got to be Ty Madden to me.
I would say with one of their picks, 28th or 34th, they're going with Ty Madden. That's my prediction.
I wouldn't be surprised Gage Jump is the guy here.
Okay.
I think that's an outside pick. Bubba Chandler is an option too. I generally think the Rays like to go with high school guys as far as pitchers go. It generally seems to me that's the kind of profile they like to target, but I'm not positive there. I would say Gage Jump or Ty Madden, maybe. I don't know. This one's really the Tampa Bay Rays are so tough. Like they are so unpredictable, to be honest. They are all over the board.
And they always seem to get pretty good value no matter what. Well. No matter where they draft.
The pick is in, and it is wow. Carson Williams comes off the board from Torrey Pines High School, California. I don't believe Carson made my top 50. So that's interesting. That's not what I expected at all. They took a high school guy as a shortstop. I don't know a ton about Carson Williams, so I'm not going to make any scouting reports on him. So turn on MLB Network if you want to learn about him. But Carson Williams is there at number 28. So that's I'd say a bit of a surprise. I mean, him and Jackson Merrill coming off the board, I think, a lot earlier than most people expected. Carson Williams ranked number 41 by MLB Pipeline. Commitment to California, so he's going to go across the country to Tampa Bay. That's definitely an interesting one for sure. I'm quite surprised at that.
All right, let me update this here. Another suspect pick here.
Williams is a guy I 100% watch tape on. I just couldn't tell you what he's good at. Couldn't tell you. Don't know. So apologize there. But Carson,
he's a pretty big kid for a high school player, though.
Is he okay? I'm gonna read you the MLB Pipeline description on him if you don't mind, Matt.
Sure. Yeah.
Number 41 by MLB Pipeline. So he's a fairly polished player for a high schooler in all facets of the game. He's hit for over power now. While some scouts have voiced concerns about lack of success against premium pitching, he does have offensive upside with good bat speed, natural loft of swing. He's going to add strength to his 6'2" frame and grow more into extra base authority in the future. He's an average to tick above average runner, plus arm, excellent actions, and instincts at shortstop. Throws 95-mile-an-hour fastballs, who prefer him on the mound. So I guess he's a two-way player in some capacity. So he throws 95 on the mound. But it looks like he's going to be a position player first. But I obviously that 95-mile-an-hour arm would do great things for him at shortstop. So that's an interesting pick, but not one I had in mind personally, top 50.
Yeah. I always get a few of those trickle in at the very end of the first round.
No doubt. James Wood is a guy I just mentioned, by the way, by another comment here. Massive 6'7" outfitter from Maryland. Yep. He's at not IMG Academy, but he might be at IMG Academy. I'm not positive. Real quick.
They just pump out players.
Yeah, it is IMG Academy. So he's from there. One of those just crazy schools. The one thing I saw about James Wood, and the reason he's not actually in my top 50, the reason for that is because I didn't love the build. I think he's a little too stocky for the outfield, but I think that will make him a very good hitter. But I didn't see a lot of, effort in a lot of the plays he made in the outfield. The video I watched, he seemed kind of slow, lumbered around a little bit. So James Wood didn't make my top 50, but definitely would be in that 50s. The Dodgers select. Oh, okay. So Maddox Bruns is the pick here for the Dodgers. For me, at number 41 from UMS Wright in Alabama. He's a lefty, obviously. Excellent fastball and slider. He's not good with command at all. Definitely not a command guy. Probably like a 40, 45 guy command-wise. But he has a polished delivery. I think there's definitely reliever risk here for him. Most of these guys are so good with the fastball breaking stuff. They throw it so hard, just generally, and don't have command, or generally reliever risk guys. But Maddox Bruns here is definitely a good prospect, and definitely a guy that I think fits into this first round, and the last pick of the first round, by the way.
Seems to me that the Dodgers always kind of go for the pitcher types, like this stage in the draft. They pick the same place every year.
The Dodgers love that same kind of profile. They go for a lot of high school guys too. I mean, you look at a lot of the draft picks they've made. I mean, only 19 years old. So he's I think he's got a lot of potential for sure. Like I said, number 41 on my list there. So I definitely was not as high on him as the Dodgers was, but there's that 6'2", 210 pounds. So he's a big guy. And does a lot for sure. So there's that. And now we're out of the first round. So Matt, your biggest surprise of the first round?
I mean, I would say, let me get my draft tracker up here. I would say Jackson Merrill. I mean, it's not heard his name whatsoever, and kind of thought the Padres might, go towards a guy like, Ty Madden, maybe Peyton Stovall, one of those guys, but they didn't. Yeah. They kind of veered to the left. So I'd say him.
I think what's going to make Peyton Stovall drop is just people don't really want to draft a second baseman. Drafting a second baseman just limits you so much as where you can play him.
Yeah,
I think that would be the same thing with Norby and Black too, two of the other best second base prospects in this draft. So I would think that he'll drop because of that. Who picks at 35 and 36 tonight? I don't know.
I'll tell you right now. Cincinnati Reds and the Minnesota Twins are 35 and 36.
Got it. Okay. So, by the way, Harry Ford just signed already with the Mariners.
Wow.
Exactly at slot value. So, there's that.
Record time.
Trying to make sure there wasn't any other signings that happened already. But that makes sense. That makes sense. He signed early.
I wonder if it ever occurs that these guys have basically a deal in place. Like if they know they're going to be drafted at a certain spot.
I mean, none of these guys are getting drafted with the possibility that they're not going to sign. It just doesn't happen these days. Mm-hmm. They really work these things out way in advance. I mean, it happens, I guess, once in a while, but it's just not unless there's some kind of disagreement like late. But the Orioles didn't draft Cowser without knowing he's going to sign. I mean, that's just
of course not.
I'm assuming it already happened with Vandy. I mean, not Vandy, but with Harry Ford. I'm reading something about Vandy on my phone. I just said Vandy. Let's see. Anything else?
There you go. Here's a good point. They might have a deal with Madden, Cincinnati Reds.
That's a good point. That could definitely be the reason he's sliding.
Yeah,
that would be a very good cover for them. And the Reds first picked McGreevy. Was the Reds? No, McGreevy.
They first picked Matt McLain.
Matt McLain. Okay, yeah, that'd be a really good draft for them. Ty Madden and Matt McLain. That would be insane. Yeah. That would be ridiculous if that's the way they go.
Guys that were right around each other in the mock drafts. So
Madden and McLean, yeah, that's ridiculous. That would be unfairly good draft. I don't ever think of the Reds as a team who drafts like that incredibly well. They draft well, but
yeah,
not incredible. I don't think they're. I mean, I honestly like I got like Nick Senzel, who you look at, who is projected to be someone has not really been great for them so far. So just in recent history, they haven't.
He was like a top 10 prospect in baseball, right?
He was, and so far the development of him has not been incredible.
It happens.
By the way, cool stat here from Devin Fink on Twitter. Max Muncy, the Dodgers first baseman, was born 8/25/90, drafted by the A's in 2012. The new Max Muncy, was drafted by the A's, also born on 8/25/2002 in 2021. So a little bit of weird stuff going on.
You've now entered the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's weird. It looks like to me they're going to have like a little bit of a break, I think, because the Reds are not on the clock, so they're just going to drag this out for us, Matt.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, we can do a little bit of a draft recap if you want.
I'm just sitting here, and there's like something in my peripheral vision to the right. I turn my head to the right. There's nothing there. So if the lights go out, you'll know where to find me.
You're either hallucinating or there's.
I don't know what's going on.
We've been doing this for 3 hours and 40 minutes now.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So just a quick recap. Henry Davis first overall, Jack Leiter second overall. Jumped to the Red Sox, Marcelo Mayer, Colton Cowser with the Orioles. Jumped to 10 overall, Kumar Rocker going to the Mets.
Yes.
Brady House to the Nationals. Jumped to 16 overall. That's where Khalil Watson ended up with the Marlins.
Still amazing.
And obviously the Yankees snagged Trey Sweeney at number 20.
God, that's so good.
Ryan Cusick, number 24 to the Atlanta Braves. Chase Petty, number 26 to the Minnesota Twins. And then we just finished out with Maddox Bruns going to the LA Dodgers.
Yeah, that's a good last pick in the first round, Maddox Bruns. It's like you said, it's a Dodgers pick through and through. And that's the kind of guy they like. So good stuff there. But yeah.
Looking at the Reds draft, they got Austin Hendrick, Nick Lodolo, Jonathan India, last 3 picks. So.
I like Jonathan India a lot. Nick Lodolo, he's okay. I did love him last year. And then and then Kendrick, I mean, he's really good. He was ranked, I think, in the top 15 of last year's draft. They were able to nab him. So Hendrick is very good too.
For sure.
But Nick Lodolo, I mean, that's a solid draft too. He's not a pitcher I love, but not a pitcher I dislike either. Pitched today in the Futures game, by the way, Nick Lodolo. Looks like we're still waiting for this to get underway. I'm not sure what's going on, but doesn't look like they're on the clock yet, which is just odd, but we're waiting. So Ty Madden is your projection here, Matt?
Man, he's got to go eventually. He really does. If I had to guess, I think he's going to land. God, that's so tough. Who did the Rays just draft? They just got a random person. Carson Williams.
It was Carson Williams. Yeah,
I think the Rays could snag him at 34.
Okay.
I really think they could.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he's got to go eventually. I don't think he's getting past the end of this tonight. I don't think he's lasting past 36.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I could see here is Wes Kath, high school third baseman from Arizona. Mm-hmm. I could see possibly going here at number 30. The Reds do like drafting a third baseman, something they do a lot. So maybe Wes Kath. Lonnie White Jr., a guy to watch out for, by the way, at the end of this draft.
Okay.
Super high ceiling, Lonnie White Jr.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about him because he has him pretty high in the pipeline, and you have him pretty high as well.
I think Pipeline has him in the 70s, actually. So it's not that high.
Okay.
I have him at 37. Another Pennsylvania guy there. Malvern Prep. Do you know where that is? I'm not sure, but
yeah, it's
Pennsylvania.
That's a suburb of Philly.
Kind of shocking though that Will Taylor hasn't gone off the board yet. Seemed a consensus that a little higher than where I had him ranked at 32, but he's not off the board yet, so that's a bit surprising.
Yeah, got Bubba Chandler.
Yeah, that could be soon too.
He's still there. Judd Fabian's still out there.
All right, there's a clock now. Now the pick is in. So I don't know what the clock wasn't showing up on my screen for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it's up now. And the
probably
pick
took
is
like a 5-10 minute break or whatever.
Yeah, pick is in for the Reds.
Perfect. Finishing this night out with the Reds, the Marlins, Tigers, Brewers, Rays, Reds again, and the Twins to finish it up.
I'd like to know exactly why each of these teams got comp picks. There's obviously reasons for it, but I'm not sure of each reason why.
Well, the comp pick for Trevor Bauer.
Trevor Bauer's okay. That's the Reds, and then
that's the only comp pick, and then the competitive balance is the next five.
Balance, okay.
Next six. Yeah,
makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So the Orioles should be in the balance round A.
I was thinking they were all comp picks, but yeah.
Right.
Jay Allen goes off the board. Okay, Jay Allen, outfielder. Again, didn't make my top 50, but I will read you his pipeline stuff here. Jay Allen came in at number 33 on MLB Pipeline. 18-year-old, has pretty average tools across the board, but a big athlete. Plays a lot of sports. 6'3". They like his scouts love his swing. He's likely to add strength in his super athletic frame, pointing to a lot of extra pop, a lot of swing and miss in his game too. But he can drive the ball the other way at a decent rate. They profile him as a power hitting right fielder. So that's MLB Pipeline's description on Jay Allen here. Just went number 30 to the Reds. That's a good pick for them, no doubt. I mean, Jay Allen's a talented guy.
Yeah, stereotypical 6'3", 190-pound outfielder.
He would have been in my top 60 if I'd gone that far. So I was right on the brink of putting Jay Allen in my top 50.
Honorable mention for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, I'll put him in there. He went to John Carroll High School.
John Carroll. How many John Carroll High Schools are there in the country? Like, there's got to be
many.
50 of them at least.
Yeah, at least. Add him in there, Mr. Jay Allen. Or it's to get a athletic outfielder.
No, I mean, it makes sense. It's a good pick for sure.
I would be legit upset if this happened.
Really?
Judd Fabian.
I would actually like it a lot. Judd Fabian.
You could argue it's great value for 41 for sure. I just don't think he's going to translate.
Yes. I mean, I think Judd Fabian was a top 15 pick before he really sucked in April and May. And then he kind of turned it around. I think he ended up having a pretty decent season, but he had a stretch in like the middle of the college season where he hit like 16, 20 games. He was unbelievable. He was just hitting home runs like every day. So that's Judd Fabian's a streaky player, a lot of swing and miss in his game. But if they pick him at number 41, I'll be very excited about that. I mean, Judd Fabian and Colton Cowser was a ridiculous draft as far as college outfielders go. That's two of the best out there. So, yeah. Kjerstad with speed. Not quite for me. I mean, I think Kjerstad is more power than Fabian does. And I also think Kjerstad. I mean, I do think. I'll be back in a second, Matt. I gotta tend to something real quick.
Okay. All right, so we're coming up here on pick number 31 with the Miami Marlins. Let's see with the Marlins previous pick here. Okay.
My TV was about to go into rest mode, so I had to make sure I didn't lose the draft over here. But Joe Mack to the Marlins at number 31.
Nice.
So number 46 for me, Joe Mack. I like the swing a lot. I mean, it's a really polished swing. It's a good swing for a high school guy. My problem with Joe Mack is I don't think a lot of catchers in high school are generally going to stick at catcher, and I don't think Joe Mack's going to stick there either. He's got a great arm. He's accurate with it. He's a pretty decent athlete actually, but I think he'd fit better at first base, maybe in right field or left field too, because the arm is good enough. The pop time is like 1.9 seconds, somewhere around that level. So Joe Mack, he's got some things to work on, I think, but I don't like taking high school catchers personally as high as the Marlins just did, or Harry Ford, who went earlier, but it's
Chance Cisco went in this range.
Right, yeah, he did. Khalil Watson and Joe Mack is certainly a pretty good coup for Miami.
So it's not a bad 1-2 punch. I mean, Pipeline liked him a little bit more. They actually had him like right in the Jordan Wicks kind of territory, Taylor type territory. So
I think they had him at 19. For me, it was 46. But oh well.
Says it runs well for catcher. He got power.
He does. I mean, he throws well. That's the biggest thing. Like his arm is really good. It's almost like Henry Davis in a high school level, but he just can't hit like Henry Davis. But the tools are kind of similar across the board. I I actually think his swing is a little better than Henry Davis, if I'm being honest. But definitely, he's going to the Marlins. It's probably a good fit for them. Jorge Alfaro, they never were able to develop very well. So, hopefully
there's a name that bounced around a little bit.
Hopefully they'll do a better job with Joe Mack, because the Phillies traded, Alfaro to the Marlins for, I guess, Real Muto, right? It was in that deal.
Yep, it was actually.
Probably was Sixto Sanchez, I'm guessing, in that deal. So they weren't able to develop him, but hopefully Joe Mack is a different story. Detroit here. Okay, I think Detroit. I think Will Taylor is going to go to Detroit. That would be my guess.
Okay. Let's see here what we got. I'm looking at the draft tracker here.
Ty Madden, still on the board. We were 9 picks away from Ty Madden being an Oriole.
So they already got Jackson Jobe.
Right. I don't think they're going to go high school pitcher.
I don't think they're going to double dip there.
Right. I think they could go Will Taylor and grab a high school bat.
Yeah, Josh Baez still there as well.
Josh Baez is there too. I mean, Josh Baez it's not a Riley Green profile, but it's not all that far from being a Riley Green profile. So maybe that they look at that. Mm-hmm. And Will Taylor, not too far from a Riley Green profile either. So they already have Riley. That could be the guy they go with. Adrian Del Castillo could be a guy here.
Okay.
We'll see. I know Tigers have a very specific kind of thing they like. Jackson Jobe makes perfect sense for them. They develop pitching well as well.
He could really turn out to be something. I mean, that would be an insane rotation.
Yeah, that would
get all those guys working.
Screwball and Matt Manning and Casey Mize, and then you add in Jackson Jobe to that. It's pretty ridiculous.
I'll say I don't know if Alex Faedo is still considered to be in that tier.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what he's doing this year, but I don't know if he's there or not. But Joe Mack at 500 this year, not too bad. not at all bad.
Yeah, that's what you want.
It's like the Derrick Henry rushing numbers in high school, where he had what did he have, 8, 9 touchdowns in one game or something?
He rushed for 400 yards a game.
Yeah, ridiculous numbers. I think Bobby Witt Jr. hit 700 or something crazy.
Yeah,
which is insane. I mean, how do you even get that guy out?
26 stolen bases for a catcher too.
It's pretty good. Probably a reason for that is catchers are not. I mean, the talent again in New York.
Yeah, the throwing right
is good. I would say the New York talent is better than a lot of the Mid-Atlantic states, but I wouldn't say it's great. So that's probably why. I mean, it's probably pretty easy to run on those catchers if you're anything. So
these dudes being born in 2003 almost blows my mind.
It's wild. Joe Mack is 2003, was he? Okay.
Well, he was December 2002, so real close.
Got it. Pretty wild. Brewers are coming after Detroit, and then Tampa Bay, then Cincinnati, then the Twins to close it out at 36. So we're coming down the home stretch. 5 picks left here.
And it's also looking at your top 10 available, the Orioles will have a good player to be available to them at 41.
Yeah, I mean, if we're starting to look at that, I think it's time. We should look at that. I think Tommy Mace is going to be there.
Yeah.
Chase Burns. Watch out for Chase Burns. I love Chase
Number
Burns.
9 available on your list here.
Ben Kurdna, however we say it, I don't know. If he's available, I'd take him for sure. Jaden Hill. Jaden Hill would be a definite nice pick at 41.
Right.
And the pick is Ty Madden for the Detroit Tigers. So Madden off the board. My number 12 available goes at number 32. So,
wow. That's such a good pick.
That Ty Madden and Jackson Jobe in one draft.
That's insane.
That is ridiculous value. That honestly, that may be who they actually considered number 3 too. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Ty Madden though, talk about him. Good command. He's got a smooth delivery, another polished pitcher. Any of these pitchers going in the first round, they're going to have very smooth deliveries. They're going to be very safe pitchers. I would say Madden's one of the safer pitchers in this draft. I don't think he's going to bust at all. He's a big mound presence. Again, another fastball slider guy that you could easily say there's 60 pitches at least. But I think he's a guy who easily could fit into the bullpen for the Tigers like next year. He's a guy who could be a starter by 2023. So I think Madden will move quickly, and I think he's like I said, one of the more polished, if not most polished, college pitchers in this draft.
I'm a giant fan of Ty Madden. He was easily one of my favorite pitchers in the draft.
So last year was you're a big fan. You're a big fan of Garrett Crochet, and this year it's Ty Madden.
Yeah, absolutely. My favorite pitcher of the draft, Crochet, Madden, back-to-back years. Yep.
It's funny. Sure. I wasn't actually that high on Garrett Crochet last year because I thought he'd be a reliever.
Right, and
so far he has been, but I don't think he's going to be that long term now.
He's been pretty effective so far too.
He has. He's been really good. My number one pitcher last year was Max Meyer, who is currently like a 1.3 ERA. And he's pitching very well for the Marlins. The Marlins got so many good prospects now. You're adding Khalil Watson. It's ridiculous. They're doing.
Derek Jeter. He's no slouch. I'll give him that.
He's doing pretty good.
All right, we are nearing the end of the road here. This is the first time I haven't had to add a new team to the next 5 picks. So we're going to switch that to next 4 picks here. That'll wrap up night number 1 of the MLB draft.
So someone made this point. How are the Marlins going to afford Watson and Mack? That's interesting. I mean, you're probably going to have to go over slot for Watson, I would think. I would think. Because, look, if he falls to 16 and then he says, he probably told a lot of teams, I might come back to college if I don't get a crazy amount of money. And then another high school guy in Mack, I don't know.
Maybe they're doing a top-heavy draft. That could be possible, too.
Yeah, it's true. Tyler Black off the board. To the Milwaukee Brewers at number 33. I had Tyler Black at number 48 on my list. Wright State. I like his swing a little bit, but it's kind of quirky. It almost looks like Heston Kjerstad if you watch his swing. He kind of drops his hands the same way Heston Kjerstad does. But Tyler Black, my biggest thing for him in the tape I watched is that he tends to double clutch on a lot of throws. And his defense, I think, is pretty average across the board, but I think his hit tool is definitely a bit above where his bat is, or his defense is, excuse me. So Tyler Black, Wright State, not a bad pick at all for the Brewers there, but I think he went a little higher than I expected.
Wright State, wrong pick.
Oh boy.
All right, we're nearing the final 3 picks here of the draft. Tampa Bay, Cincinnati Reds, and the Minnesota Twins going to finish it out here.
Yeah. Matt, how much of the draft will you be able to watch tomorrow? They schedule it at the great
it's a 1 o'clock start
on Monday.
Yeah, I'm working. Typically, I work till 5, so
basically same.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make time for it though.
Right. I wish I could do that.
Of the 75 fastballs Cowser saw in excess of 93 miles per hour in 2021, he only swung and missed at 3. Wow, it's
pretty impressive.
That is very impressive. I mean, we know we're getting a great hit tool guy. That's simple as that. I mean, you're getting a guy who's going to hit, and it's maybe not the most exciting pick the O's could have made, but they know what they're doing. They had this. They clearly like this guy a lot. Justin asks, any big surprises not taken yet?
I'm showing the best available here on the Zach's list here.
I think Will Taylor for me. I thought would be off the
number
board.
7. Mm-hmm.
And then, I mean, Bubba Chandler's a guy I could see being off the board a little bit soon. Then Josh Baez still on the board somehow. If Josh Baez makes it to 41, I don't necessarily know if I take him because there's a lot of risk there. I think he fits better for teams who can shoulder a little more risk than the Orioles could. But, and maybe a guy like Chase Burns, who I really like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Prospects Providence says Peyton Stovall. Yeah, definitely. Peyton Stovall I have him at number 28. So yeah, definitely a guy that could be off the board at some point soon, and probably maybe should have been off the board.
Yeah, it looks like you had let's see here. Yeah, Josh Baez at 18 actually.
Josh Baez at 18. Yeah. Are you concerned about Bubba Chandler going to Clemson now that he can make money there too? Yeah, that could be a possibility. Yeah, I mean, I think he's going there to be a quarterback. I want to say is the case. And what, Matt? Is there something else?
No, we're good.
Okay. Bubba Chandler, I mean, he could definitely follow that commitment, especially if teams don't believe in him as a shortstop. He might want to try to play football or something. I don't know. But I think there's a risk there for sure. Bubba Chandler.
All right, looks like is the pick in for the Rays? Do we know yet?
It is in, yeah.
Okay.
Then since I like the pace they've gone out tonight, it's pretty fast, especially on this back end.
Yeah, once they got to the compensatory round, they
very much appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, Tyler Black, last pick.
So Tampa Bay here. I didn't even say anything about maybe Gage Jump makes sense for Tampa Bay here at 34.
Gage Jump makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We've been talking about him last 10 picks or so, I want to say. 10 picks.
Yeah, I mean, he's, again, one of the high school guys where you just don't know how teams feel about, possible reliever risk. And then, of course, being a high school guy is just so much risk taking them in the first place. I mean, it's standard that high school guys have unbelievable risk. So maybe Gage Jump goes here, but I would love him at 41 if that was possible.
Let's see here. Ooh, here's a good question.
Alex Beneas. Alex Beneas, he was obviously a really high first-round pick, but he was terrible in the first couple weeks of the season. I think he was hitting like 150 by May or April or somewhere around there. He was horrible. So at this point, he kind of turned the season around. He had a little bit of a better end of the season at Louisville. I would probably have him around 70 if I were to make my rankings, maybe a little bit later than that, just based on the fact that the production wasn't that high. But I see him as a guy who's going to hit a lot of home runs in the majors. I look at him as kind of like a Miguel Sano light, someone who's not quite as Miguel Sano, but someone who might hit a lot of home runs in the same fashion. So pick is in for Tampa Bay here. And it is Cooper Kinney. So I don't know Cooper Kinney too well. That's another one we're going to have to read an MLB pipeline description here for. Cooper Kinney, not one I expected to go this high at all. That is a little bit of a shocker to me.
Cooper Kinney, second baseman out of the Baylor schools from Tennessee.
This might be the first ever 35 run tool I've ever seen. That's terrible. So maybe that's why he's playing second, not short. But simple left-handed stroke, again, from MLB Pipeline here I'm reading this from. Plenty of bat speed, mature approach to repeatedly barrel balls. He makes good use of the opposite field and his feel for hitting. Could develop average power as he adds strength and moves and turns on more pitches. He doesn't try to do too much at the plate, as a track record of producing against quality competition. All of his value comes from his bat, essentially. So maybe a projection pick there.
Projection pick, 35 run tool. I mean, that sounds like a Tampa Bay Ray. Sounds like an Oakland A to me. So
yeah, it's true. You had that guy, MLB guy in the bat around speak, who told the story of the Mariners passing on Lindor for some college pitcher. High school players in the top 5 are solid. Colton Cowser is a bad pick. Yeah, but it depends. I mean, as far as first-round college players go, I mean, they're usually safer than high school guys. But most high school guys, you just don't know. They're such wild cards, really. I mean, I agree with him on the Khalil Watson, Lindor comp right there. That guy maybe had on Jonathan Mayo. So I think that's a fair comp, but I'm not upset that Colton Cowser was the pick. I'm not drastically upset. Matthew Nelson is off the board to the Cincinnati Reds at number 35. So Nelson, again, didn't make my top 50, but I think he's a pretty solid pure hitter. I think he's going to stick at catcher, excuse me. I think he's going to stick at catcher. I don't love the bat, but I think it's slightly above average. I don't think the power is that incredible. But I think overall, he's just a guy who kind of has pretty average tools across the board. I didn't expect him to be picked this high, if I'm being honest. Didn't think that at all.
Florida State product.
Florida State product, yeah. Sad that Matthew Nelson's off the board. Yeah, he could have been a good option. I mean, he's a pretty good arm, too. Something else to consider with Matthew Nelson. He goes at number 35, and now we're on to the last pick of the night. We've made it. I I want to say, was Jordan Westburg the last pick of the draft last year? I have to remember. Not positive if that was the case.
I don't remember. I can't filter by year on this draft tracker either.
Right, yeah.
I have to go back and look.
Justin says, I'm going to need another show tomorrow at 1 p.m. You will not be getting another show. I'm sure there will be someone else doing one, though.
Yeah, just go to MLB.com, and there will be a show for you.
MLB Network will have a great show for you. But tomorrow, I mean, it's probably going to go for, 4 hours, 5 hours again. So, not going to be happening tomorrow, unfortunately.
No.
And I think if we tried to give scouting reports on all the day 2 guys, we'd be completely lost because there's going to be guys that were projected to go day 3 or that we would have no idea who a good bit of them are. So
day 3, you get the fun names. That's where you get Johnny Manziel.
Day 3, I mean, you get really interesting guys.
Russell Wilson.
There you go. Tom Brady was the day 3 guy, right? Or is he ever drafted? I feel like he was drafted at some point. Texas Rangers, I believe.
Probably. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What an athlete, though. Runs like the wind.
Down to our last pick here. Anybody on your best available you see could possibly go here to the Twins?
Matt Mikulski makes a lot of sense here.
Okay.
They're doing the wave in the studio round. You see this? Like, what is that? What is
I'm
that?
behind you, bud.
They're doing the wave. Here comes Manfred. They're bored because Manfred's boring. All right, 36 pick. I think Matt Mikulski makes sense.
Okay.
Noah Miller's the pick. So another shortstop off the board, another high school shortstop off the board, and another guy who did not make my my top 50 here. But Noah Miller, gonna again have to read you an MLB pipeline because I don't have a good enough scouting report for you. But they're showing a swing right now on pipeline or on MLB Network, and it looks very solid. Definitely looks pretty solid. But let me grab you a scouting report here for Noah Miller, the last pick of the night. Where do they have him ranked? I have no idea.
Do the old Control F.
Yeah, we might have to. Noah Miller. Oh, 62. Okay. So Noah Miller, good arm, good hit tool apparently. Switch hitter, more pop from the right side, makes repeated contact, does a nice job of getting stronger, might have average power if he continues to develop. He had a commitment to Alabama, solid speed and solid arm strength. Doesn't have wild tools apparently, but instincts that make him able to play shortstop and probably stick there. So there's that. The last pick of the draft here is Noah Miller. All right, that's it. That is it.
We did it. 4+ hours again. It's a great time.
It was a great time. Your show is so much better than MLB Network. We appreciate that. Thank you. We do our best to try to.
I will say Harold Reynolds. That's kind of like a low bar, but Harold Reynolds for sure
is generally very broad in his takes. I would say like he doesn't really
didn't know what slugging percentage was and all that fun
stuff. Is that true?
Oh yeah. No, he was talking to Ken Rosenthal. And he's like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah. All right. Well, that just discredits him right there. But yeah, another great draft show. That's basically going to wrap it up for this year. But I think we have to, for the last few minutes here, any more surprises that you had in this back end of the draft?
Yeah. Let me just go through my draft tracker here. Just Ty Madden. I was just very surprised he wasn't picked earlier. I think the Tigers did a phenomenal job doubling up there with Job.
Mm-hmm. I did too. That's a ridiculously good draft. The Marlins had a great draft. The Tigers win the draft day one for me. Tigers win day one.
For sure.
Will Taylor, I thought he'd go first round for sure. Chase Burns, I thought would maybe get in this conversation. Gage Jump, I thought for sure first round. As far as Peyton Stovall, another guy, Bubba Chandler, another guy, and then Josh Baez still on the board, which is quite surprising.
Right. He was number 18 on your draft list there.
Right. I mean,
overall,
I look at him as a guy who could probably hit 30, 40 home runs a year, which is super exciting to me. I love power. So I do prefer contact hitters in a lot of situations, but a guy who has that much power potential, he's that big, he's just a massive specimen in high school. I think that Josh Baez could be a pick for the Orioles at 41. I'm not sure he's a fit because he's got big risk, but I'm definitely looking at where Josh Baez will go.
Alrighty. Anything else before we wrap this one up, Zach?
I don't think there's anything else. But again, thank you to everyone watching. We very much appreciate it. We love that we get the support on shows like this. So definitely appreciate it. We know there's a lot of other shows out there you can watch. So appreciate you watching ours for sure.
Appreciate everybody tuning in and sticking with us for the entirety of the 4 hours. Really, greatly appreciate that.
Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We will be putting out more podcasts as the trade deadline nears.
100%. Yes.
We'll be talking more about the draft in our next podcast, just kind of recapping the Orioles draft. So look out for that, and please subscribe to us on YouTube if you're not already subscribing.
Once the Orioles make their top 20 picks, then we'll do basically a draft grading show. We'll talk about some of the grades that we gave out. We gave out some pretty harsh ones last year. I think we gave Anthony Servideo like a D+ or something. So
that sounds right.
We'll do that again this year, probably for only like the first 10 rounds, because it's going to be a lot of guys, and after that we won't know.
Right.
So, but that's going to be happening very soon. And we're seeing Colton Cowser, by the way, on the TV right now celebrating. But again, thank you to everyone for watching for sure. We love doing this. Appreciate it. And
All right. Peace and out.